Running through the sunshine on my mind. We're burning through the city of lights.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Anand Menon, Director of UK and Changing Europe. We decided to start a bit late simply because it appears that this country can't cope with nice weather, so there are no trains. Congratulations to all of you who've made it here on time. I hope you're looking forward to today as much as I am. I just wanted to welcome you to this conference that we at UK and Changing Europe have organised jointly with Flint Global. Can I just say it's been an absolute pleasure to work with Flint, and I almost don't know what I'm going to do with myself without our weekly team call to have a panic attack about the lack of speakers or whatever else we've been doing regularly for the last few months. Do have a look at the websites of both organisations at some point during the day. We had at the UK and Changing Europe our first ever big conference on the 15th of June 2016. So literally the week before the referendum. And I remember I told a story at that conference, which was about a week before my son, in the only ever time he's expressed an interest in what I do, said, "So what will happen if we leave the European Union?" And I said to him, "Well, I think UK trade will be affected and I'll become incredibly rich as a consultant." And I'm delighted to say that I was half right. But it is my great pleasure now to introduce you to a man who proves that if I'd had more nous, I could have been 100% right, and pass over to Simon, who runs Flint Global. Simon.
Thank you. Thanks, Anand. And yes, I'm Simon Fraser. I'm one of the founders of Flint. It's a great pleasure to be here. And yes, it has indeed been a tremendous pleasure working with UK and Changing Europe. The 23rd of June, 2016 was one of those days when you still remember where you were when you heard the news. And I remember an almost sort of physical shock, even though actually it wasn't such a great surprise when it happened. There wasn't really a plan, and the consequences of that referendum for the UK have been significant, and they've been lasting in our politics, in our economic life, in our society, and in our international relations. And equally for the European Union, I think the consequences have been material, if perhaps less dramatic. People still have strong views on this issue. I certainly do. I expect many people in this room do as well. I think the balance of public opinion has shifted towards what you may call regret, but that is not the same as rejoin, and there are nuances in that as well. So today, as we stand at yet another inflection point in British politics around Andy Burnham, our objective in organising this conference is not to reopen the wounds and the differences that we've experienced since the referendum. Rather, it is to draw on the views of people who have different perspectives, and indeed the views of you in the audience, to evaluate where we now stand, where things should be taken forward in that relationship with the EU, which, whatever form it takes, is manifestly still very important. And just to say briefly, we will be hosting a similar event in Brussels a week today, on the 30th, along with Enrico Letta and IE University Madrid, to reflect on that from the Brussels perspective. So I'm really delighted today that David Frost, Lord Frost of Allington, has agreed to kick us off with a keynote speech. David was, of course, the UK's chief Brexit negotiator on both the withdrawal agreement and the trade and cooperation agreement. Then, as Minister of State in the Cabinet Office with a seat in Cabinet, he oversaw the implementation of those agreements until he left government in the end of 2021. Before he joined the House of Lords, he was indeed a colleague of mine in the Foreign Office for over many years, with a range of important jobs on European and trade and other policy. And of course, he also led the Scotch Whisky Association before joining Boris Johnson as an advisor in the Foreign Office. So David has a wealth of experience. You know he has clear views on this, and he continues in the House of Lords and through his media commentary to put those views forward. So David, very welcome. Thank you for joining us, and please take the stage. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Simon, and thank you, Anand. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for giving me the honour to give your opening keynote. I think it's fair to say that UK and a Changing Europe has always been, at least in my view, one of the think tanks most open to taking the Leave case seriously and giving it exposure. And I certainly have appreciated that over the years, so thank you. I think I'm pleased to be able to give this opening statement and perhaps a little surprise, because I'm probably going to say a few things that many people don't want to hear, but I guess that's my designated role, so I'm going to be quite clear about it. It's 10 years, as you say, since we had the referendum, just over 5 years since we actually left the EU. Lots of water has flowed under the bridge since then. But really, I find it remarkable that quite how much of the British governing class remains unreconciled to the decision 10 years on, and how angry many people still feel, how badly they want to undo it. And of course, we're hearing quite a lot of that at the moment. And I must say, looking at today's guest list, despite no doubt your best efforts, Simon and in your weekly meetings, I guess with a few honourable exceptions, you aren't going to hear a huge amount of the case for national independence today. So I think that's my job, to provide a bit of balance and alternative perspective, and that's what I'll try to do in these few minutes. First of all, to make the best case I can for why the vote to leave was the right one, why, despite everything, we can succeed outside the EU, and it would be much better for all of us if, as a society, we could make our peace with that situation and turn our energies to governing the country better. And to touch a little bit as part of that on the present argument over the economy and what the polls that you mentioned, Simon, are actually telling us. Let me preface all this first, though, with what I think is an obvious truth, which is the case for Remain and the case for Leave were finally balanced. Anyone who tells you this decision was obvious is fooling themselves and everybody else. I think it comes down, in the end, to where you stand on a set of trade-offs. Is it better to run your own affairs directly or have a share in a larger unit? Better to set your own laws for your own conditions at the price of a smaller home market, or to have some influence over the laws of a wider one? Better to trade freely with the whole world or enjoy privileged trade with one part of it? Is it better and are you going to be more effective in the world if you act quickly and speak for yourself in foreign policy, or by being part of a bloc, velocity or mass? Now, I don't think there are clear a priori answers to those questions. It depends on your starting point. It depends on who your neighbours are. It depends on who your friends and your enemies are as a country. It depends on how capable your governing class is. And above all, it depends on what people actually want to do. In British conditions, both those of 2016 and those of today, and despite everything that's happened between those two dates, my view is that the trade-offs stack up narrowly, perhaps, for some minds, but clearly still in favour of national independence. And let me say why. First of all, the democratic reason, and for me this is really the fundamental one. It matters enormously to be able to change things at your national elections. And if you're an EU member in important areas, that's much, much more difficult, because the laws that govern EU countries simply cannot, in practice, be changed directly at national elections. How much a country pays into the EU budget, its trade policy, its tariffs, its energy policy, its agricultural policy, who may live in and become a citizen of the country, budgetary policy, etc., etc., etc. All of this, and much more besides, can be changed only if you can secure cross-European agreement. You can't change it simply by changing your own government at the ballot box. Now, this seems to me to be a fundamental problem. And I've discovered over the years that much of Europe's governing class either hasn't thought much about that problem, or even sometimes struggles to understand it. But to me, it's a clear recipe for disenchantment at the level of the national democracy. For when people can't change things at elections, they do one of two things. Either they switch off entirely or they vote for anti-system so-called populist parties. And of course that is exactly what we've been seeing across the EU in the last couple of decades. Now, if there were a genuine European demos, then cross-European elections might begin to resolve this problem. But there are no such elections in that way, and there are none precisely because there's no such demos. And to my mind, the strongest case for Brexit is just this, that we now have a chance to escape that trap and turn ourselves back into a successful national democracy. And of course, exactly the same symptoms as those I've described were visible in Britain before 2016. Political turbulence has not gone away, of course, and that's obvious today. But what we're seeing, in my view, is the teething trouble of a democracy coming back to life. Arguments about how we govern ourselves. We can now debate everything in our parliament. We can change everything if we wish. And that's what being a democracy means. And in the long run, a country, I believe, is better off able to decide things for itself. And for me, that's the single strongest element of the case for being outside the EU. Second point I want to make is that it's an obvious one. We were never comfortable with the EU's direction of travel, and we still aren't. This matters too. If you can't decide things fully at your own elections, you can perhaps live with that, provided as a country you're broadly comfortable with the outcomes the EU is likely to reach itself. That is, if you're in the mainstream in your politics of where the EU is heading and wants to head. Britain was never in that position. It never shared the project's goals. There was never a strong movement in this country for a federal destination or the emotional European ideal. And as you say, Anand, in your interesting Substack this morning, the British relationship with the EU was always transactional. The argument we heard again and again was something like, we may not much like it, but we are in Europe, so we have to be part of it, to have influence and stop them doing things that damage us. And that argument concedes the whole game. It admits we're always going to be a problem member. And indeed, for more than 20 years, we were the awkward partner, always asking for a different deal. And as I put it in a speech in Brussels in 2020, and I quote, the rejection of the single currency, the refusal to join Schengen, the successive opt-outs, the ambivalent attitude to the Treaty of Lisbon and the European Constitution, and finally the referendum, look more like staging posts on the way out than a random series of unfortunate events. The Polish Foreign Minister Radek Sikorski wrote in The Spectator a year ago that in some ways it was actually helpful that the British had left, because Europe could now make progress on things Britain has always blocked. That wasn't a relationship, and it wouldn't be a relationship in the future that could be sustained indefinitely. I don't think half membership really pleased anyone. There's no reason to believe this would be different if we rejoined, and it will be even less different, in my view, if, as some want, we want to bind ourselves into the EU's laws without any say in them at all. The third advantage of national independence is that it lets you adjust to circumstances and correct your own mistakes. And I think this is also very, very important. All governments make mistakes. The real question is how quickly you can spot them and put them right. Now, migration obviously is the sort of locus classicus here in the post-Brexit world. The Conservative government at the time certainly got that post-Brexit migration system badly wrong, in my opinion. The point is, we have now begun to change it. We can now change it at the next election with our own votes. Or take another subject, net zero. In my view, we're all, I think, making a mistake on that policy just at the moment. And when the time comes to change course, as I believe it soon will, we in Britain can simply choose to do that and start to benefit from it. And that is not possible inside the European Union. The same logic applies more widely in foreign affairs. Everyone is saying at the moment, and fairly enough, I think, that the unpredictability of President Trump's policymaking leaves us no choice but to draw closer to the EU on foreign affairs and defence. And I do understand that argument, though I think it would be a good deal stronger if it were as easy to get out of EU arrangements as it is to get into them. Because circumstances change. it's not impossible to imagine one day, and maybe not that far off, a friendlier US president and a more chaotic EU. Or it's easy enough to imagine that Mark Carney's coalition of middle powers might take off as a vision and prove to be the right model for the 2030s. So why would you want to lock yourself into a single block, unable to adjust these choices, unable to respond? Independence is optionality, and in an uncertain world, I think optionality is worth quite a lot. Fourth, I know this is a bit unfashionable, but it needs to be said, controlling who comes into your country really does matter. And for a lot of people, borders are what make a country a country. Now, control of migration was plainly a major part of the 2016 vote. And as I've already acknowledged, we were far too liberal in the post-2020 system. But of course, before 2020, we had no control at all over EU migration, and we were not even allowed to distinguish between EU citizens for most purposes either. Now, I know that many people, and perhaps many people in this room, don't think this matters, but many people out there in the country do think it matters, and many people, I think, in other European countries think it matters as well. We do now have that control, subject, of course, to the vagaries of the ECHR, which I hope will be dealt with before long. Maintaining a country as a country, the necessary solidarity between citizens, the common purpose, the shared identification with history and culture is crucial to keeping it a meaningful democracy. And finally, all these arguments point to a larger truth. Self-government restores responsibility. Democracy, adaptability, control of borders, the freedom to choose your future courses. These aren't just abstractions. They're the conditions in which a country can, if it wants, choose to renew itself. A country that knows its own government is responsible for outcomes has got every incentive to govern well. If policy fails, voters can change it. If circumstances shift, ministers can respond. And if consent is lost, the argument has to be won again at home. And I think that is a healthier discipline and in the long run better for the country than a system in which responsibility is blurred, decisions are remote, failures can always be blamed on somebody else. That is how Britain was governed before 2016, and it is getting used to that system, in my view, that partly explains why our governing classes have generally made such a hash of governing their own country after 2020. Now, I don't say that national independence guarantees success. Of course, it doesn't. A sovereign country can still govern itself badly, as we have too often proved. But national independence means the decisions matter. There's an incentive to make the right choices and to get things right. And that's why I believe countries which take charge of their own destiny tend in the long run to be more successful. So democracy, adaptability, control, choice, responsibility. These are what being outside the EU gives you. And I don't think anything that's happened since 2016 undermines any of that. Now, let me say a little bit before finishing about the economy and the polling. And the economy is obviously the great battleground of the moment, with a steady stream of, in my view, ever more hysterical reports telling us that leaving the EU has been an economic catastrophe. I'll be honest, I don't think this fixation with small, highly contested, hard-to-measure changes in GDP is especially useful to a good debate on this subject, and nor do I think it's the most important thing about leaving the EU either. But let me tell you what I do think. My argument on the economy is not that every consequence of Brexit has been cost-free. It is rather that the costs have been overstated, the benefits of policy freedom have been understated, and the question is how we use the freedoms. And it seems to me there are three fallacies running through the present debate. The first is on the doppelganger studies, and to be honest, I find it really quite hard to take them that seriously. Apologies to anyone in the audience who's been responsible for producing one, but I feel it's so plainly unsound to compare our economy directly with America's or with others unlike ours, like Estonia's, as one of the famous models did. This is just telling us that if we'd done what America had done, we would have performed differently. Well, yeah, okay, that really doesn't prove anything about Brexit. I noticed too that the latest Bloomberg doppelganger study has to fall back on basically an arbitrary rule of thumb to drag its numbers down to what it regards as a plausible level for the hit from Brexit. And honestly, I think these models are barely better than guesswork. I'm sorry. Second, the simpler approaches, and the much quoted one from the OBR, for instance, only ever look at one side of the ledger. I will happily concede, and I've written this elsewhere, and I think I'm one of the few supporters of Brexit who has acknowledged this in public. I will happily concede there is a modest cost from leaving the customs union and the single market, and I would put it at around 1.5%, the cost of transition. Now, the OBR puts it so far at about 2.5% to 3%. That's what they think the hit that we've already had, though they lean far more heavily than I would on a supposed slowdown investment before 2020. Well, we can argue about that, but the point is it's only one side of the ledger. These numbers take no account whatsoever of the gains from change here in the UK. Now, I'm the first to say we've not done nearly enough, but we've certainly not done nothing. The budget savings, obviously trade policy, tariff changes, life sciences reform, gene editing, subsidy changes, new procurement rules, reforms to financial services, having a cheaper carbon pricing regime for now anyway, and above all, of course, not being caught up in the EU's heavy-handed regulation of AI and digital services. And that last point, in my view, is probably worth 1 to 1.5% on its own. You have to set these two things against each other. You simply can't look at the one and ignore the other. And when you do put them side by side, you arrive at a figure that is, I suggest, as close to zero as makes no difference. The third fallacy on the economic side is the widely held assumption that if you've paid a cost to leave, you must therefore get it all back when you rejoin. But why is that so? When the economy and business have themselves begun to adjust. At that point, rejoining simply involves another cost. It's obvious, as various studies have said, there is actually a cost to going back into the customs union and parts of the single market. It means redoing all our tariffs. It means shutting some perfectly good products out of our own market and buying more expensive ones elsewhere. The same is true of the government's reset. We already know now that the likely cost of re-banning the plant protection products now permitted in the UK is going to be well over £500 million a year. And that alone outweighs the government's own claimed benefit from the SPS reset deal. So overall, I deny that you can point to any meaningful economic cost overall from having left. And I do worry that much of the economics profession that's focused on Brexit is engaged in motivated reasoning. They told us there'll be a recession after we voted to leave, and there wasn't. They've been relentlessly negative and, in my view, relentlessly wrong, and now they're trying to prove themselves right after the fact. I do wish they would stop obsessing about this, not because it's inconvenient to me or the Leave campaign or Brexit supporters. We're perfectly happy to have this argument. What's damaging is that it's crowding out the focus we badly need on our real problems as a country. The slowdown that set in around 2006 and was deepened by the financial crisis, the disastrous energy policy with its sky-high prices and the destruction of our great exporting and manufacturing industries, the pandemic's hit to the workforce, the constant tax rises, the relentless regulatory burden increase. I see no curiosity from most economists about why we even have this big services trade boom, and we do have one, whatever the CER may say, or whether its causes might hold lessons for policy more widely. What I do see far too often, though I'm sure no one in this room would dream of such a thing, is an attempt to bundle together the effects of Brexit with everything else that's befallen this country since 2020. COVID, badly run monetary policy, the war in Ukraine, all the rest, and then to lay the whole lot at the door of leaving the EU. Given that's what's going on, I'm entirely unsurprised that the polls have drifted a little towards rejoin or regret, as you say, Simon. Everybody in this country has had a pretty hard decade, and Brexit makes a convenient scapegoat or culprit. But scratch the surface, Ask people where they actually want power to sit, and the enthusiasm evaporates. And the poll by Queen Mary University last autumn found that of 20 major policy areas that are rested with the EU in whole or in part, people wanted 17 of them kept in Britain by an absolute majority and the other 3 by a simple majority. I'm perfectly willing to believe that lots of people want better relations with the EU and even the removal of some of the so-called friction. Leaving was never about having bad relations with our neighbours, but I'm not willing to believe yet, and I haven't seen figures that prove it to me, that there's any majority for subjecting ourselves to EU law and EU decisions with no say in them. And I think Labour may yet have to learn that the hard way. I don't blame the EU for the point we've reached as a country today. I actually blame our own leaders. I don't think the proponents of the reset have thought it through properly. I doubt many of them set out believing Britain should be subject to EU laws with no say in them, but that's where they've ended up because they didn't think hard enough about the choices and the process first. Maybe some now regret that. I suspect others rather hope the one thing is going to lead to another, that before long we'll be back in a bit more of the single market and maybe the customs union as a prelude to rejoining altogether. Well, let's see about that. But what none of our present leaders seem to have considered is the possibility that the TCA was actually a perfectly good deal, that it was the equilibrium that you say, Anand, in your Substack that we hadn't been able to find, and that the best future for Britain was to accept being an independent country and to make it work. A friend and partner of the EU on matters like defence and security, and a competitor with a somewhat different economic model in others. And I still believe that will be the best outcome for both of us. So to wind up, my message today is simple. I think we should stop. My ideal would be that we should stop trying to reopen this decision. We should stop pretending that being half in and out without a say in the EU is a good outcome and start doing properly what we haven't done properly so far and what independent countries are supposed to do, govern themselves well. And that's the prize, not isolation as a prize, not nostalgia, not hostility to Europe, but having your own democratic self-government and the confidence to make it work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David, for that thoughtful exposition, which I think is important. And I should just say, in response to your opening remark, we did invite a number of people who supported Brexit. There was a slight reluctance from political leaders who'd been supporting the Brexit campaign to attend the event. So doubly grateful to you for coming and for setting that out. It raises a number of issues, and I would certainly have some questions, but given that time is limited, I'd rather open, if you don't mind, straight to the floor and maybe take, if I could take, I think we'd be able to take like 2 or 3 questions and take them together and put them to David, and then we'll have to move on. So there's a question here from a lady at the front, then John Curtis there, and another one here. So let's take those 3. Can you keep them fairly brief, please? And do you mind bundling them all together?
No, sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks very much. It's Lisa O'Carroll from The Guardian. Hello, Lord Frost. Just throwing things forward and slightly back. Can you say what parts of the reset, Keir Starmer's reset, you agree with, if any? And then if Andy Burnham does succeed in getting into number 10, what would your advice on a reset that you think would be workable or desirable be? Thank you.
Thank you. John? He's going to challenge your numbers.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. Congratulations on an excellent exposition of the argument for national independence. But of course, the United Kingdom is not a nation state, it's a multinational state. So what's your response to the Scottish nationalists who will say, yeah, absolutely, Lord Frost, I fully agree with you, and therefore Scotland should be independent of the rest of the United Kingdom?
Thank you. And John Peters, I can't remember.
Yes, John Pete from The Economist. I want to pursue you a little bit, David, on your objections to the economic analysis that we've seen a lot of recently. You seem to be implying that most of what has come out from institutions, including the Bank of England, the IMF, the CER and others, is, I think you used the word motivated reasoning. I just wonder why the weight of the evidence seems to not carry with you in any way at all, which frankly was what we saw just before 2016. George Osborne made the point then that the weight of the evidence was that leaving would damage the economy. And somebody like, for example, Jonathan Portes, who I would not accuse of motivated reasoning, has reasoned quite strongly that actually what the economists said would happen is indeed what has happened. And I'm just surprised that you won't accept that.
Thank you. Can you deal with those three?
If you've got an hour or so to deal with.
5 minutes.
Yeah. Taking them in order, the reset. In my mind, the reset falls into two parts. There is the part like the SPS, the joining the ETS, the electricity single market, which is where we are joining an existing EU regime with no say in the future rules of that regime, and essentially policed at one remove by the EU institutions. And I regard that as quite wrong. I know others would take a different view, but I think it is wrong that we should be subject to such rules without a say. I think there are other aspects of the reset which, you know, I might or might not disagree with, but I think come down to the merits of the decision rather than the principle of the way it's done. For example, Erasmus. I mean, we nearly joined Erasmus in 2020. We thought about that quite hard. We just didn't think that the financial deal added up. It isn't a matter of principle. It's, you know, do the costs and benefits stack up right? And I think there are probably one or two other things in the reset that are like that. So that's how I'm much more worried about the first category than the second in the long run. And I guess my advice to Andy Burnham would be, you know, if you must continue with the reset, then junk the first bit. You know, do the stuff that is maybe getting rid of some of the friction, you know, allows us to join certain policy, wider EU policies, but don't get into submitting to EU law. It will be bad for the country in the long run. I know he won't take that, obviously he won't take that advice, but that would be my view of, sorry.
SPS rule involve EU law.
Yes, that's what I mean. Don't proceed with SPS, ETS, electricity, the elements that involve EU law. If you must proceed with Erasmus and the other things, well, at least try and persuade us that this is a good use of UK resources rather than not. But I do think these categories are different, and it's important to keep it in mind. UK as a multinational state, I mean, I'm not sure I would agree on that, actually. I think UK is a unitary state. It has a single international personality. It isn't a mini European Union made up of 4 countries that have joined for convenience and could split. And for political reasons, many people like us to think of it like that, but I don't think, as a matter of fact, it is that. Now, it's gone so far down the road that one has to acknowledge that things are changing. And I wrote a piece in the Telegraph a couple of weeks ago about Englishness, and, you know, acknowledging maybe that, you know, we might have to have an English assembly as well as all the others, because it seemed to be impossible to kind of recover the situation of becoming a unitary state. So that's why I think that Scottish independence is not an analogue to Brexit. It is part of a unitary state claiming the right to leave, and most countries in the world don't allow that to happen. And I don't think we should be allowing it to happen in Britain either. On John Pete's question, I mean, I think I was saying that I do acknowledge that the simple act of leaving the single market and the customs union, you know, does have a cost. I think there's an argument to be had about how big that cost really is, and I would certainly put it much lower than many of the others. But in that sense, I don't disagree. What frustrates me is that is the only thing that ever gets focused on. There seems to be no attempt to kind of add up the costs and benefits to look at the things we have done that produce extra growth and the things we could yet do. And it was Jerry Lyons, I think, who talked about the Nike swoosh. There's a bit of a hit at first and then things go up. And unfortunately, obviously, we've had governments who have, in general, increased taxes, increased regulation, pursued policies that are damaging to the economy. So it's not that surprising that you see an economic hit. What I deny is that all that hit is to do with Brexit, and I deny that it's fair to lump in everything together and say it's all to do with the European Union. And I think a lot of the economic commentary, perhaps, rather does that, and it is an unfair assessment of what's happened.
Well, thank you very much. I see that Muireann is looking daggers at me, so I'm afraid, although we could ask you much more, we'll have to draw it to a close. But I really want to thank you for kicking us off with such a thoughtful exposition and a very important point of view for our discussions. Thank you. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
How are you?
Need a message.
Take your photo of the timer.
It's just I haven't got the right glasses on.
Depending on where you are.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome along. My name is George Parker. I'm the political editor of the FT. Thank you to Anam for inviting me along. We're going to have a discussion about the referendum 10 years on. Just a quick reminiscence from me. I'm sort of being invited to revisit my PTSD of the 23rd of June 2016 when I was writing the splash for the FT about Britain's departure. And we had 3 newspaper editions, one at 11:30, one at 1 o'clock and one at 3. And at 11:30, the story in the FT was "Pound soars as Farage concedes defeat." Do you remember that? You remember that moment when Farage admitted they'd lost? And then at 1 o'clock, it was "Pound slumps as result on knife edge," as we've got the first results in from Sunderland and elsewhere. And at 3 o'clock, you can probably imagine there was a black edge around the FT as we realised what happened. And by the time I was filing for the Web in the morning, I remember going onto College Green and thinking, actually, the Prime Minister's just resigned, and it's the 3rd story on our website. It's just the economy was crashing, and
what was second?
Well, I think it was leaving the EU, the economy in meltdown, and by the way, the Prime Minister's has gone as well. So it was just to give you an idea of how bonkers it was. But anyway, joining me to try and make sense of all of that. From the end there, Caroline Wheeler, who's the political editor of the I newspaper, Tim Montgomery, esteemed commentator, Anna Menon, who you all know, UK and Changing Europe, and of course Stella Creasy, the chair of the Labour Movement for Europe. Wonder whether I could start with us on the politics of this, Caroline. How much of what we're seeing at the moment, now, change of government, the short attention span of people, the turmoil, goes back to Brexit?
Well, I actually think quite a lot of it, actually. I think it's quite difficult to see what we're seeing now in kind of isolation from the kind of Brexit vote, because, I mean, and actually even before the Brexit vote, there was the referendum on Scottish independence, which is when politics started to go completely mad. I think, you know, from that time onwards, every year has been like moving faster and faster and faster and faster. And I think some of that is to do with the fact that, you know, what the public want and what they see being delivered, they still feel there is a great gap and a disconnect between what they're asking for and what they seem to get. And I think COVID also had a kind of impact on that, when politics again moved even quicker because people's problems were being literally fixed overnight, when the government was giving furlough or sorting out their energy bills or all of those things. So suddenly people expected really quick deliverism, and that's really difficult to do in normal times. And bringing that back to the kind of Brexit vote, I think people had a very kind of, well, I think lots of people had a really fixed idea of what Brexit was, but sadly, that was different for every person. So although lots of people had an idea of what it was, there was no kind of common agreement about what it was. And I think the fact that we're still arguing about it now shows you that there is that kind of massive gap between what people wanted, what they got, how quickly people want their problems solved, and it's just causing there to be a faster and faster kind of political churn. And that also sort of speaks to the kind of populist narrative, which is what I see, this kind of natural tension between deliverism, which is what Sir Keir Starmer's been talking about since he came into office, and populism, which is basically, you know, promising everything now, and a government saying, well, we can't deliver everything now because the economy doesn't allow us to do that. So I think it has presented a big challenge for the government. So I do think it's relevant today. And look, you know, I've just listened to Nigel Farage talking about it on the Today programme, and yet again, you know, it's this central thing that he comes back to time and time again, which is we voted for Brexit, but they haven't delivered the Brexit that we wanted. But nobody really ever knew what that was.
Tim Montgomery, do you think, obviously the Brexit vote, I think, was widely seen as a vote for change, and lots of people felt the change has not been delivered. Do you think that that has contributed to a sense that voters regularly get asked to vote on things, including Brexit or in general elections? They want change, they want it to happen quickly, as Caroline says, and it's added to that air of frustration and supercharged the atmosphere in the country?
There's an interesting poll last week that asked Reform voters, and this was by Lord Ashcroft, if Reform won the next general election, do you think the authorities, the powers that be, the establishment, would implement what a Reform government wanted, or would try and frustrate it? And 91% of voters said that the establishment would try and frustrate a government. And you see that, I think, you know, back to the question just asked Caroline in a way, you know, we have had a particular manifestation of instability in the United Kingdom since Brexit. But if you look at France, I think they've had a similar number of prime ministers. They've had one president who's been incredibly unpopular. And I support the Reform Party. But actually, it's quite humbling. If you look around the Western world and you look at the percentage of people that were basically supporting a populist right-wing party, whether it's the AFD, whether it's the Front National, whether you look at Pauline Hanson on Australia, you get very similar percentages, regardless of the leadership, regardless of the tone. There is something in the Western world, advanced Western world, whereby this antagonism towards the establishment, this antagonism towards what has been frustration with what is, I think it's ever really been since the stock market crash, the 2007-2008 events. If you look at the sort of instability we have in politics, it began then and has just got faster and deeper. And so Brexit, Trump, other events have certainly accelerated what has happened. But actually, if you're looking for when it really took off, it's the fight for scarce resources, has always been the case, that I think is at the heart of our difficulties.
Stella?
I very much agree with Caroline. I actually call it shortcut politics, because what people are being told is that there is a shortcut, there is a secret way that the thing that is holding you back in life can be resolved if only you do X or Y. The reality is change is bloody hard work, but change is also possible. And I think for many of us on the left, what's really worrying is that kind of ossification, that it isn't possible. I tell you, Tim, you'd enjoy this. I was in Makerfield campaigning, and I knocked on a woman's door, and she said, well, I don't think I can vote for that Andy Burnham, because everybody's saying he's just doing this to get into Parliament. And I said, yes, they're all doing it to get into Parliament. When we lose our capacity to show people how change happens as well as make change happen, and I think that's what Brexit, and I agree with you, Carol, I mean, I was on that train that came up to Glasgow of all the Labour MPs that were then marched off to go and campaign for independence with people playing the Imperial War March from Star Wars at us, and it was a real moment where we all suddenly thought, this isn't going to end well. And I think there's two things. One is the failure of political movements to learn the lessons of those moments, the canary in the coal mine moments, the kind of, it'll be fine. And I think all of us can look back on the last 10 years. You're triggered by the 23rd of June. I'm triggered by then having to live through all the Brexit votes, because I had to live through the points where there were fisticuffs in the parliamentary lobbies. But fundamentally, that sense of dysfunction and paralysis, that the very institutions that are there to be able to make decisions and then deliver them has become stronger, not weaker for people. So whatever the subject, you then do absolutely get the pandemic, and suddenly shortcut politics works.
Yeah.
Absolutely, we can throw money at things. So some of the concerns I have right now is that my community will often say to me, well, you could fix this if you wanted to. And you're like, look, I do want to, but it's not going to be without trade-offs. But the second thing I would say is that I think we've lost that sense, particularly on the left, that we can bring people together, that it doesn't have to be about winners and losers. It can actually be about a national message where people come together. You know, my belief is that social justice doesn't come if somebody has to suffer for me to thrive. But we've lost that ability as a country, I think, over the last 10 years to bring people together in a national message. And it's very much now about, well, who's going to win, who's going to lose. Actually, we all lose at that point in time. So I think both the practice of politics and the outcome of politics have been traduced in the last 10 years, and we're all poorer for it.
Yeah. Anand, can I ask you whether you think that the Brexit vote removed from British politics a useful bogeyman? And we're talking about the Scottish referendum and thinking about Andy Burnham as well. One of the things they have in common is they run against the other, don't they? There's something somewhere else holding us back. In the case of Scotland, it's the London elite. In the case of Andy Burnham in Manchester, it's the London elite. It used to be the Brussels elite, didn't it? Now the problem is that everything is back on Westminster, which is what the Brexiteers actually said should be the case.
I think that's true to an extent, certainly. I mean, the EU can still get blamed for an awful lot.
Well, even now.
You know, as the relationship goes on and as the negotiations continue, we can still find ways of blaming the European Union for stuff that goes wrong here. But we can do so less than before, you're absolutely right. So the focus tends to be more on Westminster than it was before. I do think, I mean, obviously Brexit was important to what's happened to our politics. There's no doubt about that. But I think in a way, it was important because it turbocharged things that were already going on. I mean, if you go back to the election of 2015, it was the precursor of the election of 2024. It was the fragmentation. It was 4 million votes for UKIP. In a sense, there was a hiatus in our politics when we got those two weird elections in 2017 and 2019 when the Tories and Labour were dominant again. That was a mirage, because actually fragmentation was the story from before Brexit. The other thing I'd say about the populist right is I think one of the things we don't talk about enough is the end of the Cold War, which I know is going back an awfully long way. But I think from the end of the Cold War, the centre-right lost its purpose. You saw it first in Italy, with the mainstream centre-right starting to fracture. But actually the sense of moral and ideological purpose that the Soviet Union gave to the centre-right disappeared. And then you saw the right starting to fragment. So I think we're dealing with very long-term things, medium-term things and short-term things. And Brexit was a catalyst for a lot of things that were underway anyway.
Yeah. Can I come back to on the fundamentals, because we're getting into sort of framing issues a little bit here, is that for me, 10 years on, I think Europe fundamentally is a declining continent. And if you look at its models, whether it's the welfare model, the way it's decided to tackle climate change, the fact that it's underinvested in its defence, the fact that we don't have any technological superpower in Europe, there is something fundamentally wrong with the European model. So you can frame it slightly as we're kicking at Europe still. Well, there is still a continent-wide problem, almost separate from the institutions of the European Union. There's a mode of thinking that, why has compared to the stock market crash, why has America gone so much further ahead of Europe in these 20 years? There's something fundamental there that I think a lot of our debates, we've had them already this morning about, if Britain had stayed in the EU, how much, have we lost? There's something still fundamental about comparing ourselves with a declining model when it's Europe's declining principles, it's ethos that is the fundamental problem. And I just conclude by saying this. The fact is that Spain and Italy cannot compete in the same way that Florida and California can, or South Carolina and Detroit can, or Michigan can. And it's the model that Europe has chosen, which is basically harmonization rather than recognition of standards, for example. That means that the European model is still fundamentally flawed. And I think Britain, although we have left the European Union, a lot of the ethos that still permeates our government is the European. And that is not a good thing.
Caroline, we're on to the economy now, so maybe I could ask you about this. I mean, it's quite interesting that the OBR, I think, estimated that leaving the EU would cost us 4% of our GDP, though I think recently Rachel Reeves has started using other estimates are available, 6% or 8% of GDP, whatever it might be. But could you take on Tim's argument? I know he didn't put it quite like this, but other people have in the past that we were shackling ourselves to a corpse, was the language used around the time of the... do you think there's an element of truth to that?
I completely respect what you say, and it's an interesting argument to make. But I mean, if you look at, we published only the other day, it was a report which was commissioned by Best for Britain. I have to state that, Best for Britain is obviously wants to see the UK back in Europe, but it was done by Frontier Economics. And the forecast that they're saying is that if we rejoin the European Union, we'd see a £92 billion boost growth, and it would virtually reverse the sort of Brexit dividend that you spoke to there, which was sort of 4%. So, there are still economists out there that are saying very clearly that there are economic advantages of us being inside the European Union. And if you look at the fact that it is, it's all well and good talking about the kind of growth in other continents, but they are our biggest trading partner. They are our nearest economic partners. And if you look at things like defence spending, for example, we've talked about sort of multilateral sort of approaches to defence because we have a big problem on our doorstep right now. We have the conflict going on in Ukraine, and surely even by the kind of virtue of very simplistic economics, if we all pool our resources to try and deal with that problem, which is what has been happening, we are going to be stronger than if we didn't. But of course, there is an issue about defence spending more broadly, which is we don't seem to be able to compete with other sort of superpowers, and that has become a problem in both the conflicts that we've seen recently, where we haven't been able to match that firepower. So there are obviously, very complex issues around this. But in my opinion, I think that we are always stronger when we are working with our both closest neighbours, but also our strongest trading partners.
I mean, Tim, God knows I love a trier, but listening to people who still want to tell you that Brexit has been a success is a bit like listening to the arsonist who's just burnt down your house saying, hey, now you can remodel. It's bizarre as a way of thinking about what has happened and the overwhelming evidence of the damage. And what we should also talk about is also about the way in which we left. Absolutely, there were different ways in which we could have maintained a relationship with Europe in terms of trade, in terms of security. The previous government chose consciously and purposely to leave everything literally with the word Europe in. So we don't even, for example, get the biosecurity alerts when there's foot and mouth in France, because that is a system with the word Europe in. So actually for our farmers, they don't get automatic updates. We left the European arrest warrants. We left the Eurodac system. So actually it makes control in the channel harder because we don't have the fingerprint data. By any economic metric, there are lots of independent studies that have consistently shown the damage that has been done and actually controlled for things like the pandemic and even austerity. So the NICR has just come out with research showing it's 6 to 8%, and it's particularly leaving the single market because of all the friction, because of all the damage. And frankly, as a constituency MP, I hear it every day from small businesses. I hear from small businesses who have just given up. I was at a food fair this Sunday in my constituency. Small producers who used to be able to get goods to Europe in 2 days, responding to new markets, who have just had to give up. Of course, it has had an economic impact. I think many people also would look at your analysis at the idea that Europe is somehow a corpse and think, well, actually, under America, with President Trump, you're dealing with a zombie because of what he's doing to rapidly strip the American economy through protectionist measures. And the challenge for all of us is the isolation that Brexit has brought means that we are uniquely exposed to this. So talk to people in the steel industry who are now dealing with the possibility. We export 75% of our steel to Europe. Because we are no longer part of the European Union, we are desperately scrabbling for some kind of deal to protect British steel. We have had to nationalise British steel, which is a great thing to do, but it's part of a debate that we've had to have because we are out of the biggest trading bloc. You can fight many things in life, Tim, but geography really isn't one of them.
Well, look, one thing that I think has been difficult about this debate is that people like
facts.
No, you can... Wait till I finish what I was going to say. Is that people like me will only see what our side of the argument, and people like you will only acknowledge the cost of Brexit. The reality is that there have been costs and benefits for Brexit. Some things were understated in the Brexit debate. But it is interesting, and I don't know whether you would acknowledge this, Stella, but Tony Blair, recently gave his essay, and he talked about emerging industries like AI, actually the huge opportunities for Britain. I think Peter Mandelson, if we're allowed to mention him in any respectable quarter now, he himself has talked about there are huge advantages for Britain in being outside of the stranglehold of EU regulation on industries like this. So I don't disagree with you. There are certain sectors that have been hurt by leaving the European Union. But what I think there hasn't been, and perhaps today can be a little bit different, is an acknowledgement actually there are big opportunities, not so much in settled industries, but in emergent industries where Britain can do a lot better now that we are an independent nation.
Could I put that point? Can I let Anna know this? Because I want to pick up that point. There was a report commissioned by the EU that Mario Draghi did where he basically said the EU had become massively overregulated and there was a serious problem here. I don't think many people would dispute there has been economic damage caused by leaving the single market and the customs union. But Anna, are there now emerging opportunities from Brexit which might start to countervail against that?
I mean, Tim's right in the sense that Europe has a competitiveness problem, okay? And one of the problems is the way that Europe regulates its economy. And I think he's also right to say that in some areas like AI, where we've chosen to be less precautionary in our approach, then actually it does seem, if you go around to King's Cross, you can see the investment, you can see the businesses coming here. But I'd say two things on the other side to that. One is Europe might be declining, but it happens to be our continent, as Stella says. So you can't suddenly magic yourself next to China and say, let's start trading more with these growing economies. The fact is you trade more with your nearest neighbours. That's what we do. And whilst I'm slightly sceptical about that 8% figure from the NBER, there is now good evidence to suggest that our trade has been significantly affected by Brexit, both in goods and services. The other thing, I think, is the geopolitical point that Stella made, which is I do wonder how long we can maintain this model of diverging from the European Union where it suits us. I heard someone in the European Commission said to me the other day, we know what you Brits are after. You're after a single market in goods with us and a single market in services with the United States. That will not wash. In a world where you get increasing transatlantic tensions, we're going to be pushed to do what we've never wanted to do, which is to choose. And I do think that if in 2 or 3 years' time, Caroline was talking about defence, in 2 or 3 years' time, if we turn around to the European Union and say, look, we've got to work together a lot more closely on defence than we have in the past because of the threat from Russia and because of the unreliability of the US. The EU would say, we'd love to. The thing is, most of our defence kit nowadays is based on AI. And we can't work with you unless your regulations are aligned with us. So I suspect that over time, we're going to come under massive pressure to make choices that are really uncomfortable for us.
Interesting.
I mean, Tim, it's an argumentative trick to argue that somebody doesn't see the benefits. I'm clear-eyed about the challenges of Europe, but I'm also clear-eyed about the consequences of being out of the room over the last 10 years. And actually, if you think about one of our strongest exports, which is our creative industries, the conversation about AI and copyright and the fact that we've got a gold standard on copyright takes a different turn. So actually, I know that one of the arguments that was made during the Brexit debate was that we needed to hear a little less from experts. Well, actually, the expert advice and the expert information is that it is more complicated than simply saying it's a binary choice. One of the challenges is by making Brexit happen, we've left ourselves outside of both rooms. So actually, we've weakened our ability to negotiate with America, to negotiate with the tech companies, and we've seen the damage that that's done as a result to our industries and also to our ability to deal with emerging threats like what's happening to our kids online. But it also means that we're not in the room when Europe is also thinking about how it responds to America. We forget we are now a third country as a result of what has happened. So that does not mean that we get to pick and choose. And that's the challenge here. That doesn't mean that Europe is perfect. I have lots of qualms with how Europe has dealt with issues, but I recognise, on balance, our neighbours are probably our best partners for facing some of the challenges that we face in the world. And what we've done is walk away from that relationship. And in some senses, we sent a prime minister out there who said she couldn't tell the difference between the French and a foe. You know, if you want people to talk to us and work with us, you don't start from that position. So we've got a lot of work to do to rebuild a relationship to achieve anything.
Can I just ask you, Tim, and I don't want this to turn into a pick on Tim session.
Oh, I do.
I don't mind.
Do you think the world today is more or less propitious to Brexit than the world of 2016? Because it does seem to me that President Trump, the war in Ukraine, a whole host of, the retreat of globalization, increasing protectionism, it's harder to be Brexit Britain now, isn't it, than it would have been had the world remained as it was in 2016?
We're continuing my theme of, there is not a simple answer to most of these questions. I think you are right in saying that probably it's less favourable to a Brexit world set because of the dynamics of Trump and people wanting not to be too dependent on America and being outside of blocks. I think that's right. I'm going to persist with my theme, though, despite Stella's brave and wholehearted attempt to rebut me, is that when it comes to emerging technologies, I think the view is more favourable to Brexit, and that Europe is definitely going in the wrong way on these technologies. And so these are real choices, and they're not easy choices. But I honestly believe that the technologies of the future are going to absolutely determine our economies much more than steel, for example. Steel is vital for a defence industry. We've got to get it right. But actually, the jobs growth for the UK is going to come from AI. It's going to come from a lot of biotech. And we're in a much better position outside of the EU to regulate those industries intelligently than if we were part of the EU. But yes, I take the point in blocks. We're probably in a weaker position than 10 years ago.
What about our supply chains, Tim? Because the analysis you're making suggests that we are a discrete, independent nation who could, for example, lead on biotechnology on our own. We're part of massive supply chains across Europe, and they have been hit. And things like Made in Europe will possibly put those at risk further. So if you want that growth, you want to be innovators in those sectors. I agree with you. We want to be innovators in what we're good at. It is through partnership, it's not through isolation that we're best able to achieve that.
It is. I think it was interesting. One of the things that David Frost said, though, was that back to changes compared to 10 years ago, I think even the FT reported this, George, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but when it
was the FT. Surely not.
When it was talked about reopening our relations with Europe, that the present government is doing, actually a lot of the city now doesn't want to reopen. Relations. They have reached a more set. They have come used to a new regime, and what they do not want is these things constantly reopened. Now there is the city.
UK Finance have just released a report calling for a closer relationship with Europe. Are they actually? Are they sleeper cells for the Ramonas?
I think, to be fair, the City of London doesn't want to go back into the single market on financial services. I think that is a fair point. But can I develop the theme of blocks with Caroline and the diplomatic fallout of what happened 10 years ago? There was an assumption that Britain would become a completely marginalised small offshore island in Europe. Our voice wouldn't count anymore. We were disproving the whole Foreign Office concept over years that you wanted to be in the concentric circles and the bit in the middle there. Do you think Britain has fared as badly on the international stage in the last 10 years as some people thought it would?
I think the Ukraine conflict has kind of reshaped some of the discussions about this. I mean, I think, yes, it was difficult to start with. I think it was very obvious that there was a lot of anger. I think it was quite an emotional thing for Britain to kind of withdraw from a kind of long-standing European partnership. And there was obviously residual sort of resentment on both sides. And I think as journalists, we all enjoyed seeing some of the kind of, some of those kind of relationships play out. But actually, I think the Ukraine conflict in particular refocused minds, which is, this is a country which is, well, it's not on our doorstep, but it's certainly on the doorstep of some of our European partners, but is not so far away from us that we can ignore it. And the fact that we did have a situation, particularly with Trump when he came along, and we knew for a long time that if he did come back into the White House, he was going to have a different attitude towards defence. He'd already signalled that in his first term and wanted to see much more of a bigger sort of NATO commitment, that there was a kind of rethinking about how our relationship should work, given that with this very real threat so close to us, that we were going to need to work together. And I think, I think a lot of the Prime Ministers, particularly, I think Rishi Sunak worked really hard at repairing some of those relationships, even from a Conservative Prime Minister. There was lots of talk about kind of warmer relations with Ursula von der Leyen, for example. I think that's continued with Keir Starmer, and I think there is now a kind of appetite, certainly what I hear from within Europe, that they do want to be friends again. They do want to do business with us. Now, obviously, there's always going to be a situation where we're not going to be able to have our cake and eat it. Although the interview that I think Michel Barnier did with The Guardian only a couple of days ago was illuminating, in that he did seem to suggest that we could have everything that we wanted, that we could go back into the single market and not have to rejoin Schengen, for example. So I think, if any of that is kind of reflected in the views of other people in Europe, which I think Annan would be able to give us a kind of probably a greater perspective of where those tensions or where those relationships are. I think that there is good mood music coming in terms of our diplomatic relations there and what we might be able to achieve if and when we ever get the reset, now that it seems that July summit's off.
Yeah, I mean, do you think, Stella, that Trump, Ukraine, rise of China has actually forced Britain back into the European mainstream diplomatically, at least more quickly than people might have expected?
Yes, I do. And I think it's actually a very healthy thing, because it gives a lie to the idea that there is this binary choice. Because always, one of the roles we've played in the world is to be a bridge between America and other European nations. And I think you saw that very powerfully in the conflict around Greenland, where actually Keir Starmer was very much part of the negotiations about how to respond to what Donald Trump was saying. I think we also have to recognise it's not just Trump in America who thinks that Europe has for too long relied on America for support in NATO. So NATO is going to have to respond to that, regardless of who is the American president. What I think was quite powerful, and look, I would say it was quite powerful for this generation in Parliament. You forget that most of Parliament now did not live through the Brexit era. So most of Parliament is actually quite open to the idea that we have to form a new relationship with Europe, because they haven't seen what the old relationship looked like during the Greenland conflict, when they were able to see the benefits of being in the room. That's what we forget about the Ukraine conflict. I would pay tribute to what Boris Johnson did, but he wasn't in the room. So actually, when Germany wasn't perhaps as strong as it should have been about taking on Putin because of gas, he wasn't actually in the room to begin with to be able to make that argument. He had to shout from outside. What's been different about Greenland is actually Keir Starmer was brought into that conversation early on. I think you see the benefits of that approach. That gives us a good foundation to show what can be done. I think you have to set that against what happened with the SAFE negotiations and the fact that we were due to have a strong defence partnership, and it's proved to be much harder to actually negotiate that, again, as a result of not being part of the European Union. We're outside of the room, so we're always going to have to ask to be let in rather than treated as equal partners.
Right, so I'm going to take some questions in a minute, but just finally, I wondered whether I could go around the panel just to see what you think is going to happen next, 10 years on. So I went to an interesting speech by Nick Clegg the other day at the National Liberal Club. And he was basically saying, yes, we should rejoin the European Union, but it was a generational question. That he didn't think it would be something that the public in the UK would want to even think about, leaving aside what the EU might think, until 2036, 20 years on. Caroline, I just wondered whether you think, as Andy Burnham once said, whether rejoining the EU in his lifetime is a plausible outcome, and how we might get there if you think it is.
Well, I think the first thing to say is where Andy Burnham is now, because obviously we're all expecting him to become the next Prime Minister unless Al Cairns and Darren Jones have something to do with it, which we're hearing could be the case. But, I mean, look, he has said that. He's obviously got very strong instincts that he wants to see us back in the European Union. The constituency that he represents, I don't think, is in the same place as him. I think that's very clear. And certainly the conversations that I picked up from, even just when he was going to stand in that by-election very quickly, the Red Wall MPs, I think, got onto him and wanted to know very clearly what his views were and whether he did want to kind of reopen that debate. And I think he very sort of prudently, in terms of his own political ambition, said he didn't want to return to the Brexit arguments. And I think that that will remain his position for some time, just on the basis that he thinks that what is in the manifesto we have to stick to. And the red lines in the manifesto at the moment are fairly clear about what we can and cannot commit to. And that's all part of his kind of brand about being honest about politics and not sort of having these kind of moments where you kind of tear everything up and then the public feel like they're having the kind of rug ripped from beneath them. And I think that speaks to, you know, what we talked to before about establishments frustrating the will of the public. I think he's very, very conscious about that. But look, I think there's a completely different conversation to be had about, for example, the next manifesto. And I know certainly even under Keir Starmer, when we still thought he was going to be Prime Minister potentially at the next election, that there were really live debates going on about what might go into that manifesto and whether they would put into it that there would be another referendum, for example, or whether they would actually put into it some kind of determination that they would go a step further than where they are now, which is just renegotiating the deal that we've got, and whether there would be a kind of rejoin element in there. And certainly I know that there were cabinet ministers, and there are cabinet ministers, given that we still do have a government and it is still serving, there are cabinet ministers who are really pushing for that. Certainly a couple that I spoke to do want there to be a sort of rejoin message in the next manifesto. But I mean, it feels, from what we've been saying before, that politics is moving so very quickly that it's difficult to predict what's going to happen next week, let alone what's going to happen in 3 years' time, and certainly what's going to happen in all those years' time you mentioned that Nick Clegg is talking about. So I'm going to sit firmly on the fence and say that I think we're moving in that trajectory in terms of definitely closer relationships, whether we actually get to the point where we are going to subject ourselves to another referendum. And I have PTSD as well about that night. I was with Nigel Farage that night. I saw all of the drama play out when he looked as if he was going to concede defeat, and then that result coming in from Sunderland, which seemed to change the entire mood. So yes, I share with you your sort of recollection.
Alan, is rejoin a viable debate for the country to be having at the moment? And indeed, even if it was, would the EU want us back?
I mean, on the EU point, I mean, the difference between rejoin and any of the other options is they have to consider a bid to, I mean, they're constitutionally obliged to consider an application to rejoin. So that will be a process for that. Is it viable? I mean, it is viable. I mean, anything's viable. What I would say is I'm very sceptical about whether it would happen absent some major shock. I mean, you could imagine a world in which Trump landed troops in Greenland, say, okay, is a very different world to the world we're in now. A world in which Taiwan has been attacked by China is a very different world. So there's all sorts of global uncertainties, and I think a massive international shock could push us to do something dramatic. Absent that, I'm suspicious, because I just think if you're the Prime Minister and someone came up to you and said, Prime Minister, I've got a really good idea, which is you should reopen a toxic debate, go through 5-6 years of really painful negotiation and domestic, angst, in order that we can reap significant economic benefits for your successor, but two, right? Because it will take a while. I'm not aware of a politician who would say that sounds like a great idea.
Stella?
Look, I never wanted us to leave, but a bit like privatising the utilities in the 1980s, I didn't want that to happen either, and now we have to deal with the consequences of it. One of the mistakes we make in British politics is we think the hard part is us deciding what kind of relationship we want with Europe, and the easy part is us telling them that that's what it's going to be. Some humility that our European counterparts also have quite a big agenda of their own to deal with also needs to be countered by the fact that I believe the damage that this Brexit has done has been so great. What we need is a salvage operation. We need to do something now for the 20,000 businesses who've just stopped trading with Europe. We need to do something now about the fact that President Trump is using economic tariffs as a national security measure. That, for me, is the worry, is that all the time we focus on the rejoin debate, what else we could be negotiating, what other progress we could be making has to be put on ice. And I think we owe it to the British public, to British businesses, to all the jobs that we've lost, to all the risks that we face, to try and do something now to start repairing that relationship, and something that can be done relatively quickly in partnership with the Europeans, where we look at what our mutual interests are around security, around reducing a lot of that trade friction, about getting to grips with what does happen to those different sectors. So for me, I'm very passionate about are the lessons that we can learn from Switzerland, because the alternative is absolutely to say to the British public, we can see the damage that Brexit has done. We want you to wait another 5 to 10 years before anything absolutely changes. I don't think that's the most progressive outcome. And actually, I think that's something that resonates across this country. If you look at the opinion polls, the public are never wrong. They have recognised that Brexit has not turned out to be the magic bullet they were told it would be, the shortcut to a better life. What they want now is us to deal with the problems that is created as quickly as possible. And I think that is the most progressive way forward. And I also think it's something that resonates in Makerfield, where they've got small manufacturers. It resonates in Walthamstow, where we've got businesses and people who've been affected by it. That, for me, is the very hopeful story that we need to be telling. That's why the summit matters, because it's a stepping stone to showing that actually, in a world where politics looks like nothing changes, change is possible.
Of course, the summit's been postponed.
Yeah.
Till later in the year.
And every month it's postponed is a month delay in implementing any deal that is done that could actually show the public that politicians don't just sit and shout at each other, they do try and find solutions. Because actually, whatever political stage you are, you want to show that you are there for a point, you know, that it's worth standing for election to get in there to do something, not just to say something.
Tim, final word to you before I open up to a few questions. Do you think that the regret that Stella's just been referring to in the opinion polls will ever turn into a movement for rejoin, if such a word exists? Is that a word?
No, George, no.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Well, I hesitate when we particularly have John Curtis here, who really knows these things better than I do, to declare confidently. But I know that when there was talk of a second referendum initially, the slogan that we at the sort of Vote Leave campaign were exploring was "tell them again," and "tell them again" it scored off the scale, and the issue is, and that is declining now in resonance. But this idea that this isn't just about Europe, it's about a political establishment that's never wanted this settlement, has never committed to it. That still is there. There is definite disappointment with Brexit. I would concede that to Stella, but there is also quite a significant lack of enthusiasm, put it that way, opposition to just going through the upheaval of this issue being reopened again. So I think a politician that championed a sort of a rejoin message, even where there will be a lot of sympathy, I think of people like my mum for that, but just, oh no, not again. Let's just deal with what we have. And so I think the most likely thing, in typical British sort of way, is we will muddle through with this way. And we will tidy up on the edges. And some of the points, Stella, you make about things that we need to probably, during the negotiations, I backed staying in a customs union. I thought we did need to compromise. There's probably compromise we still need to make in the way forward. The worry I have is how much will it be tidying up that all of us could probably largely and pragmatically support, and how much will be the sort of a rejoining by stealth, because people know that they can't achieve what they want democratically, and so it will be done sort of slightly under the table, which I would worry a great deal more about. But I suspect we will be closer to the European Union in 10 years' time, another 10 years' time, than we are now. Not anywhere near as close as we were 10 years ago, and I think that would be sensible. Whether it can be balanced in line with the democratic wishes of the British people, that's where people like me might start getting a little bit more...
In the spirit of finding common ground, Tim, where I think you and I would agree is the ultimate irony of Brexit is that we haven't taken back control to Parliament. Control has gone to the government. So actually, your question about what is being done by stealth, the answer for me is much more parliamentary scrutiny and engagement in this process. And one of the things I hope we do see in the coming months is a recognition that removing the European scrutiny and the debate and the discussion about this from Parliament was a mistake and needs to be corrected, because you and I might disagree about the outcome, but we ought to be able to debate, we ought to be able to bring in facts and evidence and have that scrutiny and show people the reason why you stand for politics and stand for Parliament is it does have a difference. It does make decisions. And the irony, I think, about both the deal that was done and the subsequent years is it removed parliamentary scrutiny entirely, having argued that this is about taking back control.
I'm going to offer you a fist bump.
Brave.
Very, very good. Right, on that harmonious note, thank you very much. Now we've got about 10 minutes for questions. If I could ask the questions to be quite brief and the answers likewise. And Hugo.
Yes, Hugo. Yes, Hugo Dixon, a commentator at large at Reuters. I created InFacts during the referendum and was one of the founders of the People's Vote campaign. Just to give my answer to your last question, George, but also to throw it forward, I don't know if we could be back in the EU in 10 years' time. It might be before, it might be after, or it might be never. Certainly the political reality isn't there yet, but there is growing perception that Brexit has been a disaster for what I call the 3 Ps: peace, prosperity, and the people. My view is that in order to get back to Europe, we will need a plan to get the enthusiastic support of the British people, and as soon as practical. So we need a plan. Nobody has a plan yet. And it needs to be not just, grudgingly, it needs to be enthusiastic, partly in order to get that handshake with our European friends on the other side of the Channel and the Irish Sea. So my question is really about how the panel thinks that Burnham, given his personal views, how he might play that in the coming years.
Very good. Before we go to answers on that, if everyone can maybe, because I might take 2 or 3 questions, then we could address them all at the end. But thank you very much for that, Hugo. Yes, sir, at the middle there.
Thank you. My name is Paul Adamson from Encompass. George, you mentioned just now the summit. I know the arguments in favour of these kind of summits are well known. They institutionalise, they formalise the relationship, they focus negotiators' minds and mind politicians' minds. But since the focus on this summit is about the delay, and it's already being seen as a slight failure of relationship between the 2 sides, especially on this side of the Channel, I just wondered to what extent you think that sometimes these summits are more trouble than they're worth. It kind of deforms and distorts the discussion which take place for the rest of the year before the actual summit itself takes place. Thank you. What's
the point of European summits, apart from giving us work as journalists? That's a really good question, Paul. Thank you. Yes, Anna.
Hi, I'm Jill Rutter from Institute of Government UK and Changing Europe. I just wanted to ask the panel whether if we do get a summit and we do finally get the deals on SPS and ETS, etc., do they think the experience of dynamic alignment will increase enthusiasm for more alignment in more sectors on that basis, or bring people up short, realise that actually being in the single market, bits of it, as a rule taker, is a pretty uncomfortable place to be, as Theresa May said in her Florence speech?
Fantastic. Okay, right. Well, those are 3 really interesting and broad questions. Maybe I could go around the panel in reverse order. Is that okay, Stella? So what will Andy Burnham do? What's the point of summits? Are they worthwhile? And dynamic alignment. Do we actually really want to be a rule taker? Facts democracy, they used to call it in the days when we had factories.
Let me try to, because again, it's a bit of a myth that we're not affected by the single market, even if we're no longer members of it. I had the glorious experience of being on the Statutory Instrument Committee, where the government minister at the end of the last Parliament said that if British businesses had met the European standards and had the European charter mark, they'd also met British standards for goods, because the government had spent 5 years trying to bring in a British system of charter marks, and British businesses said, well, hang on a minute, we don't want to run 2 separate systems of standards. So if you're going to make us choose, we'll always choose to split the European ones, because that's a bigger market for us. Being outside of the single market doesn't mean that we are unable to avoid their rules, because the realities of economics means that we want to be able to trade. So I think it's overblown. I do think, Jill, people will see, there's been a 29% drop in agri-foods exports. Anything we can do through the dynamic alignment process to reduce that and to get that SPS deal and to help British farming, I think will be very, very welcome. It will also help. It won't tackle the higher cost of living in this country, but it all helps and it all adds up. I do think there's also a conversation to be had about chemicals industry, about pharmaceuticals, about our car industry, because again, as I said to Tim, look, our supply chains are interconnected. The idea that there isn't a benefit to reducing that friction in terms of jobs, in terms of investment, in terms of stability of trade in an uncertain world is very clear. That's why trade summits matter, Paul. Of course it matters to do a deal, to show people that a deal is possible as a stepping stone to what else you can do next. You and I would probably agree that we want to have a meaningful deal. We want something where people can see the benefit, can see what difference it's making. I do tell you, go and talk to the British businesses struggling with the 27 different pieces of paperwork that they now need to import people. And they say, even if we went down to 5, that would make a difference. So I think it is worth fighting for. It's also about those broader contexts, about rebuilding that relationship with our European counterparts. And I think for Andy Burnham, that is going to be a very important moment to show that he understands that question of geography, that understands that question of the changing pieces, the kaleidoscope of the world that's moving at the moment. Will we need to be able to make the case? Look, that's on all of us. And I'm very mindful with the great legend Neil Kinnock in the audience about, how do we make the case across this nation about the value of cooperation? Because that's what we're really talking about. That is going to be an argument we need to have within the Labour movement. As chair of the Labour movement, I absolutely relish the challenge to work. I was talking to Red Wall MPs about this yesterday and about actually what we share in common, about wanting our businesses to be able to trade, about our manufacturing sector not being hit by the Made in Europe process. It's also a great rule to remember in politics. Things can get better. They can also get worse. We haven't really talked about Putin. We have talked a bit about Trump. The uncertainty in the world calls for us to be in the room to work with others to make this nation stronger and safer and more prosperous. Do we think that we are more likely to achieve that by having the summit, by working with our counterparts, asking what their mutual interests are, or just simply turning up and saying, take it or leave it? I know which answer I need to give to my constituents who I need to be accountable to. That's the process ahead of us, and I think Andy Burnham gets that most of all.
Okay, thank you. Anand.
My hunch is that Burnham will downplay the EU relationship, and my hunch is that partly because the reset's been a nightmare, and partly because he needs growth by 2029. And actually, if you want growth quickly, you're better off focusing on domestic reforms than what are slim pickings unless you do something major with the EU. I do disagree with you, Paul, on summits, because I think summits give you a deadline. I think without summits, we probably wouldn't get anything done. I think they focus minds quite nicely. And from the British point of view, summits are crucial because we want a future agenda. We want to sit down and come up with something that says, and what is more, in the future, we're going to do A, B, and C. And I think summits are quite useful. On Jill's point, I think you can get away with dynamic alignment in terms of public opinion on things that aren't massively salient, so you can get away with it, agri-foods probably. What I would say, and this is teaching, you know this better than me, is I think we've got a real problem with the British state when it comes to alignment at the moment, which is the civil service is simply not being able to keep up with what the European Union is doing. They're already got to deal with the protocol, they've got to deal with areas where we align, areas where we diverge. You add another layer, which is the European Commission on the phone every week saying you haven't done this which you signed up for. It's putting real strain on the machinery in Whitehall, and that's only going to get worse.
Yeah. Tim.
I'll largely agree with Alan on the answer to Jill's question, the summit question, so I won't repeat those. I think on Andy Burnham, I just make this point. I was in the Conservative Party for 3 decades. I only just about understood the Conservative Party after 3 decades. So I'm not going to profess to understand the Labour Party looking from the outside. But I do think it will make a difference to the governance of this country that we now have an MP, or soon we'll have a Prime Minister, I think, who represents a seat that leans to reform thinking than, for example, a PM who up until, well, the PM we have now represents a North London seat, of quite a prosperous North London seat, with full of Remain voters and sort of full of people with a relatively higher income. And so that's why, again, I agree with Anand. I think the idea that Andy Burnham is going to move the country or the Labour Party closely towards the European Union, I think that would be difficult because he won handsomely last week. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. But technically, it's still a marginal seat. I think he won a lot of froth last week. I think he will be mindful of that seat. He will need to win it at the next election, and he'll be meeting and listening to those constituents regularly. I think that will mean that the current Prime Minister and the new Prime Minister are different in their mentality and their worldview.
And finally,
I'll be really quick. I basically agree with what Stella said on dynamic alignment. Just on the point of the summits, I mean, how was explained to me last week, when it kind of, the date was finally agreed, we assumed there'd been some sort of breakthrough, had they come to an agreement, for example, on student fees, and the answer came back resoundingly no. But what they were excited about was that it gave them momentum. And that, as you know, I think it was Anand said, you know, you've got to have a deadline, because otherwise, a bit like a journalist, I would never write anything if somebody wasn't standing there screaming at me, telling me that I had to deliver my copy at 5 o'clock. So I think that it is all about sort of momentum. I'm really interested in your question about how you create a climate amongst people to actually positively engage in it. I was quite shocked, actually. I don't write about Brexit very often anymore. We did write about nothing else for years and years and years. But when I did write about it the other day, my Twitter feed was full of vile abuse, basically. And I was shocked that even 10 years on, the debate is still as toxic as it is. You know, even writing about a kind of economic forecast, you know, I was being called a liar, a scumbag, you know, you name it. And I really think that the only way that you can engage positively on this issue is start talking to our young people, who I think, in the discourse that we have in politics these days, are the forgotten constituent. We do not talk about young people enough. We talk about giving them the vote, but we don't actually talk about anything else. And I'm really interested in sort of working with a kind of around a kind of youth campaign now, because I think that we are really failing this generation of young people. I've got loads of children myself, so I do have a vested interest. But I do think, in terms of engaging them in a conversation about Europe, at the moment, you know, I think, and I say this from personal experience, having young boys who are constantly on their phones, they are very susceptible to the narrative that comes from Nigel Farage, because he's all over their TikTok accounts. So a lot of their politics, when they come and sit down and talk to me over dinner, I'm surprised by how much of it is kind of reform-facing conversation. So I think if there is going to be a new sort of discourse about the European Union, we've got to start with our young people, because after all, it is that generation, given everything we've said about how long it would be likely to take if we ever got back into rejoining the European Union, who are going to benefit from it and who are going to get the most from it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your questions. I'm sorry we've run out of time. It's time for a coffee break. Thanks for the questions. Could I just say and ask you to show your appreciation for what has been a very measured and non-toxic debate from our panellists, Caroline Wheeler, Tim Montgomery, Anna Menor and Stella.
Are you enjoying it?
Good, yeah. Apart from the abuse.
I'm sorry about that. I shouldn't have written this.
But now you can
have been understated so far. Sorry, John. I haven't touched anything yet. Why don't you?
I haven't touched any, but they look suspiciously to me like the previous panel's glasses, but they may not be.
Is there in an emergency?
Exactly.
I think you're right, it's too hot in here already.
Evan and I did make that decision earlier, John. Thanks for joining us.
I put a tie on, but take the jacket off. Oh, hang on, I've got my...
Oh, you can't. You've got your...
Ah. Technology. What a good idea.
Which station? Which station?
I thought it was intelligent you said that, mate.
If it's
lateral problem solving.
Old Oak Common, we're in trouble. If it's Charing Cross, we'll be all right. I think we should start and then bring her in.
We've got a
Just,
yes. About to turn up.
You're ready for us to start? Yeah. Oh, I think we'll get going. Hello, everybody. We meet with crazy weather, a World Cup going on, and a political transition. I find my head is exploding at this point. And I thought this was going to be a very historic event for having two Curtises on one panel, but I'm told they have been on a panel. You chaired a panel with your...
I had to get him first.
So it's not even historic. But however, we will be making it historic in other respects. Now, our discussion, which may not sound very distinct from the previous one under George Parker, our discussion is the economics and politics of UK-EU relations. It helpfully allows us to discuss some history, but also, to some extent, the future. So we might want to do a little bit of both of those without entirely stomping on other sessions in this great event. I actually would love, if I had been organising this, I would have called this session Settled Status, the Futile Quest for a Stable Relationship Between Britain and the Continent. That's not what it's been called. But when we were out, it seemed like we needed to be getting into the EU. When we were in, it never felt like we stopped negotiating with the EU, and then we came out. And it's more or less felt like we're in a permanent discussion about what our relationship should be ever since. So we'll discuss that and other points. Now, we have a great panel here. It's John Curtis. We have Callum Miller, the Lib Dems Foreign Affairs spokesperson. Ruth Curtis, who runs the Resolution Foundation. Pippa Crerar, Guardian journalist, is at the back being mic'd up, has been racing here with great dedication from a delayed train, and Pippa will come and join the panel. I thought before we start, I think we just should reflect on what happened yesterday and whether it has anything to do with Brexit. Whether there was a debate on Twitter about, did Keir Starmer fall because of Nigel Farage? If so, was that a Brexit-related toppling of a prime minister, or is it literally nothing to do with the events of the referendum of 10 years ago? And I just thought I might just give you each a chance just to say something about Keir Starmer, Andy Burnham, what's been going on, and then we'll get into more of the depth of the last 10 years. But so, John, do you want to just start with a reflection?
Yeah, the answer to you is yes and no. I mean, let's start in good academic fashion. The no bit is that Brexit doesn't account for the fact that Keir Starmer is not a very good politician, that he doesn't sense things politically, and also the constant complaint that virtually every commentator about this government has made is that there was no sense of political narrative that gave it a sense of direction, that gave people an idea that they were being led somewhere or another. That's nothing to do with Brexit. On the other hand, of course, as the Prime Minister quite perceptively and very accurately said yesterday in his resignation statement, the reason why I'm being dumped by my colleagues is because they're concerned that they're going to lose their seats to Reform. And Reform is a Brexit-related phenomenon. Support for reform is running at about 50% amongst those people who voted leave. It's running at less than 10% amongst those who voted remain. Now, they're not simply voting for reform because of the Brexit issue. The crucial point is that Brexit is a signifier of a wider set of attitudes, which we can call anti-woke or socially conservative or whatever. But it's the folk who are they're not just concerned about Brexit, they're concerned about immigration, they're concerned about diversity, they are deeply sceptical about equalities policies, and they don't think that Britain should be apologising for its past, for its empire, for slavery, or any of that woke nonsense, all right? It's this British Social Attitudes chapter that we launched a couple of weeks ago shows very, very clearly. It's very, very much a niche market. The reform voters are very, very clearly demarcated by not just Brexit, but their broader social conservatism. But insofar it is that phenomenon that is ahead in the polls, albeit only at 27%. And I think we tend to forget that it's only at 27%. Because of that, and that Labour MPs at least think that reform are the principal enemy on which they have to focus, and an enemy to whom they are currently losing. And because they didn't think that Keir Starmer could deal with that, he's gone.
Right. That's a really clear answer and raises a very interesting point about the politics of our relationship with the EU, of it being a signifier of a lot of other things as well. We'll come to that. I just want you each to have a chance to comment on yesterday. Come on, Callum.
Well, look, we're excited to have the opportunity for a new Prime Minister, one who'll probably take up office when Parliament's not sitting. So those of us in Parliament will have to wait till September to have a chance to find out what he's about. Look, I mean, I broadly agree with John on the first point, which is that the immediate cause wasn't reform. Keir Starmer's failure to give direction to his party is the reason that his party has thrown him out. But I think there's three ways that I would think of in which the history of Brexit has led to that challenge. One is on growth. I mean, the Labour government came in and said we want to deliver growth, and the sticking to the red line, sticking to the Tories deal on Brexit has really hampered that objective and has made it much harder for the governing party. Secondly, I think the unwillingness, really, of the Prime Minister to talk about the challenges the country faces and set them in the context of the global financial crisis, Brexit and COVID has given nobody a narrative as to why they should be making the sacrifices that the government has periodically asked them to make, and that has not contributed well to political strategy. So to the extent that Reform has successfully created a murder around that topic, it didn't help Starmer lay out a strategy. And then finally, to John's last point, I think tactically, Labour has been caught between whether to face towards the Reform challenging seats in the north or some of the more urban and southern seats where their challenges are more Green Party and the Liberal Democrats. And that indecision has left his party and its MPs feeling concerned for their future, whichever tribe they're in, with the result that they don't want him to lead them towards the next general election.
Okay. Ruth, do you want to reflect on that?
Yeah, well, I would just add to that. I think, as Callum says, in some ways it will come to the question we're going to talk about, which is to what extent, for all the competence questions about Keir Starmer, the challenges that he has faced as a Prime Minister come back to the economy not having grown since 2019. And so, the extent to which that is driven by Brexit is also fundamental to how much the challenges
And I'm going to get you to talk about that in a second. Pippa, a little comment on yesterday. Any thought about, is it Brexit that brought down, or is it Farage that brought down the Prime Minister?
Well, I agree with much of what the rest is. Sorry for being late, first of all. Trains can't cope in the heat. I'd agree with much of what the rest of the panel say. I just had a couple of things. One is that I remember having a conversation with Keir Starmer, now he's on his way out, I suppose I can recount it, in which we talked about the challenge around the time of the last Labour Party conference, when Andy Burnham was starting to make rather more overt manoeuvres than he had been. And Keir Starmer said to me, look, anybody who thinks that they are going to take on this job and find something different than I have encountered is basically living on another planet. And he mentioned several areas, including obviously the international picture. But the one he really honed in on was the economy. That the change of personnel at the top, yes, you might end up with a better communicator, somebody that appeared more authentic with the public, that maybe had better political judgment, all those different areas, but ultimately they would face the same problems, and the economy and lack of growth was at the heart of that. So the Labour Party has, as the others have reflected, come to the conclusion that in order to take on the reform threat at the election,
They would rather have Andy Burnham rather than Keir Starmer. But fundamentally, Andy Burnham is not going to be able to deliver that sort of victory that they're after unless he's also able to get to grips with the economy. And that's a really, really difficult picture. There's been very little said so far in the Makerfield by-election or in the days since about what his position would be towards the European Union. But he is aware, and I know this, that we're in a slightly different position than we were 2 years ago when Keir Starmer began his premiership, in that there's another consideration, which is that we have these three poles of influence, and I'm sure we'll come on to this, that these three poles of influence globally, the European Union, China and the States, and we need to work out our place in that if we want to improve economic growth, and that's obviously a much bigger picture. I mean, very little of what Andy Burnham is going to do about that.
All right, I think those are all really, really useful starting points, actually, and we hadn't planned that, obviously, because we didn't know Keir Starmer was going to announce his resignation yesterday. Let us, because we need to do some politics, but we also want to do some economics. I want, Ruth, just you start us off on where you think we are on the economic cost or benefit of Brexit. We had a little bit of discussion in the previous panel. There's been enormous focus on an NBER paper, which did involve some very reputable economists that kind of put it at 6 to 8% of national income. It has been much poo-pooed as a ridiculously large number, given the size of our growth compared to, say, France, or where it would have left us to France if we had that. But I'd like you, if you would, just to talk us through where you think we are, or where expert thinking is on the economics.
Yeah, thanks, Evan. I mean, look, I think we could spend a long time arguing about whether the GDP hit has been 6 or 8 or 4 or even 2. I think it's very hard to find anyone who doesn't agree that it's been quite big and it's been quite bad. So I don't want to get too lost in the kind of specifics of different studies, but I do think it's worth just touching on that debate a little bit. And as I said earlier, you know, because the economy's grown so poorly since the financial crisis, it can sound like one story, but it's not one story, right? Since 2019, it's been basically flat in GDP per capita, 0.1% GDP per capita growth. Even in the decade after the financial crisis, we achieved 1.3%. So, as someone said earlier, things can get worse as well as getting better. And so I do think it's worth some careful diagnosis as what happened since 2016, what's happened since 2019. Obviously, the pandemic complicates that picture, but we have to try and unpack it and dig underneath it a little bit. The study that you mentioned include reputable authors, including Greg Thwaites from the Resolution Foundation. So, and I think what that paper does is look at different ways you can compare these different countries. We've played with those comparisons as well. And what I would say is it's quite hard to get a number below 4. So you can disagree with different comparisons, but I can't find a way to get a number lower than 4 through those sorts of comparisons. And the second half of the paper is sometimes forgotten, which looks in a more micro sense at what's happened to different businesses, at businesses that were more or less exposed to the EU, and comes up, you know, similarly with a 6% number from looking completely separately, kind of bottom up. And I suppose whether it's 4 or it's 6 or it's 8, we mustn't forget how big all of these numbers are. So the planning reforms, I think, are the biggest ever domestic reform that the OBR have scored. That achieved 0.4% on the level of GDP. So in policy impacting growth space, even 2% of GDP is a very, very, very big number. And I wanted to say, though, some ways in which I think it has been different from what economists expected, and maybe just briefly illustrate that when we zoom in on trade a little bit, because I think it helps to kind of bring some of these macro numbers to life. So one thing that's definitely been different in it is it's been more like a slow puncture than a big immediate shock. That makes it harder to unpack. It also makes it harder to explain. Some other things that have been different are, and what we've done is look particularly at, but what's happened to Britain's trade exports. So it's not hit services in the way we expected, and it's hit goods worse than we expected. So Britain's transition to a service-led economy has been 3 times faster since Brexit than it was in the 17 years before. But that's come from services kind of maintaining their position in a way perhaps we didn't expect, but goods reducing their position. So if the UK had maintained its good exports at 2019 levels, we'd have 74 billion more exports than we do, about 25% higher. Now that probably wouldn't have happened, but in fact they fall by 10. And when you look at what's happened to the UK exports compared to other countries, we have been uniquely hit in a way that other countries haven't. Even though other countries have been affected by China, they've been affected by energy costs. So there is something particular that's happened to the UK that seems to happen about when the Trade and Cooperation Agreement comes into place. The other thing is it's hit our exports to the EU and to non-EU. So there was a thought that perhaps what would happen is we would shift our economy to trade more with countries outside of the EU. In fact, it looks like the effects have been much more pernicious than that maybe supply chains are sufficiently complicated that actually this slow puncture has affected our trade with the rest of the world in general, not just with the EU. So it hasn't taken the shape that we expected. And I think it will be important to think about that when we think about what next, which maybe we'll come on to talk about. But I think it's very hard to say it hasn't been a reasonably big, reasonably bad effect.
And the two counterpoints to what you've just said, Ruth, are one, we have had a lot worse energy costs than other countries, and that accounts for a lot of the manufacturing decline of the last 5 years. And we had a worse pandemic in that we kind of went into the pandemic with worse public health than France and Italy and other countries, and so we've had more of a kind of a long-term sickness aftershock to the pandemic, which has sort of eaten through the economy.
But for example, when you look at what's happened to trade exports across the world and how different countries have been affected by energy shocks, there are other countries like Sweden and Switzerland who've had big energy price shocks who haven't had the same trade effect as us.
Okay. Perhaps the rest of you would like to comment on what Ruth has said. Do we think that is a consensus view? Do we think that is understood by the public? Is that still in litigation, I suppose, that kind of central issue?
Come on, Pippa first. I mean, there's obviously a dispute over whether it's 2% or 6%, but I think most people accept if they focus on the economics that it has been damaging in that regard. But I guess what Reform would say is that the opportunities of Brexit weren't properly pursued, and that if they had been, then it might have been a different outcome. And also, I think it's really important not to forget what kind of got the Remain campaign here in the first place, which was that they made the assumption that people would be voting based on what was good or not for the economy rather than how they felt about being part of the bloc, whether that was concerns over sovereignty or immigration, or, as we'll come on to later, how they felt about the national government and what it was telling them. And so I think anybody that's trying to sort of frame the argument now in terms of the economics needs to just remember that
it's not the economy stupid.
It's not. Well, it is, but it isn't.
It is and it isn't.
It's how the economy impacts on people's lives, but blinding people with a bunch of figures isn't going to win them over.
It is and it isn't.
You're living up to type here, John.
Absolutely. So the way in which it isn't is that it's not the economy about which Leave voters are most disappointed. What they're most disappointed about is the fact that they now think that Brexit has been responsible for an increase in immigration rather than a reduction. And those arguments about the Boris wave. And it's then, Pippa's then quite right, however, is that if Leave voters think that that Brexit's resulted in a failure to reduce immigration, it's actually resulted in an increase in immigration, they tend to blame Boris Johnson and the Conservative Party. Right? Many fewer Leave voters think that Brexit's been economically damaging than think that it's resulted in higher immigration. However, it seems to be that is the issue that potentially causes people to change their minds. So if you actually try to look to see what are the issues, what are the perceptions that are correlated with that minority, it is still very much a minority, but the minority of people who voted Leave in 2016 who now say they'd vote to rejoin, it's their perception of the economy that's crucial. If you think that Brexit's been economically damaging and you voted Leave, then there is a reasonably high probability that you might have changed your mind. But if you think immigration, it doesn't make any difference. And I think, again, to align what Pippa is saying, it's still the case. The one thing that even Remain voters will acknowledge, and Leave voters certainly still tend to hang on to, is what David Frost was talking about this morning. It's about control. Yeah. It's about Britain being able to do its own thing. But I think there's then one other thing we need to realise, if we want to understand where public opinion is at now, is that actually the reason why public opinion has shifted from what was 52-48 in favour of Brexit to now being roughly 60-40 rejoin, it's partly to do with the fact that Leave voters are less likely to say they would vote to stay out than Remain voters are to say they would rejoin. There is a bit of a gap there, but we have to remember now that there are 10 years worth of our population who were too young to vote in 2016. And there's also then a substantial body of other people who just didn't do so. And if you actually look at the perceptions of the people who did not vote in 2016, whether they were too young or not, their perceptions of the consequences of Brexit look, including on the economy, look much closer to the views of Remain voters than those of Leave voters, and that therefore basically the folk who didn't vote in 2016 are about 3 to 1 if they express a view in favour of rejoining. And amongst the 18 to 24-year-old group, it's very, very clear. So demographic turnover and the perceptions of those who didn't get involved in the debate in 2016 are now a crucial part of the reason why public opinion looks now rather different. But again, the economy is a crucial part of all of that.
That's a really important point, that demographic. But Callum, on the economics.
Well, I mean, just briefly to build on what I think Pippa was saying, as someone who's out knocking on doors and talking to businesses in my constituency, generally speaking, people are not opening that door and saying, what's happened to growth in our economy? They're saying, why are prices going up and why public service is so bad? And obviously the two are related, because a lack of tax revenue is one of the reasons why we haven't got the public services we would like, and a lack of growth in the economy is one of the reasons that we're challenged around cost of living and so on. So I think, as John's alluding to, for us as a political party, as Liberal Democrats who think that we've made a great mistake in having such a firm severing of our relationship with the European Union, it's absolutely about making that linkage and making sure that people understand the link between the macro arguments in Nick Bloom and everybody else's paper and actually what people are experiencing. I think, and John will correct me if I get this wrong, but I perceive, as he's just alluding to, there's a growing number of people who are making that linkage, not just those who are directly exposed as business owners and so on to some of the costs, but also people putting two and two together and seeing how this is directly impacting on their lives. And I think that is part of the story of a change in sentiment. Okay.
I think the point is, if they make the link, that's what shifts them from the pro-Leave position.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's only a minority at the moment who take that.
Ruth, there's a difference between saying we've lost 4 or 5% of GDP as a result of Brexit and saying we will gain 5% of GDP by trying to chip away at Brexit and sort of nudge our way back in. What is the... I mean, there's a very big argument about whether anything more than the current reset is achievable, and whether the EU will entertain anything, because they don't want cakeism, and they don't want Britain to have a single market in goods, but not in services. They're not going to allow us that. But where are we on the kind of the benefits, economic benefits or costs of unwinding Brexit?
Yeah. No, I agree, and I think we should be clear that in general, these estimates combine a sort of long-run effect with the fact that we had this period of time where there was more uncertainty, where investment was damaged in a way that might prove temporary. So I don't think we can go from the cost was 4 or 6 or 8 to there's a magic way to get that back, particularly as, rejoin might involve a different deal from the one that we had before. But kind of to your proposed title for the panel, Evan, I also am not sure there's a way in which we can stand still. The world has changed an awful lot as well. I don't think there is, we are going to continue to have to work out the relationship that we want with our largest trading partner, and we're going to have to try even harder to do that in a world where actually the general trading picture is much less stable. And that will be, I think, harder to do on our own in a world where the US and China and others are using more aggressive policies. So I'm not sure there's a standstill answer. But we shouldn't lose sight of, a small chunk of this lost growth and trade is still worth having. So actually, you know, having real conversations.
Percent of GDP is
right?
really, yeah.
So having real conversations about whether there are other sectors where dynamic alignment makes sense, whether, you know, medicines is an example of a sector where we had a comparative advantage, we're losing that advantage, but it's not yet lost. And actually, you know, we do have to be quite tactical and strategic, and those sorts of things are worth doing and worth having. And then there's a much bigger question about whether a custom, you know, at the end of the day, the big gains would only come from a customs union.
Do you think it's also worth saying, and I know that the government would argue that this is just a starting point, this first year of the reset, but the sort of the 3 deals which they've been looking at, agri-foods, youth mobility and emissions trading, would contribute something in the region of 0.3% of GDP over 15 years. So that's, you know, yes, it's a starting point, but that's just to give you sort of an idea of scale.
So not as much as planning reform, if according to my daughter's
Not quite
estimates.
as much as planning reform, but comparable to the biggest domestic growth policy.
Given that most things don't do anything, don't move the dial, 0.3% is a very good day at the office if you can boost that. I want Callum, I want you to reflect, because John said something about why Brexit voters don't feel it's gone very well, and he put it down to immigration. Callum, talk us through, because I think we could accept there is a perception that it hasn't worked. Put aside the economic costs, or including the economic costs, that somehow it hasn't worked. We haven't availed ourselves of the opportunity that the Brexit side wanted, and it certainly hasn't worked from the point of view of those who are keen on Remain. Talk me through what's gone wrong. We're 10 years on from that Brexit vote. It's been the most tumultuous 10 years in this country's history in my lifetime. And what went wrong, Callum?
Where to start, Evan? Well, I mean, as you've alluded to, for those who were staunchly of a Remain viewpoint, the fact that things have gone badly is not a surprise. So I don't think we need to spend too long on them. I think the more interesting question is for those who advocated leaving, how has the manner in which we've left not delivered on the ambitions that they had? And as John and I think Pippa said, you know, take back control was a powerful message, and it implied a number of things that spoke to people's emotions about the country we live in, about our relationship with our nearest neighbours, which got to immigration, and it got to the question of sovereignty to the extent that people put a number of different things around that meaning, but fundamentally who's making the rules. And what we discovered, what successive prime ministers discovered as they sought to negotiate things in the period immediately after the referendum, was just how integrated so many of our systems are. So I would say that we ended up with a hard version of Brexit from a political separation point of view, but very rapidly realised that actually we were far more integrated than people had acknowledged before. So whether it's exporters who are still effectively taking European rules because they want to have access to the European market, and it makes far more sense for them to keep going with the rules they were under, or whether it's, you know, we could talk quite a bit about immigration, where a presentation that it was the European Union that represented the greatest risk to the UK in terms of control of our borders was rapidly undone by the panicked measures of the Conservative government to try to replace some of the workers who had left through a combination of Brexit and COVID. But what that has left for those who had this ambition that we were going to somehow not only be in more control, but also avail ourselves of that in such a wonderful way that it would boost growth, increase our standing in the world, control migration in the ways that we wanted it to, is that those things have been very, very hard to realise. I think the other thing that's only fair to mention, and Ruth alluded to this earlier, is, you know, the world happened around us. So whether it was COVID or whether it's in the last 2 years been Trump's time in the White House, the world has materially changed. Yep. Now, those of us who are critical of the, I would say, false prospectus of some of those who argued for this wonderful change, you know, it would have been naive to think the world would never change around us. These have just been the 2 ways in which it has, and they might be deemed to be quite dramatic, but nevertheless, they are really significant factors. And what they have highlighted is, frankly, a lack of resilience in our country to respond to those things, and that in many respects, some of our resilience over the previous 40 years had been built up in partnership with our European partners, and therefore not having those structures within which to operate when everything seemed to be going wrong made it really challenging. And I think there is this real tension between stability on the one hand, you know, governance arrangements within which we then have disagreements about whether things are settled and tearing down those governance arrangements and then trying to work it all out. And I would argue what we've seen is it's just been incredibly hard for the British system to adapt to doing those two things at once, coping with a totally new framework and some very substantial external shocks. And that's been a big factor, though I would argue strongly not the principal or only factor as to why it's been impossible to realise some of those dreams.
So we thought we were taking back control and found we weren't taking back control, and where we did take back control, we didn't do a very good job with this.
Well,
anyway.
but see, but there's a fundamental point behind this. It is very, very rare for arguments about constitutional relationships to simply be about the rights and wrongs of the constitutional relationship. Those who argued for Brexit were arguing for a certain policy perspective, and you heard it again from David Frost this morning. It was essentially one of lower immigration and less in the way of regulation of the economy, etc., etc. And their disappointment, therefore, is that, therefore, we have not used the powers of Brexit the way we do it. But it's exactly the same thing with Scottish independence. You know, a lot of people in the debate the independence of Scotland, you know, people who are in favour of independence say, well, if Scotland is independent, it can do this, that, and the other, like, for example, getting rid of nuclear weapons. And so issues that are about people's policy preferences get interrelated with their views about constitutional arrangements. And Brexit is, you know, is not exceptional in that respect. But in a sense, the reason, therefore, why many on the Leave side of the argument feel disappointed is because they thought once we had the sense to take back control, we would have the sense to use our political abilities to do what they wanted us to do. And unfortunately for them, that's not what's happening.
We turned out to be more European.
Well, and at the end of the day, the irony of the fact that we liberalise the rules on immigration for non-EU citizens will be one of the biggest ironies of the whole Brexit saga.
And I would just add to that, further to that quickly, that I think one of the problems of, and it's not just Brexit, it's political campaigns over the last decade and beyond, is that they either have deliberately not been clear enough about what the offer is, or the public has understandably all read into them in different ways. So by that I mean that everybody wanted something different from Brexit and expected it to deliver what they wanted. And then when it didn't, it sounds kind of obvious, but when it didn't, of course, they were disappointed. And that disappointment is something which I think has become systemic, really. I can't think of the last time that, you know, across the board, there was a policy that any government brought in over the last 10 years, which was overwhelmingly popular. I mean, I exaggerate. Of course, there are a couple of things. But it feels like the instinct now is to go for, well, this isn't working, and then very quickly to move on to, well, we need to change it then. And therefore, this short-termism has crept into our politics when really the only solution to some of these problems, whether it's Brexit, whether it's the sort of foundations of our economy and getting growth, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's public services, is a long-term solution. But people don't have the patience anymore. And I think politicians are really afraid of making the difficult, you mentioned this at the beginning, Callum, afraid of making the difficult arguments because it's not necessarily going to be, you know, go down very well. But somebody has to, right?
It has got very short-term, it feels to me. Ruth, last reflection on why it's gone wrong, because I think possibly, if the UK public's tastes of what kind of political economy we want to live in, are we going to be the United States or Singapore, or are we going to be like our continental brethren? If we're going to choose to be like our continental brethren at every opportunity to make that choice, it does seem like Brexit's a lot of trouble for not very much control to be exercised. If you're going to be Singapore-on-Thames, then maybe it is worth Brexiting, because you are going to make a change. It just may be the public never really wanted that Singapore-on-Thames model, and so it just wasn't going to happen.
But it's also interesting that, you know, Lord Frost talked this morning both about regulation and tax, and we kind of lump these things together. So there's a sense in which Brexit and a lower tax regime seem to be connected in a way that I'm not sure is necessary and certainly hasn't proved apparent. So actually, to the extent what we're really having a debate about is whether we over or undertax the economy, and the challenge that's been happening in the background that is not connected to Brexit is all of the challenges of the public finances that actually come from our, you know, unchangeable demographics, that come from the need to spend more on defence that come from a change in the interest rates when we have high debt. All of those things would be true with or without Brexit. And I think sometimes Brexit has been a proxy debate for us not having a conversation about if we want lower taxes, we can be in or outside of the EU, but we need to deliver a different set of public services.
Right, yeah, okay. I want to move the conversation on. And Pippa, I want you to lead us off on this next chunk, which is whether Brexit is the cause of the turbulence, political turbulence we've had over the last 10 years, or whether Brexit was simply a symptom of a turbulence that was there, ready to unfold, and whether we would have had a turbulent 10 years, even if we had voted Remain potentially 10 years ago today.
But I think the underlying, I think it definitely was the underlying symptoms, but Brexit has made the turbulence worse, is the way I'd characterise it.
That's like a John Curtis answer.
That's a John Curtis answer. But I will go into
join the cup.
But I will expand. I think all of these things are very difficult to pin to one particular event. But if you were to put me on the spot and say, what was the one event in the last couple of decades that has transformed our political culture, I would point actually to the financial crash rather than to Brexit. And what has happened to the economy since then? You know, living standards stagnating, lower real wages, higher prices. I mean, you can look at all sorts of different metrics. And crucially, in the context of Brexit, sort of a regional disparity as well, because obviously there was quite sort of geographical polarisation when it actually came to the vote. Austerity in public services is another one. And I think all of that tapped into a discontent, so that by the time we got to Brexit, it tapped into discontent that people were already feeling about national politics and what they regarded as its failure to provide the answers to the problems that they faced. And crucially, a lack of agency to do anything about it. And that's why the Take Back Control slogan was so powerful, because it kind of gave people it felt like a sort of promise to them that it would restore power and agency with them. I mean, of course, there were people obviously who had concerns about sovereignty and borders and the economy and so on. But they weren't the ones, I would argue, that actually made a difference when it came to the result of the Brexit referendum. And worse than that, there were large chunks of the establishment, and by that I mean the political classes, Westminster government, the media, London-based institutions that failed to see that at the time. And there was such a sort of complacency in the Remain campaign that actually, caused them real harm ultimately, not just because of the perception, but also because they didn't sort of do the work where it needed to be done and make the arguments that needed to be made. It's sort of almost like a feeling about we know better. And on the other side of it was on the Leave side was the rise of populism, and what the Brexit campaign did do was turbocharge the forces of populism. Almost that, we were almost like canaries in the coal mine on that, or a petri dish, pick your metaphor, which we've seen globally since, whether that's on the eastern fringes of Europe, or most notably in the US since the Brexit referendum, and those sorts of arguments, as they were characterised, sometimes it was falsehoods, the 350 million quid on the side of a bus, or the posters about Turkey's going to rejoin the EU, and sort of some of the arguments which were made subsequently in the years that followed. They all, I think the media struggled to cope with it, actually. I think we had a responsibility as well. We didn't know how to deal with what were falsehoods, ultimately, or how to sort of balance the arguments. And so we played our part in that as well. I think the sort of the shock to the system of Brexit, of the rise of populism in the country, of that sort of disengagement and disillusionment that people have with the political system, has continued ever since. And a series of political leaders have failed us. The Conservatives have seemed more, in terms of Brexit, seemed more concerned about domestic politics than they did about actually negotiating a deal. It often felt, and certainly that's how it went down in Brussels. Reform sometimes seemed like or the predecessors to reform sometimes seemed they were more concerned about causing friction and division, but also felt that what they wanted to see from Brexit hadn't been delivered. And the Labour Party had an almost existential crisis about what the core vote felt. So I think all of those things led to that political instability, damaged the economy, was a blow to our international reputation, and it's all been sort of layer upon layer made worse by international shocks over subsequent years. And we haven't even got onto social media, but that's a whole other thing, which has kind of like turbocharged all of this and made it much more difficult to sort of get any sort of stability. And the most important outcome of it all is still that I think a lot of people feel right across the country that our political system just doesn't have the answers.
I mean, that's got to be a lot of it, hasn't it? The political and media class didn't understand how deep the anger was in essentially northern towns, where the towns are decrepit, everything looks grotty, and where the opportunities are limited. Not in the northern cities. The northern cities are sparkling clean. It's the towns, small cities. And I don't think we realised, and that was a wake-up call. But I just wonder whether, if they hadn't voted, if Brexit had slipped through, had been defeated 52-48 the other way, I just wonder whether those towns would have found some other way to kind of get everybody's attention. They would have like, you know what, we're not actually feeling like this is working for us. And how can we most prominently damage what we think you want us not to do? You know, how can we do what you don't want us to do?
We've seen general elections since, haven't we? In the way that people now vote against something rather than
and that was the end of Labour's coalition, which was sort of working class plus a sort of graduate progressive.
And what's going to be really interesting to see now is that this is slightly off track, but Andy Burnham, who was one of the few Labour politicians at the time who was concerned, did he not say something like, we need to be less Hampstead and more Hull when it came to the referendum campaign? You know, he kind of got that.
He sort of got it,
So does that, I mean, what does that look like now?
Yeah.
Who knows? Another day.
I know, I want to hear John, but I want to hear Callum first on this whole issue of whether Brexit was simply a symptom or a cause of something.
So I completely agree with Pippa that I think the underlying origin lies in the global financial crisis. You know, we had, as a extremely exposed economy, a real challenge coming through that, and I would say that the leadership of the country at the time did well to rally us internationally, but didn't have an open and honest conversation with the country about what that meant for us at home. And maybe we couldn't see it at the time, but if you think about where we got to in the 2010 election, and obviously this has been much litigated and argued about since, but fundamentally, both Labour and the Conservatives went into that election with broadly similar fiscal plans. And therefore, the kind of austerity narrative since, which has been very effective politically, is not entirely honest about the challenge that the country was going to face through that period. So the point being that parties haven't levelled with the country about the scale of that change and have essentially argued that we can just make a few adjustments and bounce back. So what do you then get? Well, it happens in financial crises around the world. When you have a big financial crisis, governments tend to intervene in order to protect capital because they're terrified about the banking system and other things are going to happen. It tends to have a very negative impact on inequality and you get a political reaction. What we had in this country was the opportunity for that political reaction to be, as John was alluding to earlier, all of people's policy and political instincts focused on a constitutional change, which is much harder to deal with than a change in government. So we might have had we had a general election in 2016 rather than a referendum, we might have had a very radical change through that general election, but it would have been one that the country have had to work out through subsequent political change. So I suppose I'm arguing that the drivers are, with Pippa, the financial crisis, a failure of political leadership to lay out what the consequences of that mean and what the country would need to do to respond to that, and consequently the invitation to those who were feeling unheard, unrepresented and disadvantaged to give the establishment a good kicking, and we provided the referendum as the way to do that.
Yeah, so in the US, they had a chance to vote for a radical president here. It was Brexit was the vehicle for getting attention. John, come in on this and then a quick...
Yeah, I'm tempted to say to Callum, one counterfactual we could think about is if the Democrats had not decided to join into coalition with the Conservatives in 2010, whether or not we would have ever got to having a referendum. You might want to think about that one. You started with the financial crash. Can we go back a bit earlier? I think the point is, in the end, Brexit was part of a debate about globalisation, right? And the problem with the financial crash is that globalisation meant that the economic benefits of globalisation, well, A, the risks were suddenly made manifest, and B, the economic growth that seemed to go with it was seemingly lost. But the social consequences of globalization were still with us, which are two big ones. Three big ones. One is migratory flows, right? Two, the fact that the West becomes a service economy, and in service economies, educational qualifications become so much more important to your position inside the labour market, which is why you end up getting a division between graduates and non-graduates. And thirdly, of course, what's also true is that the economic benefits of globalization were always uneven. But now, the industry, which in a sense, it kind of typifies the way in which globalization caused economic costs. If you just think of the classic English seaside town, right?
Yeah.
I am old enough to remember my parents grinning and enjoying the rain in Torquay, right? That was your summer holiday. Now, of course, with the liberalisation of the airline industry, etc., part of the European Union, we all now fly off to Malaga. Now, we probably no longer need to do so, but at least we've been flying off to Malaga or whatever to catch a bit of sun and a bit of heat. And therefore, the English seaside towns have suffered as a result because the economic model is gone. So we've still got the downside of globalisation, and we haven't had the upside. And Brexit was partly about that. But then going back, you're saying, well, is it the cause of our turbulence? I don't think it's the cause. I don't think you can say that Brexit is simply the reason why we've lost so many prime ministers. You can say it's true of Cameron. You can say it's true of May. With all due respect, I don't think it's true of Johnson. I don't think it's true of Truss. And it's certainly not true of Sunak, right? One had a somewhat loose relationship with the truth. One didn't listen to their civil servants, and Ruth can tell you more about that. And the other, lost an election, right? That's what's meant to happen. But if by turbulence we mean, has Brexit been important in creating the now much more fragmented political world in which we operate? Well, again, I would agree with Pippa. The way I would put it, it's helped to crystallise some of those forces that globalisation was helping to create. So the folk, therefore, who are non-graduates, who are in left-behind areas, and who are older people, and it's to older people, immigration happens to older people, and it's done by younger people. Therefore, it opens up that divide. But it affects our politics fundamentally in two ways. One is, if you think about it, what were the politicians thinking of, right? So the Conservative Party, in pursuing Brexit, was, because of the link between educational qualifications and attitudes towards the EU, was pursuing a policy that was more popular amongst people who do not normally vote Conservative. And the Labour Party, in being really opposed to Brexit, was similarly pursuing a policy that was more popular amongst middle-class people. And one of the things that happened, therefore, by 2019 and has not been restored is the link between occupational class and voting Labour and the Conservatives. Between them, they have managed to destroy the demographic base of the system that kept them as in a duopoly since 1945. And the second thing that Brexit has done is that it's changed the ideological character of our politics, right? I've already referred to the character of support for reform. And the crucial point to understand is that whether or not you are a social conservative or a social liberal, woke or anti-woke or whatever, your attitude on that dimension, which now is as strongly related to voting behaviour as where you stand on the left-right dimension about economic inequality, that people's attitudes on those two dimensions are unrelated to each other. And that's crucial, because it therefore means that there are bound to be fewer people in the centre. Because I might be a centrist economically, but I might be a raging social liberal. Or I might be a centrist on liberal conservative interests, but I may be on the left and the right. The centre is smaller. And therefore, the traditional Conservative and Labour strategy of, in essentially, one of us is a bit to the right of centre and one of us is a bit to the left of centre, and we create large coalitions, that becomes much more difficult to do. Right. And it opens up the space for parties like Reform and like the Greens, who are pursuing niche markets at one or other extreme ends of these dimensions, to be actually, that's now a viable strategy in a way it's not been for most of the Second World period. So that Brexit has, as it were, has pushed the issues of woke and anti-woke, which were already there, and the decline of class, which was already going on, it's crystallised it and pushed it further. But it does mean that between them, the Conservative and Labour Party managed to destroy a lot of the base upon which the traditional dominance of our politics rested.
The old demographics is gone. They haven't yet found a new one or quite worked out
exactly.
how to stabilise.
Yeah, and the other irony, of course, now Callum is here, I can't miss this one. The other irony, of course,
hoping I'm getting a right reply at some point.
The other irony is the party that has spent the last 40 years trying to break the mould of British politics is not the party which is currently breaking the mould of British politics.
It is very, very interesting. Ruth, I'll just give you a quick comment on this whole issue of cause or effect or symptom of instability. Then I'm going to open it to the floor for 5 minutes, and then I've got my settled status question. Will we ever find one?
So let me just pick up on the point about globalisation, because I think then we should start there and think what's happened after Brexit has been an acceleration of the UK's shift from a manufacturing to a services. So that if you're someone who voted for Brexit because of a concern about the effects of globalisation, you have quite good reason, I think, to be disappointed. And then when we think about what that means for our politics and our economics now, that group of people have not had their concerns addressed by the Brexit vote.
Although ironically, we are now trying to take more control of our economy because we are now more concerned about supply trains and the length of supply trains. And the globalisation process is now being challenged arguably even more than it was in the wake of financial
and not
crash.
just here. Not ready. Yeah. Look, I do want to take some questions from the floor. Time flies when you're having fun. I mean, we're racing through this. Anybody want to sort of ask a question, make a point? I'm going to take we'll take this lady at the front, then we'll take the gent in the light-coloured suit. But this one here, woman at the front here. And then we'll go there, and then we'll go... Is that... I can't see very well. Yeah, carry on.
Hi, it's Lisa O'Carroll from The Guardian. A question for John. Looking at the future of the Premiership, the Labour Party and the government, what sort of space do you think Andy Burnham has to open up any conversation about the EU, or do you think it is so high risk that it may just fall down the national priority list, the reset thing?
Hold that thought. Let's just take a few questions so we can... yeah, gentleman here. Yep.
Yes, sorry, it's John Peet from The Economist. You're dancing around a lot the issue of what went wrong with Brexit. I think my question is primarily for Callum, actually, because I think in retrospect, so what some people will say went wrong with Brexit was the choice of an extremely hard version of Brexit. Had the Liberal Democrats and the Labour Party voted for Theresa May to lead it,
that is a good counterfaction.
And refused to have an election in 2019.
Okay.
Perhaps we could have avoided that, but Ollie Robbins negotiated what could have been a fantastic deal for the UK.
Yeah, both sides took a risk, didn't they, on getting their version of it, and it was the Remainers that lost. And then we'll take... is it Tony Travers there with his hand up? I can't... Looks like Tony to me, but...
Hi, it's Tony Travers.
It is Tony, yes.
Sorry,
there's lights in my eyes.
Probably for Ruth predominantly, but for any member of the panel. I mean, the economic impact, 4, 6, 8, whatever the number of percentage points it is, given what else we know about the loss of particularly the impact on manufacturing and production industries more than services, is there some sort of operatically tragic implication that places that voted for leave, that their economy has been disproportionately affected by those numbers?
3 really good questions, and actually there's a bit of a spread there. John, will you do yours first? So just, and I'm sure you could give an hour on this, but just give us the AI summary of it. The space for Andy Burnham to sort of open this up again.
Okay, I mean, basically, I should declare I take the view that the attempt of the Labour Party between 2020 and 24 to try and reconnect with working class Leave voters by not talking about Brexit, that strategy failed. They thought they had to reconnect with the Red Wall to be able to win the election. They made a relatively marginal progress amongst those people who were in favour of Brexit as opposed to in favour of staying out. But of course, the size of that group diminished quite noticeably between 2019 and 2024. And they, as I've already alluded to, they completely failed to make any reconnection particular reconnection with working class voters. If anything, Labour's vote became even more clearly, core Labour vote, young middle class people living in this city. To that extent, at least therefore, I've always been of the view that because Labour's vote is something like 3/4 to 4/5 a pro-rejoin vote, that Labour has always had much more potential political opportunity to be able to go further in terms of our relationship with the European Union. But it does mean that the Labour Party has to end its hang-up about the Red Wall.
That's a really difficult thing for the Labour Party to influence.
Well, it's no longer.
It's no longer
a party that particularly represents the working class.
No,
I mean, this is
it has
reality.
to settle down. The demographics have broken up, and it maybe the new Labour Party is progressive graduates. Callum, that really good question about the counterfactual. Maybe it would be very different if the Remainer class in Parliament had gone with Theresa May.
Yeah, so John, thanks for such a straightforward and easy question for me to follow on to. Look, I mean, all these things are easier in retrospect, obviously. You were following it much more closely at the time than I was, so you will have your perspective, which is implied by your question. But you will also know that at that time, and it's part of what we've been discussing in terms of how politicians have reacted at different times to different parts of this great story, there were other forces at play, and there was a belief that it might be possible to force a different form of outcome, which is what drove those politics. Clearly, that was proven wrong at the ballot box with Boris Johnson's win, and it was proven wrong in the outcome in terms of a much harder form of Brexit being arrived at. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it was the wrong decision at the time. I think that, we now see my party, a number of other parties advocating for reimagining what the relationship should look like and going back beyond, in fact, that negotiated position to a deeper form of engagement with the European Union. And so it's very easy to sit here and say, well, maybe we should have grabbed it while we had it, and who would disagree with you? But I think a bit like John's challenge to me earlier on, which I didn't get around to reply to on the coalition. These things are easier to look back to. But in common with the challenge that in a way Pippa's laid down, I think I and others who joined Parliament the last 2 years with me take very seriously the obligation to think a bit more long term and think harder about how we learn from the last decade in terms of trying to take a longer term view of where we need this country to get to. And my implicit criticism as I've gone through has been of a failure to set that in its longer context and to think about some of the real challenges our country faces rather than governing by short-termism. So I accept the challenge, but I can't relitigate the past any more than you can.
Right. Okay, and then Ruth, we have the Tony Travers question, which is, and I think I know what your answer is going to be, but the irony of the places that most keenly voted for Brexit being the ones that maybe have suffered consequences more extreme.
Yeah, look, I think it's certainly the case that when you look at the pattern of what's happened to trade and the shift that's happened, that it's a further decline in manufacturing, and therefore if the counterfactual was expected to be a revival in those places, then that hasn't transpired. I think it does come back to the sort of question about we haven't talked about the economic model for the UK post-financial crisis, and there were in some ways two competing visions of Brexit. One was a going back on globalisation and doing more manufacturing, and another was Singapore-style deregulation, actually kind of doubling down on services. And we haven't ended up quite with either of those, but actually not having resolved that tension means that we haven't really got the benefits of either.
Right, now I wanted to end this discussion with where I started, my title for the session, Settled Status. And John, is it futile to think that there will be a settled status for this country in its relationship with the EU? Because it doesn't feel like we're there now, right? I mean, I don't think anyone's going to think we're there now.
Sure. I mean, at this point, I'm going to agree with David Frost. And I think the crucial failure of the European project in the United Kingdom was to make us feel European. Eurobarometer surveys when we were in used to show both us and Denmark as being the two countries that were least willing to say we're European. Well, the Danes have now decided they're European. And the crucial thing about that sense of identity is that therefore our relationship with the European Union was always transactional. And all coverage of European Union councils is, what's the Prime Minister got out of the council? Actually, I think one of the ironies now is that when we get reports about media coverage of the European Council, we get much more coverage about the European Council in general, as opposed to Britain, whatever Britain has or hasn't got out of it. And that's at the end of the day, the reason why we voted to leave is that, just on balance, what people regard as the transactional benefits and costs, the costs just somewhat outweighed the benefits. And again, we were talking about, back in 1975, we were told we had to vote for the European Union because France and Germany had enjoyed the post-war economic growth that we had not, and we were the sick man of Europe. By the time we got to 2016, we'd enjoyed, apart from the financial crash, but we'd had many years of economic growth. Meanwhile, the European Union had the Eurozone crisis. It was much more difficult to sell the European Union as an economically successful project. So I think the truth is, therefore, is whether we're in or out, for so long as we don't feel European, we are never going to reach a settled position. So I guess for those of you in the room who would like us to rejoin, then I think you have to realize the challenge is not just to convince us that it's in our interest, but actually to begin to persuade the UK public that this is a European country as opposed to part of the Anglo-Saxon world.
President Trump's doing a good job at, I think,
making
people feel that, incidentally.
He is, but psychologically, this is a country where France is halfway around the world and New Zealand is next door, right? It's because of the English,
because of the English
language.
The language.
If there's an earthquake on the South Island of New Zealand, we hear all about it. If there's one in Italy, it kind of gets to the bottom of the news agenda.
That's a very interesting observation. Pippa, do you have a view on whether there's a way out?
Well, I mean, I hope that one of the things that happens with the decade anniversary is that we can find a way of talking about Brexit that doesn't mean yet more division and divide. And if it does end up being a sort of a serious conversation at some point, as there may well be because of the generational shift that John mentioned, younger voters coming through, being more in favour of rejoining, if at some point in future we do have that conversation again, I hope we can learn the lessons of the last time. That's not really answering your question. I suppose I would just concentrate on the very short term and the fact that we look like we're going to have a new Prime Minister in 3 weeks, and whether that is going to make a difference. And my instinct is not, because he is, albeit...
representing a reform constituency.
Well, representing a reform constituency. So
personally, it's quite awkward for him.
He may be integrationist by inclination, but as Keir Starmer has found, you have to be cautious you have to, by necessity, you have to take small steps. I think the one thing is that there's not been or it doesn't look like there will be a proper leadership contest, which means that you won't have a series of Labour politicians pitching to the Remain-leaning membership, trying to outdo each other. So that sort of cautious approach is more likely to continue. And I will say, as somebody who interviewed Andy Burnham last year at Labour Party conference, we did a podcast with him, and we had a very sort of nuanced conversation about all sorts of things, including Brexit. And then right at the very end of it, we did the terrible journalistic thing of asking people to do a quick fire round. It's like a yes or no. And we asked him whether leave or remain. And he said, this question, will we go back in return to the EU? And he said, yeah, I think we'll go back in to the European Union in my lifetime. And then when the leadership contest or muttering started up again a few months ago, that's what everyone jumped on. And we had to point them to the actual nuance of the discussion, and a reminder to politicians everywhere probably that they shouldn't fall into the trap of us asking quick fire round questions.
Ruth, settled status. You were actually the one who said it's very difficult because the world changes around you the whole time.
Exactly, and I think in some ways there's settled status with Europe, and then there's I don't think Brexit is the biggest event to happen to world trade over the last decade. So we just risk having this conversation as if it's just a question about our relationship with Europe. And we actually need to get used to, for now, being a country that does set its own tariff rates, does make its own choices about trade with the rest of the world. And that has become a huge and a difficult question. We don't think about whether the default tariffs rates that we have that are actually high compared to other countries are a contributor to things like cost of living. We don't have those debates. We talk exclusively about our relationship with Europe, and maybe they need to become more part of the conversation. But I think that means it's an ongoing question for us as a country.
Yeah, not an event findings. Callum, I'm going to give the very last word to you, because your party has bravely come up with its own plan, which is for essentially full-on membership without membership and no say in anything at all. So it's customs union.
That's exactly how we put it, everything.
Single market customs union. It's a security and economic partnership plan. And I guess I'm interested in whether you realistically think that would be a settled status that would resolve the question for thereafter, or whether that is just a stepping stone to more arguments or potentially rejoining.
So we're explicit that we think it's a stepping stone. We have argued that we need to put ourselves in a position to have a stronger relationship economically and security-wise with our European partners. It comes very much in a way to John's point. I tend to agree with you that the behaviour of the current incumbent in the White House has helped a lot of people to think of themselves as more akin and have stronger alignment of interests with our European partners than maybe with our transatlantic partners. And I think that has shifted some sentiment. So our argument is that there are benefits to be had economically. There are huge security benefits to be had in the face of Russian aggression by getting closer to our partners in Europe. But we as a party believe that the long-term interest of the country is to join the European Union.
So why do you think we need the stepping stone?
Because we are clear that that argument has not yet been won in the country, and also the confidence hasn't yet been built with our European partners. I mean, this sort of the incremental things around SPS, around youth mobility or youth experience scheme have demonstrated how difficult this government has found it to get on with that.
So is the argument that we've got to demonstrate a willingness to accept EU rules before we think we can persuade the EU to allow us to go back in?
The argument is that our European partners are waiting for us to come forward with a strong and clear proposition that we were willing to negotiate on, and that tinkering around the edges isn't doing that, and it isn't giving us a framework within which we can actually deepen that relationship. Plus, that we strongly believe the economic benefits that would be demonstrated would strengthen the argument for thinking that we should be back in, because that would be then the step to being in a position to help set those rules.
My phone was just trying to join in the conversation.
Was that an AI?
Yeah, it was an AI. I don't know what happened.
I'm glad no one could pick up that was giving a better answer than me.
But look, that really has raced by, and we have used all our time. But I hope you've gained something from this panel. I know I have gained a lot. So can we just thank our panelists, Pippa, John, Callum, and Ruth, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks a lot. That really was good.
Is that okay? Can you see us both? I shall lean in.
We're friendly photograph. On voit le fond quand même.
Hi everyone. Sorry for the very, very quick turnaround. Monsieur Barnier has to go quite promptly, so we have half an hour here. Massive pleasure to be able to welcome back to London Michel Barnier, former French Prime Minister, and more importantly, well for our purposes at least, the former chief Brexit negotiator. Bienvenue à Londres, Monsieur Barnier. What we're going to do is have a very, very quick
I don't know if it's more important, it was longer.
Okay, he was Brexit negotiator for longer, that is certainly the case, yes.
This is what I mean.
We'll argue about the importance later. We're going to have a quick conversation for about 15 minutes and hopefully open it up to the floor for about 15 minutes and try and get through as much as we can in that time. So, just to start, I think one of the victims of the Brexit process was trust. And particularly, I think, European trust in the United Kingdom as a reliable partner and negotiating partner. Do you think that trust has been rebuilt?
First of all, good evening or good afternoon to all of you, and thank you, Alan, for your attention and your invitation. I don't see, coming back to the past, before speaking about the trust in the future, I don't think that really there's a question of trust between us because of the Brexit. It was a political, strong and huge decision to leave the EU. Everybody in the European side regretted this decision, and everybody respected this decision. Was it a question of trust? I'm not sure. The only point, only time, the only moment where there was a question of trust for me and for us at the European side towards the Brits was clearly when the guy who opened your meeting this morning, David Frost, decided or announced that he was not ready to respect his own signature, the signature of Mr. Johnson, on Ireland. A few weeks after the official signature of the treaty, the first treaty. Remember, we negotiated 2 treaties. The first one was about the divorce, including the consequences of Brexit in Ireland. And on this point, which was a more serious, lot of consequences, David Frost announced a few weeks after the signature that he was not ready to respect. And for me, it was at that moment, it was a question of trust, and it was impossible to rebuild it until the end of the negotiation. So that is the point. For the moment, I don't think there is a question of trust between us. Everything is every side, if I may say, your side, UK and EU, and in Europe, each country has its own destiny. I think it's not a problem to rebuild trust. It will not be the problem.
Okay. You were widely quoted in our press recently as saying that if the UK rejoined the European Union, we could have exactly the same deal as we enjoyed when we were a member state before. Do you stick by that view? Do you think we would get our budget rebate in the same way we had it?
I don't remember exactly what had been reported, but I did not say that exactly. I did not speak about a rebate.
Okay.
To be clear. I spoke about 2 points, which had, it is a personal view. I'm no longer a member of the European Commission. I'm not yet no longer in the French responsibility, except I am a member of the French National Assembly now. But I just said if the UK decided to engage a new negotiation for rejoining, it will be your choice.
Mm-hmm.
Not your choice.
Not my choice. Sadly.
Choice of the British people. Your choice, clearly, a sovereign choice of the UK to engage a negotiation to rejoin To rejoin what? Rejoin the custom union, to rejoin the single market, to rejoin the EU. It will be your choice. Once again, inside the choice, there are many choices. I think we can perfectly engage on our side this negotiation without changing 2 points, Schengen and the single currency. I think so. It would be possible to engage this negotiation without these two preconditions, on these 2 points, not 3.
Not the rebate. Okay, fair enough. That's clear enough. And just hypothetically, because this is all hypothetical now.
Just what?
Hypothetically. How long...
Complex word for me.
It's a similar word in French.
Yes, it is. That's why it's complex.
If we assume Andy Burnham comes in and says, OK, I think what I want to do is rejoin the European Union, how long would that process take, would you think?
How long it will take for the new Prime Minister to,
how long would it
to
take?
Be ready to engage?
If we decided to apply... Well, that's another question, but if we apply to join, how long do you think that process would take? Because some people say the UK is already largely aligned, it can be very, very quick.
The point, to be clear, to be serious, the point is to know from, first of all, this moment and this choice will be the UK choice. Huh? There is no misunderstanding on that point. Number two, if in the future majority of prime ministers decided to engage this negotiation, the point is to know what happened from now until this moment about the rules and the standards of the EU and the differences between the UK, British standard, British rules and the European rules. The more you at that time, you will be far. The greater divergence has been created, the more it will be difficult.
So the longer we wait, the harder it'll be?
I think the length of this negotiation will depend on this divergence. Yes or no. Huh? So, but frankly speaking, I don't see why and where, generally speaking, I don't see any interest to the Brexit for UK, to be frank. Nobody has been able to give me any proof of the added value of Brexit since the last 10 years. Nobody, including Mr. Farage. But objectively speaking, on an objective basis, I don't see why the UK would have been an interest to diverge of European standards and rules we have built together before the Brexit. And as you know, the European side Europe is changing very quickly. Huh? Don't make any misunderstanding. Don't make a mistake. The Europe we are now on the European side is not the same you left. Not the same. Huh? There is a lot of change. And one of the change, in particular, looking at what happened in 10 last year, we are coming back on many regulations because we have built too many regulations in the last 10 years against the business, against the growth. So we are looking carefully at each regulation change. So I don't see where and why there will be an interest to the UK to diverge.
Okay, I mean, there are some areas clearly where we have, like financial services or some areas of technology like AI.
Yes. It will be the case. Huh? But the rule of the game will be very clear. If there is a debate in UK about rejoining, your decision, the rule of the game will be the same. Huh? You know the rule of the game. You know the condition to access to the EU, and there will be in Europe. There will be no cherry picking. Huh?
Okay, and do you think the members...
No cherry picking. It's clear for you.
No cherry picking. I've heard that before. Yeah, and do you think
not to be never to have any kind of spirit of revenge or aggressivity against the UK? No, because just for us. I try to repeat every day, every week, every month during the long negotiation with each and every British negotiator in face of me. I have 4 negotiators, 1 per year. so I had to repeat. That our main asset at that time, and more, even more today, because of Trump and the Chinese and Putin, our main asset is the single market.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason why Mr. Trump, one day or another, and Xi, and don't speak about Putin, we use some different arguments today. But the only reason why the Chinese and the US will anytime, one day or another, respect us is not yet our common defense policy or our external policy. The only reason is a single market. And let me explain once again in UK that the single market is not only a free trade zone. As many British leaders continue to think about, we are not a free trade zone, we're much more than a free trade zone. We are a single ecosystem with common rules, common standards, perhaps too many, common regulations, common supervision, and on top of everything, a common jurisdiction, Court of Justice. That, if you put everything together, it is much more than a free trade zone. And it is the reason why we are, in the long and medium term, strong, but it's no question, in any case, for any reason, to unravel or to fragilize this ecosystem. You have to understand this point. And it was your strength to be inside. And to be frank, I do not understand today why you left this ecosystem. Because it was the main reason for the UK to join in 1973. The main reason for the UK to join was to join the single market, the common market at that time. And we have strongly reinforced the single market thanks to the UK, with a huge influence of the UK during the last 40 years. So it is our main asset. No way to unravel, to fragilize what is the main asset of the European side. So it's not a question of aggressivity or revenge or to punish. No, never. Just to maintain and to consolidate this main asset. And the second reason, to be clear, is that unraveling the single market or accepting any kind of cherry picking would be the argument that the far right and the far left sometimes are waiting for, to ask for the same treatment in Europe. No way. I'm not ready. We are not ready to give any argument or supplementary argument to the far right and the far left to provoke any kind of Brexit and so on. And these people are not far from the power. Be careful. We have to be careful.
Okay. And again, going back to this issue.
I hope I'm clear.
No, you're very clear. Yeah, very clear. Just on the hypothetical again about potential membership, do you think member states would want to have the UK back and would be happy to have the UK back and would support having the UK back?
Because the member states were very happy to have the UK in.
Mm-hmm.
10 years ago. We were very happy to have the UK in. It was a common strength. I always say that the Brexit is and will remain a lose-lose game. It's clear for both sides, perhaps more for you than for us, because we remain together with 27 member states, thanks to this common single market, this ecosystem I mentioned. We are more strong to assume the challenges and the shock, to absorb the shock, any shock. The reason why we succeed to face correctly so many crises in the 15 last years. The financial crisis with you, and we rebuild together with the UK the financial agenda, the financial regulation agenda. We face the Brexit without you. We face the migration crisis, we face the COVID crisis, we face today the war in Ukraine, and thanks to the fact that we are together, we create this critical mass together, we are more ready to absorb and to face the shock and challenges. So,
Okay.
so to answer to your question, we were very happy to have the UK in. I think it was a lose-lose game for UK to leave and to be separated, and then we will be in the same spirit. We will be very happy to have the UK in, but it is your choice.
Okay.
I repeat 4 times, it's your choice.
Yep. I have to ask you one last question before I open it up to the audience, which is this. If we apply to rejoin, it is possible that the French might have to have a referendum on whether to allow us in. Would the French vote to allow, in a referendum, the UK back?
It's not clear that we oblige to have
But
a
it's
referendum.
possible.
But if we have a referendum for you or for some other new member state, I will campaign for yes. Let me recall one point. To be clear, because despite my old age, I'm trying to have a blue line in my life, in political life, and I always stick to this blue line, to be patriot and European, Gaullist and European. When I was 22, at that time in France we voted at 21, the majority to be able to vote was 21. And the French president, Georges Pompidou, organized a referendum for you, for Norway and for Denmark, I think so, in 73. So I was already a member of the Gaullist party, and despite the previous position of de Gaulle against the accession of the UK, the new French president, who was Gaullist, Georges Pompidou, asked us to campaign, and I campaigned for the yes. And it was my very first vote in my life, 73, because it was the first time I was able to vote. And I vote yes for you. And I never regret this vote. Never. So because I think that being together gives more strength to everybody. The point is that we have some parallelism between UK and France. And we have the same fear that Brussels can forget what is very key for us and for you, the national identity. So the challenge for Brussels is to continue this project of pooling our forces, our policies, our wish, our will, without changing, without reducing the national identity. It's not only true for you, it is also true for Hungarian, Polish, and the others. So this is the challenge in the next. But there is many things to change in Brussels, and perhaps some people too. But despite the fact that we can change, we must change many things, many rules to improve and to reform Europe. Our national interest, I speak as a French former Prime Minister and current MP, our national interest is to be European.
Wonderful.
I hope I am clear. Our national interest is to be European today, facing all this challenge and the aggressivity on Trump, the trade aggressivity of the Chinese, and the aggression of Russia. We need to be European. It is our national interest.
Thank you. We've now got about 10 minutes for questions from the audience. If you can make them short and clear, we will squeeze in as many as possible. If we start at the front, we'll start. Sorry, Miriam.
Sorry, I don't mean to monopolise, but
when
the opportunity, Lisa O'Carroll from The Guardian.
From?
The Guardian.
The famous newspaper.
Yeah.
I thought I'd tell you everything a few weeks ago.
That was a colleague. Could I just ask the first question that Anand asked you before? about the length of time it would take.
About what?
The length of time it would take
Sure.
the UK to join. So if Montenegro, for example, has been waiting 17 years to get into the EU, can you envisage a scenario where the UK, because the divergence is less,
Yes, you cannot.
it would be quicker? That's the question.
I'm very surprised that a great journalist like you will compare the Montenegro and UK. Huh? Even Ukraine, or there is no comparison, no possible comparison. You have been the very first, and I hope the only one to leave. Because once again, it is your interest not to diverge, because the norms and the regulations are useful for the citizens, for the consumers, even for the financial services, to avoid a new crisis. Be careful, and don't have short memory, if I may say, about the crisis, the financial crisis of 2008. If there is no too much divergence, I think it could be very short.
In years?
Months? Years?
The time of the bureaucracy. But I think it could be short.
But you won't.
I think it could be, if I may say, it will take much more time for the UK to decide to engage the negotiation than for us to launch, to succeed in the negotiation. Much longer.
Caroline.
It could be short.
Thank you, Monsieur Barnier. I'm Caroline Wilson. I'm going to have the great pleasure, no doubt, of being the next British ambassador to the European Union. I wanted to ask you about the...
She's going to be the next UK ambassador to the EU.
Yes.
Oh, yes. You are going you are to Brussels? You are going to Brussels?
Oh, well, yes.
Oh, see.
Yes.
All the best for you.
Thank you, thank you. All luck is gratefully accepted. I wanted to ask you about the cerisier, the cherry picking, really. And I wanted to ask if the EU is thinking enough about what that cherry orchard looks like and about the future cherries in this orchard, and specifically
The future. I'm sorry, but the future what?
Cherries.
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 No, the analogy of cherry picking, which we hear a lot, and I think a number of us have views on that analogy, but if we are going to use analogies, extending that metaphor to the future growth, prosperity, security of the Union, and specifically how the role for UK, given that the EU itself faces challenges in this world, as we do, we face similar challenges.
Yes.
Regarding other poles, United States.
Madam Ambassador,
Yes.
I know this argument.
Oh, good, excellent.
I know the argument that the growth in Europe will be much more stronger if the UK will join thanks to cherry-picking single market. Perhaps this question would have been more efficient posed before the Brexit. So, if the word cherry-picking is not the right word, we can use another word. You cannot do the cake and eat it. You can. In Germany, they say you cannot dance in two weddings in the same time. Huh? So in French, you say le beurre et l'argent du beurre. No, but the point is, more seriously, once again, the integrity of the single market, the indivisibility of the four freedom. This is the strength of the single market. And I can speak with vehemence. I don't know the word in English.
Same word.
The same. There is so many words the same. Huh?
You're always stealing our words.
In French or US, I don't speak with vehemence, but I think seriously. We will take no risk about this. Vis-à-vis not UK and neither other countries. We will take no risk about the solidity and the strength of the single market. So we are ready to accommodate. We are speaking about, as you know, we are negotiating. We will see what happens with the new government in UK about SPS. We have already negotiated a veterinary agreement. We are ready to accommodate them, but we cannot take any risk. But we have also, if I may, we need to be fair with some countries. We are in the single market and not in the EU, in particular Norway. I can tell you, during all the negotiation, these three countries, Iceland, Norway, and Liechtenstein, was very, very attentive and very, 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 very vigilant about the substance of the negotiation, and they will remain.
Isn't an SBS deal cherry picking?
Depends what is said on both sides about research and so on. We will see. We can. There is another word, Madam Ambassador, if I may say, which is very important. The level playing field. The level playing field, and we need free and fair trade. And the great point of negotiation for me was clearly to get a free trade between us. It's the case thanks to TCA, but also a fair trade.
Be good if the EU keeps a level playing field with the industrial accelerator.
Yeah, sure. But it could this industrial accelerator could be a tool for creating some unfair trade. And the point is to know if we are together or not to face the trade aggressivity of the Chinese. And today, I don't know what happened exactly in UK about industry, car industry, machinery and so on, but in France or in Germany, it's a disaster. So we need to react. And we will react. So we will see. Developing. I remember during the negotiation, I came in Brussels, in London very often, in particular during the COVID. And once we were in sort of crisis during the negotiation with Mr. Frost. It was very, very difficult. I came to take some air, fresh air, in the Kill Park.
St James's Park?
No, the park in London, where there's a lot of football games. Regent Park, yes. And I made a tweet in front of comment s'appelle les gars, les
goals.
The goals. Looking for the level playing field. And this tweet has a very huge success, a very large success. Finally, we found a kind of level playing field.
Hi, Benoît Valentin, French citizen, UK resident, passionately European. One question for you. You recently criticized Brussels for its bureaucracy. You mentioned an authoritarian drift.
I mentioned what?
Authoritarian drift. Authoritarian?
Yes. No.
Autoritaire, une dérive autoritaire.
Oui.
Excessive bureaucracy, authoritarian drift. These are some of the arguments that Brexiters argue for, right, and take advantage of. If you project Europe for the next 10 years, do you think that unless you correct this, unless Europe come up with a new narrative, you could entice the likes of the British citizens, or even prevent other people within the EU from feeling that they're not part of that journey?
Yes.
What's the new narrative?
Yes, it's true, but if you look carefully, you can find bureaucracy everywhere. No? Brussels, London, Paris. And I think, sir, that where the bureaucrat takes the power, the reason is that politicians have abandoned the power. So we have to assume the power everywhere. And this is the point in Brussels. I can tell you, I've been 15 years in Brussels as a commissioner, vice president of the commission, and negotiator of the Brexit, and I have the privilege to manage incredible teams. My last team for the Brexit was composed of 70 people. 70 people, 17 nationalities, including a Norwegian, and it was incredible. But I was the chief, despite the fact that we need to be advised, we need to have experts around us. I would never have been working in the past without experts, but we have to assume the capacity of decision. So this bureaucracy, this authoritarianism sometimes cannot be the right justification for living. We have to change, we have to reduce the bureaucracy, and for instance, the current president of the Commission is obliged, in certain terms, to do the contrary that she did with the previous Commission, for instance, for the Green Deal. So it's perfectly possible to be inside the Commission, inside the EU, inside the European Parliament, and to change and to reduce this bureaucracy. But the point is so serious. The fact to be outside the EU alone or inside solidaire, that there is no question for me. The default, the mistakes, the weaknesses of Brussels can never be the argument to leave for us. Speaking of French or Belgium, or never. It's so important to be together, not to be under the influence or subcontractant of the Chinese or the US. That is the point. So we need to change what needs to be changed in Brussels. There's many things. Once again, some people. But in any case, for instance, speaking about the future relation, because you asked me no question about this point.
Just a moment.
I will answer to your no question about what can we do about defense and security issues. Respecting the Brexit, UK outside of the single market, we can work a lot and improve, and it will be your job, madam. We can improve many points, many cooperation between us about defense, security issues, external policy, cooperation in Africa, cooperation between our services, even for instance, about what concerns the economic security of Europe, the continent, for instance, will need to borrow and to invest massively for artificial intelligence or for all the technology, new technology, for instance, the quantum technology. One day or the other, we will decide at the European level to borrow massively, as we did for the COVID, and to invest massively. I think there is a common opportunity, a common interest to open this action on these 2 points to the UK, if they want. So there's many things to change. And I have proposed about all this issue of cooperation to create a European Council for Security and Defense on the side of the current institution. In the spirit of the coalition of willings, working well and working efficiently to support Ukraine, with Keir Starmer and the British government and many others. I think in that spirit, it could be clever and useful to create what I called a European Council for Security and Defense on the side of the institution, open to some countries who play a key role outside the EU, not yet in the EU. I'm speaking of UK, obviously, but also Norway and Ukraine around the table. So this is the way we can work, in my view.
I'm afraid we've run out of time.
I can
from packing so much into a day. Michel, Merci.
That's the last question.
Oh, we're going to have another question. We haven't run out of time. Yeah.
Please.
Question at the back.
Hi there, I'm Blaise Bakish from the Brussels-based Parliament magazine. You've been on the record criticising the European Court of Justice and separately the European Court of Human Rights. In particular, you know, how they've reduced nations' freedoms to act on national security and immigration. So were the UK to rejoin the EU, would you join an Andy Burnham-led campaign to make certain judgments of the European Court of Justice no longer applicable to the UK?
I'm a little bit annoyed that you seems to use the internal political debate in UK, in EU, and our side, what I said about the Court of Justice or the Court of Human Rights and some difficulty linked to the jurisprudence. I don't know how do you say in
Same word.
Same word.
Yeah.
How this court would prevent us to take the right decision for some security when the expulsion of some foreigners, dangerous foreigners is concerned, for instance. So these points are true, but it's not a question to leave the Court of Justice or the European Court of Human Rights. No, never. We can think about, we can pose the debate on the table, working together and to try to correct what needs to be correct, but it is not a reason to be out or to question the
Or France, for that matter. Laws affecting the UK or France, for that matter.
But France is inside, huh? I don't understand your question.
Yeah. Just for certain elements of the CJEU.
If you rejoin, you will have to be inside the Court of Justice and inside the
But limiting the role of the CJEU.
Are you in favour of limiting the role of the court?
No, I am in favour of expliciting or looking at the details of, for instance, Article 8 of the Convention of Human Rights to be put in application in the right way. We can precise some way to applicate to put in mettre en œuvre, I don't know, to implement
put in place
this Article 8. We have a specific problem. So, but it's not a reason to leave.
Right.
You must remain. We must remain voluntarist. Huh?
Right. I'm taking back control. We have now run out of time. Michel Barnier, merci mille fois.
No, I'm ready to come back. Huh?
We will invite you back.
It always a great pleasure to come back to London, but for one reason, very specific reason, we have 42 or 43 degrees in Paris today. So, I'm not speaking about the political life.
No, just the actual weather.
Speaking about the weather.
Brilliant.
Okay, thank you for your
attention. so much. I'm going to take you to see Callum Miller.
sunshine on my mind. We're burning through the city of lights. You're the sunshine on my mind. Through the city of lights. Sunshine on my mind. We're burning through the city of lights. You're the sunshine on my mind. We're burning through the city of lights.
They'll have you on at 3 because it'll be the news. There we go. So 3:04.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'd be nip out.
Yeah, they're good.
Okay, everybody, we're going to get going with the afternoon session. You can rush in, take a seat. This is where it starts to get interesting because we've spent the last bit of the morning sort of reflecting backwards, but now we're going to start addressing some of those questions about where can we go next. So after the next break, you'll be looking at defence and security, which I think a lot of people think is the area that's potentially got the most for common action and common endeavours. But in this session, we're going to look at the prospect for closer economic relations. So I'm Jill Rutter, I'm a senior fellow at the Institute for Government and at the UK and Changing Europe. And I have a top panel with me. Anand Menon, enough said. Professor Catherine Barnard, Professor of EU Law at Trinity College, Cambridge, and Senior... Trinity College, Cambridge? Yeah. And Senior Fellow at UK and Changing Europe. And Sam Lowe, Partner at Flint Global, and lots of you will know him from being extraordinarily informed trade commentator these days. So I do realise that in the first sessions, we haven't had that much time for questions, so we're going to do this session slightly differently. I'm going to kick off with 1 or 2 questions, but then we're going to go to the audience and I'll throw in some more of my own, and we will, by the end, hopefully have a very clear agenda for future economic relations in the UK and the EU. So my first question was going to be, do you agree with what Nick Thomas-Symonds has just said? But you will have noticed that this question has gone a bit wrong because Nick Thomas-Symonds is now speaking at the end of the day. So we can't ask him that. So I'm just going to get us quickly up to speed with where things are. Anand, postponement of the summit on the 22nd of July. We don't have a date. Will be after we have a new Prime Minister. You know, is that a big loss? And what do you think are the big lessons that we should be taking out of this, if you like, first year of reset negotiations?
I don't think it's a big loss because I was always sceptical as to whether they'd have anything to announce at the summit anyway, given the state of the negotiations. And I suppose the ultimate lesson of the last year for me has been don't overpromise, because it's been a characteristic of the British government. If you go back to the summit of May last year and listen to the Prime Minister, you'd almost have thought that you could have waltzed out of London and straight through an E-gate in any European city that evening itself. Then Nick Thomas-Symonds took to saying the agricultural deal that we have negotiated with the European Union. And I think the government, in a sense, fell into the trap of claiming it had achieved more than it had before it had been achieved. And I think that's something, I think under-promise and over-deliver is what I'd suggest for the next stage.
Okay. Sam, do you think we're closing in on deals? I mean, government's published a list of 76 directives we need to align with, the SPS deal. We're promised the EU Partnerships Bill in the King's Speech. We imagine that probably still goes on. Do you think we are pretty near to doing deals on those big key dossiers?
I think on the sanitary and phytosanitary agreement, we're certainly close. I mean, there's always still been this question about the carve-outs that the UK has asked for, specifically around certain innovative technologies, so gene editing, but also in relation to the deployment of pesticides that are currently legal in the UK, but won't be once we're bound to the EU acquis. On emissions trading scheme, it sounded like there is progress, if not progress to the point of completion. I think the question for me around the summit was less to do with the core issues that have been the subject of much conversation, but about whether there'd be any other parallel announcements. So, for example, there is reporting in the EU and some confidence within government that the EU may have made some announcements related to some measures that run parallel to its Industrial Accelerator Act, so particularly around vehicles and whether they would qualify as made in Europe in the context of their carbon credit schemes and also their corporate fleet. And in the absence of a summit, I suppose I have the question whether these announcements will trickle out anyway, or if they will also be sort of held up by the delay.
So are they time critical? I mean, is there some deadline at which we turn into pumpkins if we don't get them? Is a September summit as good as a July summit almost? Or is there some date beyond which we wouldn't want a summit to go? Because if we're expecting those announcements, we need them before, like the rules of origin announcement a couple of years ago.
So the rules of origin announcement, which you've referenced, is actually in place. So there's a deadline at the end of the year, which if we don't come to an arrangement, electric vehicles sent from the UK to the EU will probably, for the most part, be hit with a 10% tariff. So that's fairly time critical. The two schemes I've mentioned are perhaps less so in the grand scheme of things, given that they've not actually gone through the legislative process on the EU side. But one point I would make, that from a business planning and from an uncertainty perspective, the earlier you are given assurances, the more comfortable you are in making certain big decisions about where you put manufacturing locations and where you put your money.
And Catherine, one of the big things the EU wanted, after fishing, maybe the only big thing the EU wanted, was the famous youth experience scheme, which the Prime Minister, soon to be former Prime Minister, has now enthusiastically endorsed despite his initial scepticism. Is that a done deal? You've written very interesting about how the EU might have slightly over-promised given its competence in this area, but have they actually managed to come through with something that's workable?
So we don't know the answer to that, at least not publicly, but there is a really serious legal problem, and it's proving quite difficult to overcome. And the legal problem is that the UK wants a full bells and whistles deal, which means that someone under 30 or 35 can go and work, to study, and also have a nice time. But the problem about work is while the EU can say, yes, UK nationals, as a third country nationals, can come to work, there is an express carve-out in the treaty for volume of admission, i.e. the numbers who come in, and that is left to the member states. And the problem is the member states can say, actually, we're going to set that figure at 0. And that's the real problem there, because, surprise, surprise, other states have politics too. And their politics say, we're very concerned about immigration. And there's real concern that, a bit like the cork coming off the top of a champagne bottle, generations, because it now is 5 years worth of young people have not been able to travel freely to study or to work, will really want to come. And of course, there'll be certain countries where it will be particularly attractive for them to go to. The other issue, of course, is that the EU has introduced into the negotiations the requirement that they want EU nationals to pay UK, i.e. home fees. And there is a really significant difference. For those of you not in the university world, home fees are 9,000 and a bit. Overseas fees can be up to 70,000 a year in the case of medicine. So it makes a huge difference as to how much they're paying. Importantly, the point about university tuition fees was not in the MOU from last year. It's been added into the mix and therefore has complicated the mix.
So there was reporting that the UK was making concessions around this in order to get other deals. Any intelligence from the front line, or maybe we wait for Nick Thomas-Symonds to enlighten us later? Oh, no.
I mean, there have been stories, you're right. I mean, the danger always was that the EU would not sign anything until they got the youth experience deal, and that this was holding up negotiations. Now, there's been a couple of press stories in the last few days that the UK was thinking of making concessions. I don't know whether they're true or not. There's certainly quite a bit of opposition in some parts of the university sector about this, because, of course, loads of higher education institutions are financially very cash-strapped as it is.
Okay, so we may be bankrupting the university sector. Sam, you didn't mention participation in the single electricity market, which was the slight surprise package of last year's summit. Is that going well, and does that bring significant benefits in terms to both us and to the EU in terms of lowering electricity prices, increasing resilience of the system?
Well, in terms of increasing resilience, yes, but actually in the context of the two packages, so you obviously have the conversation you just mentioned around participation in the electricity market, which is to do with spot trading prices, and that negotiation has been fairly tough. And then you have the linkage of the emissions trading scheme. The sort of guilty
secret. That's not even a phrase. But the challenge here is actually the day one impact of linking the EU and UK emissions trading schemes is probably that energy prices go up. Because the carbon prices have to equalise. There's a long-term benefit, and I think it's a good idea in terms of ensuring that you've got greater liquidity in the market, and the price mechanism works much better if you have more inputs. So I think it's a good idea, and it also means that UK exports to the EU will be exempted from both the administrative and the pricing dimensions of the EU's carbon border adjustment mechanism. So I think it's a good idea, but we should, I mean, this might become a theme for me, but we should be honest about the sort of immediate cost and trade-offs.
Okay, and I just wanted to raise one other issue that was mentioned in this morning's session, which was steel tariffs. Where are we getting to on that? I mean, that wasn't mentioned at the summit last year. It's a bit of the sort of Trump, tariffs for steel into the US, tariffs for steel into the EU. Is the EU at all sympathetic for special treatment for the UK on steel?
I mean, so the context here is the EU's introduced a new 50% tariff, and this is something the UK is replicating, and this tariff will apply to all countries, but certain countries will have quotas that exempt a certain amount of steel exports to the EU every year. The EU is giving the UK a country-specific quota. It's part of a WTO negotiation. That quota isn't as large as the UK would like. The UK also doesn't like the process the EU is going through, but the EU is saying, well, if you don't accept the process, then we won't give you any extra, which we would give you on account of the free trade agreement. So the UK doesn't like it. No one likes it. There's loads of countries that don't like it. No one does. The UK isn't the target. It is, of course, China. My assumption in the context of this discussion is that the EU and the UK would have some fuzzy text setting out something like, we agree to continue talking about this and potentially cooperate in future on some sort of club, but it would have been kicked in the context of the summit. If it had happened, it would have been kicked into the future, but there would be immediate consequences for UK exporters.
So fuzzy text, but 50% tariffs.
Well, this is how you progress negotiations.
Okay.
Fuzzy text is everyone's favourite thing.
Okay. And
have you not met Trump? Yeah.
Not personally, no, I have to say I haven't. Now I want to come on to what I'm going to describe as the Caroline Wilson question. So Caroline tried to remind Monsieur Barnier of the famous cherry bowl, Black Forest Gâteau, whatever you like moments during the Brexit negotiations. And Annan rightly said, well, isn't the SPS deal cherry picking? So we heard from the Chancellor, maybe soon to be former Chancellor, in her May's lecture, that we were going to align by default and we'd seek to get closer, and we've heard talks about sectoral deals. So questions to all of you. Are there areas where there is a UK and EU shared interest in pursuing sectoral alignment? We know that the EU doesn't like it in principle, but we also know that if it's in the EU's interest, those cherries might be a bit more, nearer within reach than at the top of the tree, which are ones that only the UK wants. So any low-hanging fruit, see where I've gone there, that we could put onto the agenda for a September or October summit. Catherine?
I think it's difficult because essentially what we've gone for at the moment, so the three that we talked about, plus use experience, so SPS, energy and emissions trading, those are areas where the EU has an interest as well because it will help things on the Northern Ireland border too. If we go any further, there's always the allegation of cherry picking, whether you're thinking about cars, whether you're thinking about telecoms. So they are possible areas, but the more sectoral deals we get, the more there will be cries of cherry picking. I've always found cherry picking a difficult concept, not least because in Northern Ireland there is cherry picking. And the Northern Ireland Protocol now, Windsor Framework, is a carve-out for Northern Ireland to be in the single market for goods. Now, of course, Northern Ireland's different, and we know the history and the politics around it, but nevertheless, it shows that the EU is able to be flexible when it wants to be flexible. So then that raises the question, given how difficult it is to do vertical arrangements, and we know how unpopular the Swiss-style vertical arrangements are, does that event inevitably push the UK towards thinking more seriously about the customs union? And the phrase I don't like, because it's not legally possible, is joining the single market. And the reason I'm just hesitant about the phrase joining the single market is there's no way to join the single market in of itself. You have to become an EFTA state and then join the European Economic Area.
Anand, any low-hanging fruit?
No, I don't think there is any, to be perfectly honest. I mean, you can make the case in some areas, like chemicals, for instance, that too would ease some of the frictions over the GBNI border. And what electricity, ETS and SPS have in common is they will make a significant difference there. But I think, well, a couple of things. I mean, firstly, as Michelle said this morning, the EU has an eye on different audiences. And those audiences are both other third states like Switzerland and domestic populists who'd quite like a weaker European Union. I also think that interventions like the Mace lecture make it harder for us, not easier. I was struck in that lecture by two things. Firstly, the fact that the Chancellor seemed to get voluntary and dynamic alignment confused, which was slightly depressing. But secondly, that whole notion that we're just going to align in a few sectors that we want to, all that serves to do is irritate everyone in Brussels and make them think the Brits still don't get it. And I think, in a sense, if that has any impact at all, it hardens attitudes rather than softening them. And I think the EU has reached a point where they're getting close to saying, look, guys, you can move closer to us, but you have to do it in line with one of our existing models. And just having little bits of the pie each successive time. There's also, I think, a question on the UK side about the reset and this kind of sort of step-by-step approach to aligning with the European Union. Is it's A, very, very difficult, and B, it's proving quite expensive, because for every concession, we're being charged. So we paid, what, £500 million for Erasmus+. Also not in the MOU was the fact that the EU are now saying that we have to pay in cohesion funds for the electricity market deal. The danger with this approach is, we'll get a bill, and a significant one at each step.
Sam, are you going to give us anything more positive than these?
Well, I'm tempted to, because it's been quite doomy and gloomy. I mean, in terms of understanding why it's difficult, I think we also just need to take into account that there's an asymmetric impact on the trade side, insofar as the UK, for the most part, still, for example, recognises sort of third-party certificates granted by EU-based notified bodies, and this is what we're asking for in the context of mutual recognition of conformity assessment, for that to go in both directions. But I do think that on the economic side, if you're identifying areas of mutual interest, you have to be able to say, well, this issue is causing EU exporters to the UK pain. So therefore, the EU has an interest in dealing with that as well. So on the economic side, that's how you go about identifying where there might be areas of mutual alignment.
Where's that pain, Sam?
But I think if you move back from the economic perspective, you can then start identifying other issues via different framing. So defence is the one that's always used. But one of the other ones is health outcomes. So if instead of talking about mutual recognition of conformity assessment in general, I wonder if you focus it narrowly on, say, medicines, whereby you're actually saying the fact that we don't have alignment in terms of recognition of third-party certification and authorisations and batch release and the like is leading to patients receiving medicines more slowly than they would otherwise, and therefore having a negative impact on health outcomes if that's a route towards this.
Is that true in the EU as well as in the UK? Because we've seen that people are going in for approval from the EMA and thinking, do we bother with the MHRA? It's not a very big market, take a bit of time. UK can go back of the queue, trademark Obama. What do you...
It's more of an issue for the UK, but there are some impacts in the other direction as well.
What about cabotage?
Cabotage?
Trucking.
So we already actually have an agreement on cabotage that goes beyond anything in other EU free trade agreements, which is a good example of cherry picking slightly insofar. And this is the ability for lorries taking goods to go into the EU, drop off the goods, but then also make another stop along the route before returning. And the UK got more on that than the EU has given in other agreements, in particular because for Ireland actually to work, you needed to do a bit more. I think it'd be very difficult to go any further than they've gone.
Okay, you're still quite gloomy. Okay, let's have some more questions from the audience. Murin is lurking, and I will, if there are numbers of questions, I'll take them in batches, but if there's only 2 questions, we'll go there. Oh, 3 questions, yes.
Hi there, Fred Bromley from Nissan. Do you think that the UK understands where the EU side is always coming from in these discussions and what its priorities are? So, for example, under the Industrial Accelerator Act and the Made in Europe, the UK side talks a lot about fair trade and reciprocity, the fact that we provide grants to EU cars and the interconnectedness of supply chains. But there hasn't been much discussion of things like investment screening, which is a big part of the IAA.
Mm-hmm.
And there's probably other examples of this.
Okay, excellent question. Is there anyone? Yeah, go. Pick people, Marin. It's all down to you.
Hello,
yeah.
Ben Reynolds from the IEP. With the UK looking to dynamically align on certain standards and legislation, what do you see are the UK's options to try to influence these standards whilst outside of the EU? So whether this is through decision shaping or softer powers. For example, would rejoining European agencies where EU membership is not needed, would that be a route to this? I'd be interested in the panel's views.
Very interesting question, yes. And then we've got, is it just you, Murin? Come and ask Sam's boss to ask him a question. Simon.
Thank you. Is this one working? Yes. So my question is this. I mean, isn't this whole incremental approach just a waste of time? I mean, we're putting huge effort into it. The returns are pretty nugatory. The political context is not very conducive. So can you address this question of whether actually this is only ever going to work if the British government gets into a position to make a more significant ask, or offer, actually, in terms of what we want, and the political context of that? I mean, is there any chance before the next election of this context of the negotiation shifting?
Okay, we're going to take this. Don't worry, there'll be loads of time for the rest of you. Just all pile in. It's going to be very dynamic. Okay, let's start. Industrial accelerator. Sam, do we really understand this? We're a bit fussed that we might not count as European, but do we really understand the full gamut of the Industrial Accelerator Act?
No.
Explain what it is.
So the Industrial Accelerator Act is a new proposal that will condition certain EU-based procurement or subsidies on products being produced within Europe, and there's a focus on automotive, but also on the built environment and the like. And this question of does the UK understand the EU, I think, is a pervasive one. I think that we can linger on for a while. I think in terms of the arguments made by the UK, there is some evidence that that understanding is not always great, insofar as from an EU perspective, the reason they are producing these measures is because they fear that they've lost out competitiveness globally in certain manufacturing sectors, largely to China. The UK is not the focus of this, and that without some action and incentives and conditions, they will not be able to bring it back. I think a lot of the UK arguments often focus on, well, this is bad for us and this is unfair, rather than actually we are still a part of you achieving the objective you are trying to achieve. So the products made in the UK go into the supply chains that create jobs in France that will allow you to deliver this objective. If you actually look at the composition of our own exports in the UK, there's large amounts of EU content in there, far more than you'd get in other countries, say South Korea. And I think just being a bit more subtle in terms of the arguments can open some greater opportunities. But then also Fred made the point about investment screening. I'd also put in general economic security. I do think the UK is going to have to take a decision in some areas, potentially on EV rules of origin, but also an Industrial Accelerator Act, whether it matches some of the EU's interventions vis-à-vis China, particularly in the context of tariffs.
And just to ask you that question about supply chains, just to go into that, is it, I mean, we knew that, before Brexit, we were highly integrated into European supply chains, benefiting from just in time, et cetera, et cetera. And Ruth Curtis was pointing out a very interesting fact that our goods trade has gone back down both with the EU and with non-EU, which may be in part an effect of the UK becoming disintegrated from European supply chains. So is it still true that we're a very significant part? Because we saw some governments before Brexit saying, cut the UK out of your supply chain, you'll have to go through all these annoying processes to get your stuff into the UK, just find a continental European supplier, open brackets, or Ireland, not the UK.
So there's been some degree of that, but actually largely what I was talking about in the example I just gave is the fact that it's been impossible for UK producers to decouple from EU inputs.
Okay.
And in that context, we're still actually a driver of European growth.
Okay.
Can I
Yes.
just add? So I think on your point about us not understanding the EU, I think it's always been a long-standing problem, but I think the problem has become more acute at government levels because, of course, they're not getting the training because we're no longer part of the EU. I should say totally self-interestedly. That's why it's really important that EU law is still a core part of the undergraduate syllabus, because it's the only time they actually get to learn some proper EU law. And the other thing I would like...
lobbying.
Completely, but I mean, it's my job and it's my belief. But I would also say that the EU has moved on significantly since we left. And it's moved on both through substance, but also through abstract nouns. And by that I mean autonomy has got a very significant meaning. It's autonomy, both strategic defence autonomy, but it's also economic autonomy, Sam's been talking about, but also legal autonomy as well. And by that, that's why you actually need to understand EU law, because only if you understand what they mean by autonomy, in my context, the legal autonomy, the key principles of EU law, do you begin to understand why cherry-picking becomes problematic. Because EU law and the principle of legal autonomy means that you sign up to the whole package, including a significant role for the Court of Justice. And one of the things that's really striking in the deals that appear to be negotiated at the moment, and contrary to public misconception, there will be a role for the European Court of Justice, but only on interpreting concepts of EU law. The ECJ will not have a final say on any EU deal, because what they're trying to do is to preserve the autonomy of EU law. There's also a significant shift on the constitution front, but I'll come back to that if you want to hear more.
I mean, just on that, it takes us back a bit to what Michel Barnier was saying about Gaullism, because what the Europeans count as European really matters, okay? How do you define Europe? Is it the EU? Is it something broader? And there, I think, perceptions of us as being too close to the United States really have an impact, because some within the European Union see this increasingly as the EU in competition with the two other blocs and trying to be autonomous from them. And if we're seen as somehow, trying to play both sides against the middle, that affects their attitude towards us.
Okay, I want to come on to the question there. Simon, don't worry, I'm going to come to your question. Decision shaping. How do we make a success of decision shaping? That will be our defence against we're just sort of passive, patsy rule takers. Sam, how do we... is there any prospect of...
There's definitely going to be a legal
shaping?
answer to this, but I think people just need to get over
Give
this.
us the illegal one.
No, the people just need to get over this in the UK. So there are trade-offs to any decision we take. If we decide we want to dynamically align with EU law, it means we're taking that wholesale and applying it in the UK without any real say over it. Yep. And the reason we're doing that is because there are economic benefits to doing so. And in the context of the areas we've focused on, because we've chosen really, in practice, not to diverge anyway. All of this conversation about, but we'll be able to shape it from the outside, we'll be able to input. No, you won't. And I'm really sorry about that.
Okay.
Actually, I slightly disagree with that.
Disagree.
I think I would say, if you think about the rule-making process, it's a sausage machine. And at the early stage, when there are draft consultation papers, it's likely we will have an impact, at least have sight, and we'll be able to say something about it. And the crucial thing is we need to actually know what is coming down the track, and that's why it's really important that UCMIS, the UK mission in Brussels, is properly staffed. Paradoxically, you probably need more staff now we're outside than when we're in, and that's exactly the Norwegian experience. And actually, the Norwegian colleagues say, and indeed Swiss colleagues say, that if there is a very technical matter and we have got sensible, helpful input, that will actually make a difference, and the Norwegians experience that a bit. But the moment it goes into the tunnel, the moment it goes into negotiations, we will have zero say. And I don't want to over-exaggerate the influence we might have at an early stage, because it is only decision-making, decision-shaping and not decision-making. And yes, we will be rule-takers rather than rule-makers.
We did write a report at Institute for Government saying that UCMIS needed a much bigger hospitality budget for all the sort of lunches and coffees it was going to have to buy to persuade people. I want to come on to Simon.
Can I just add something to this slightly?
You can,
Sorry.
but then I want to come on to Simon's point.
I mean, I think I'm basically Team Sam here in terms of our ability to influence, simply because you don't get a vote.
All right.
So ultimately you're not in the room. But I think the way to manage it, I think the key word for me is salience, is you've got to be cynical about this and you've got to restrict it to areas that no one's going to notice, which is a horrible ploy. I think it's very different doing it for SPS to doing it for financial services, for instance. So I think there are limits in terms of the sectors you can do this and get away with politically.
Okay, I want to come on to some sort of other sectors where there may be downsides of alignment, but I want to come to Simon's question. It's death by 1,000 increments. This is tedious. You can't get no one's marching for an SPS deal. Well, maybe some people are, but I mean, no one's marching for these little baby steps, and they're all a bit grim. And as you said, Arne, come with increasing price tags. So basically, you know, is there prospects now, particularly as we face new Prime Minister, of a big shift? And would a big shift pass what we now know as the Makerfield test?
I mean, I agree with Simon in the sense that this is a lot of effort for precious little reward. If you look at the government's own estimates of what the current negotiation is going to bring us economically, particularly if you juxtapose them to Rachel Reeves going around saying 8% as the cost of Brexit, it is utterly trivial. And I suppose there are several options, aren't there? So one is what we're doing now, the other is single market, the other is membership, and the other is actually just deprioritising this and doing other stuff at home to boost productivity and growth, because this simply isn't worth the candle. My hunch is that's what Burnham will end up doing, because he's not, I don't think, in this Parliament going to do anything about the red lines. I'm not sure Labour particularly want to be fighting on this terrain come the next election, but we'll wait and see. So for the moment, I suspect the easier course of action is just to say there's no point pursuing this with, you know, the same enthusiasm as Keir Starmer and Nick Thomas-Symonds, because it just the gains aren't worth the effort.
Catherine.
Yeah, I mean, what little we know is Andy Burnham says he is going to carry on under the Labour manifesto, which presumably must be politically right, and that involves a reset. But as we've already been establishing, it's quite difficult to see what the next stages are unless you take a big jump, which is joining a customs union and finding a way into the single market. And so, you know, the incremental process, while helpful to keep a largely Remain MP body on board, is not going to deliver the great changes. And you're absolutely right. The thing that people will notice will be a youth experience scheme.
Sam?
I just sort of think, you know, it is true that incrementalism is annoying and boring, but it's also cowardly. And insofar as you can sort of, I can understand it, given that any of the big steps would require really, really big political decisions. So we haven't mentioned it explicitly yet, but if you want to have the conversation about single market, even just single market for goods, you have to win the argument on freedom of movement. That is not on the cards unless the UK is willing to concede on freedom of movement. So we need to have that argument, and no one's willing to do that. So in the absence of that, you are left with this incrementalism, which does have marginal benefits for the industry groups or industries that fall under those headings. So for SPS, that will be helpful for supermarkets sending goods into Northern Ireland. It is helpful for Northern Ireland in general. So my slight defence of incrementalism is based on the fact that I don't think our politicians are particularly courageous, but that is understandable given what's happened to any politician that has tried to be slightly courageous of late, insofar as the only Prime Minister to attempt big structural change in recent memory was Liz Truss, in terms of a completely different agenda in a different direction. And you saw how she was, how that ended up. And you could argue you could do it more sensibly and more subtly and without appending the OBR along the way, you know. But I do get it, and I think I think bumbling along is where we'll stay.
Okay, bumbling along is where we'll stay. I just want to ask a quick question. I know we've got some more questions. You talk about the single market for goods, and we heard stories that the UK floated that and was rebuffed. Is there actually such a thing as a single market for goods and a single market for... Does that distinction actually make sense anymore? We already heard bits of that before in the sort of Brexit debate, and surely now, you know, Anand, earlier you were talking about defence and AI and things like that. Does that make any sense? And the second point that I want to come up with is something David Frost said, which was we always look at the costs of not being in the single market, but we don't look at the benefits, and particularly in some of these new emerging sectors like AI and tech, where we've taken quite a different, or financial services, where we've taken some of the benefits, we've diverged a bit. When we do these calculations of going back in the single market, should we be putting quite a negative delta on rejoining the single market for getting back aligned with the EU, that sort of rather heavy-duty tech regulation? In the Brexit Effect book out today, I was just reading Rohan Silver's chapter, saying basically the EU's gone very wrong on tech regulation. It's partly because there's been no new UK influence in it, and it would be a really big downside, it grieves him to say it as a Remainer, from rejoining because of that. Anand.
I mean, the problem with that, and I have some sympathy with that argument, is it's a punt on the future, isn't it? It's a punt on our ability to get it right and attract the investment and regulate in such a way that everything works perfectly. And, you know, you can argue that in AI there's some evidence that being a little bit more liberal than the European Union has brought dividends, but there's precious little evidence post-Brexit. I mean, I suppose the biggest counter-argument to that is if we wanted to do this, we could have done this when we left. We had years of Conservative government post-Brexit, and and their Brexit opportunities amounted to pints of champagne. Okay, there was precious little in the way of specifics where they said, you know what, in these specific areas, if we diverge, this is a vision for the future. And if the proponents of the plan weren't able to come up with something, I find it quite hard to understand how you can make an economic case just in the abstract without specific examples.
Catherine, could you actually write an agreement about joining something called via something else, but a free trade agreement that represents being in the single market for goods?
Yeah, absolutely you could. Yeah. Now, I should say, this is where it does get somewhat technical, because the difference between customs union, which in order to get the customs union to work actually involves quite a lot of high level of harmonisation in respect of goods, and a single market for goods actually becomes a somewhat grey area. The area where it would make a big difference is in respect of conformity assessment, because I think one of the biggest failings of the TCA is that the UK did not manage to get any agreement on conformity assessment, whereas Canada does have some agreement on conformity,
which even David Frost asked for,
and got nowhere. And just so for those of you not familiar with the jargon of conformity assessment, it means that had we got conformity assessment, British testing bodies could certify that a good conforms to EU standards, and then it doesn't need to be tested again in EU states. That is not the case at the moment.
Sam.
So I'm just going to take issue slightly with Anand's point about punt on the future, given that I do actually think it's right that if you're talking about a question about how we structure the UK's economy and lock it into a certain direction of travel, you should be doing that based on what you think the world will look like in 10, 15, 20 years' time, rather than what it looks like now. And while I'm not necessarily advocating for this, there is a view of the world where if you think that we are splitting into 3 blocks maybe geopolitically, but commercially we're talking about there will be a high-tech arms race on AI, on data and defence and the like, and the US is going to win, right? If that's a view, then why would the UK want to bind itself to the EU's approach on those issues? And this is where I have some sympathy to Frost's view, if that is your view of the future. But here though I think is where the people advocating it also don't articulate the trade-offs. In such a scenario, the UK will be outside of all of the EU's own sovereign cloud initiatives in terms of its sovereign AI initiatives. We're seeing now in terms of its data security, it's introducing different tiers of essentially protection, and we don't know how the UK is going to interact with that. And my fear at the moment is actually the UK doesn't have a view on this. about where it wants to be in the future. It sort of says in the abstract, oh, we want to kind of do our own thing on AI, but does it understand what that means in the context of its relationship with the EU, and also what it means in the context of its ability to integrate within the US tech stack?
I mean, just two quick things on that. I mean, one is it brings back to the geopolitical point I made earlier, which is one of the trade-offs might be our ability to work on defence and security with Europeans. The other thing is, and Jill's spoken about this before, one of the dangers with the current approach is we're not choosing, all right? We're muddling along thinking, we might be able to do this with the European Union, which stops us from doing anything domestically in that area because we might want to align in the future. And there's a sort of reset paralysis sets in where we're sort of half hoping we can get close to the single market, but not really making much progress, whilst at the same time not thinking creatively about how we can do things different if we're not.
It's because no one likes trade-offs. If you articulate them, you have to accept there's often a cost up front, either a short-term cost or a medium-term cost or a long-term cost. And at the moment you articulate them, everyone shouts at you, so they don't.
Okay, we're going to take some more questions, she said. We've got going to this side of the room. So, gentleman there. I think it's a gentleman. Yeah. You.
Hello, my name is Christopher King's College London. I'm not speaking on behalf of my institution, but I am interested about Professor Barnard's point that it might not be in the economic self-interest of universities to agree to some sort of lowering of fees to EU students. I just think that might be a bit of a narrow understanding of self-interest of universities. We had a 50% drop in EU students since 2015. We had fewer MA students, fewer postdocs, fewer talent, fewer research collaboration. So isn't there a case for saying, on the whole, the UK sector does need more students, also in terms of demographics, and therefore getting back perhaps to the levels of 2016 would be a good thing?
Okay, thank you very much. And anyone else want to ask a question?
Chat with the microphone.
John, Pete, down here.
This guy.
And then oh, yes, sorry, I hadn't seen you got a microphone. Go ahead.
Shall I go? Hi, Ollie from Best for Britain. I just want to pick up on the panel's agreements that there's kind of no more cherries left to pick to ask about services. Obviously very thin in the TCA, not much in the common understanding as well. And that splits out into RPQ, where the EU has done something with Canada, so clearly something is possible with other countries, if not the UK yet. And then particularly on business mobility, where my own personal sense is actually the UK may have some leverage because many member states are not super happy with kind of the high costs that come from the UK visa system. Or does the panel think that kind of that gets us too close to...
Okay, and if you could hand that microphone to John. We will have another round of questions after this, don't worry.
Well, sorry, it's partly to spare Lisa from asking the question. I mean, we did have this story about Michael Ellam having gone to Brussels to at least raise the question of could Britain join the single market for goods alone? And it is indeed what Northern Ireland has, and to some extent it is what Switzerland has. And I'd just like to know from the panel, I mean, it's now part of what we are calling the UKCE staircase. It's not the Barnier staircase, it's the UKCE staircase. The Swiss model is indeed single market for goods. It would clearly involve freedom of movement, as Sam has said, but it is an option that might have some appeal otherwise.
Okay, fantastically good set of questions. Okay, Catherine, you need more students. So if there are EU students paying domestic fees, is that a good thing?
No. We do need more students, but the trouble is we lose money on every single undergraduate student we take. I can certainly give you the figures for Cambridge, which is where I'm at, which I know best, but essentially we get 9,000 from the student, and it costs probably about 15,000, 16,000 for the university and another 15,000 or 16,000 for the colleges. So we lose on every single EU student we take. On the other hand, what we, and again I wear my Cambridge hat now, I'm not speaking on behalf of the universities, wearing my Cambridge hat, what we have been losing is some truly outstanding EU students who have helped to deliver fantastic results, education, go on to do amazing graduate work. So yes, we are losing intellectually, but not financially. The reason why the fees for international students are so high is to offset the losses on each domestic undergraduate.
Okay. Anand, I remember having conversations with the CBI when the TCA was being negotiated, and they were saying, oh yeah, just take it, we can build on it, and okay, it doesn't do much for services. In the UK, it's a services economy, it's quite good for the EU, because they're mainly goods, but we can build on it later. And of course, why would the EU necessarily build on services? So do you see anything in this about, going MRPQ, mutual recognition, professional qualifications, was in the Labour manifesto as one of their asks. It was one of their asks, made minimal progress in the common understanding last year. Is there an agenda around services that could be developed going forward in the death by incrementalism approach?
I mean, there is an approach that can be developed going forward. I just don't think the EU has a particular interest in it at the moment. That seems to be the problem.
And what about this point, though, that people don't like the UK's extremely high visa fees? Is there a deal that we could do on business mobility to make it easier for EU workers to come here?
I mean, whether there's a deal to be done, I don't know. You're absolutely right. It is something we can trade. I sometimes worry that we're not very good at doing these trade-off things. I think we should have hung on Erasmus Plus, which we paid handsomely for, to link it to something. Maybe business mobility was one of the things we could have linked. But historically, since we left in the negotiations, we've proved very bad at linking issues, and the EU has proved quite effective at linking issues. Can I just make one point with regard to what Christoph's question, which I think there's obviously an interesting distributional issue here. Yeah. Some universities will always get enough middle-class European kids whose parents are willing to pay an absolute eye-watering fortune so that they get their degree from there. And so there's one set of interests there. I think if you go to sort of the middle rank of Russell Group, those are the universities where people aren't going to pay 30, 40, 50 grand, but where you've had a massive drop in the number of European students. And so I think one of the problems with talking about university sector, it's a very, very heterogeneous sector, and different institutions rely on different sorts of students for their income.
So if Catherine was from Reading, she'd have given a different answer.
Well, if Catherine was from Bath or UEA or one of those institutions, definitely, or Kent, where historically you've got huge numbers of European undergraduates, and they're struggling to recruit because they can't fill those Europeans.
I should say even Cambridge, the fact is there are a lot of funds that Cambridge itself is deploying to bring international students in, so it's costing the university.
Okay, nation is weeping. Sam, Swiss model, is that actually the destination? I mean, admittedly they won't want to admit it until the Swiss have voted yes in their referendum, they hope next year, but basically, that happens 2027, is the Swiss model our ultimate destination?
I think it is the direction of travel, and you don't even have to ever call it the Swiss model, but if you even think about the SPS agreement, right, a significant portion of the EU-Switzerland arrangement is around the fact that they don't have any regulatory controls on the movement of food products. So we've already got part of the way there. Then there's then the question really on top of that, a mutual recognition of conformity assessment. But I think there is the incremental approach, and maybe you chip away at that. But if you wanted to move wholesale, then the UK has to decide that it likes freedom of movement of people. And I do think that generally, and this points to your services question as well, if the UK ever says to itself, we're actually comfortable with freedom of movement and freedom of movement of people, something I would personally be very supportive of, then you can have a completely different conversation with the EU. I'm not saying it will still be an easy one. It's not as if you suddenly say, we like freedom of movement, and they go, here, have everything. Right? That's not how it works. But it does unlock a different conversation, particularly in the area of services. But also on services, and I sort of alluded to this earlier, but I'll reiterate it. We need to understand that from an EU perspective, in terms of getting things they need from the UK on services, they just do that unilaterally. Or if there's areas where a rupture would cause a problem, they allow it to happen. If we think about asset management in Luxembourg and delegation into London, that is still allowed to happen. If we think about how they've structured the commercial insurance market, they are still able to use Lloyd's of London because of the way they've allowed for branching into Brussels, and that to still continue to work. If we think about clearing houses, they might not like it. Those still operate in the UK because they haven't been able to move them. So actually there's always this asymmetry where it comes down to, okay, what do you actually need from us, the UK? And the problem is, a lot of the time, we don't have an answer for that. What are you going to get out of this negotiation? We know what the UK will get. What's the EU going to get? And until we can answer that in different areas, lots of these conversations become rather difficult.
So Anand, I mean, someone was asking about, going maximalist. Sam's saying going Switzerland. Everybody's saying this all depends on whether that sort of absolute nothing that entails freedom of movement disappears as an absolutely critical blocker on these, closer options. How close do you think we are to freedom of movement stopping being a toxic no-go area for British politicians across much of the spectrum outside the Greens and the Lib Dems?
I mean, a lot of that hinges on how Andy Burnham decides to govern. My hunch is quite a long way away and possibly further away than we were before we decided to change Prime Minister. But I suppose that question is how far are we away from immigration ceasing to be very, very salient in British politics? And that actually hinges on a lot of things like the small boats. But again, we should be careful, wary of falling into the trap of thinking that it is simply a question of the UK doing what is necessary and the deal will be on the table. I mean, one of the things I worry about is, Brexit has created winners, okay? And there are some member states who might be saying, okay, look, we're actually getting some of the trade that Britain used to get because they're outside of a single market for goods. And those winners happen to be quite vocal politically and have pretty important economic interests. I don't think it's a given that the EU will say, well, yeah, that's a model that exists, so you can have it. I think one of the problems is every single member state will do a very careful cost-benefit analysis. And the problem there is they might all genuinely think that in the medium term, in the abstract, we'd like a closer relationship with the UK for our own economic self-interest as well as for our security interest. But in the short term, they'll think there are concentrated economic interests here and I've got an election in 6 months, so do I want to give concessions on this?
Okay, final round of a few questions. I've got 3. So let's come to Lisa, who put her mitt up first, and we've got two gentlemen behind her. Lisa.
Can I just ask one very quick one, a curveball, and if you can't answer it, that's fine, about policing and why is there no conversation about policing?
About what?
Policing.
Policing.
Security.
Police.
I think somebody mentioned it in one of the earlier sessions, because it struck me that one of the things where people aren't aware of the difference between in the AI Act in Europe and how the UK has developed. For example, in policing, in the UK, live facial recognition is allowed, and you see more and more press releases of this force and that force allowing it. It's not allowed under the AI Act.
Okay, they're going to do defence and security, which that sort of crosses over to in the next session, but we'll see people, if this panel has anything to say about that. Yes.
Thanks. I had a question about terminology, and you were advocating, Sam, for under-promising and over-delivering. I mean, is there a risk that the reset is actually sort of misleading? Is what both sides are actually pursuing, does it really amount to a net closening of relations between the two sides and the degree to which we're linked? Or is the degree to which both sides are actually diverging on an ongoing basis on things like Made in Europe, on AI regulation, on the industrial accelerator, mean that we're actually misleading everyone, including ourselves, by saying we're resetting? We're actually continuing to move apart and chipping away somewhat at the edges of that?
That is a very excellent question. Yes, and just immediately behind you, yes.
Hi, David Henderson, EDF. My question was about political change, really, in the UK, and what might happen to these current agreements which are being negotiated, pursued at the moment, when we have change of political party governing the UK. Are they incremental enough or niche enough to survive that? Is domestic policy going to diverge far too much for them to be tenable? That's a possibility, definitely, in energy policy and emissions trading, etc.
Okay, let's go to those. First, any of you got any comments on Lisa's point? No. Okay, security panel, Keynote. They can take that one up. Simon's there, or whatever. I think this is a really interesting question. This is what we always used to do. Until we had sort of whole economy carbon targets, this is really what you noticed, is the government would pile up lots of micro measures and then discover that the rest of the economy was massively increasing emissions while policy actions were doing a sort of little bit net downwards. So actually, Are the UK and the EU actually, in practice, getting further apart? Do read the quarterly divergence tracker from UK and Changing Europe, which Joelle does. Are we actually really getting further apart? And this is just a little bit of dancing around on a pinhead to bring us slightly back closer together. Anand, you read the divergence tracker every quarter. She asserted.
I think there is a real danger with things like industrial accelerator and made in Europe that we are building more barriers than we're removing. And it's almost a sleight of hand, which is kind of sort of almost dead cat, isn't it? It's, oh, look over here, we're negotiating SPS. And meanwhile, you know, there's the tariffs on steel, there's the European sort of content requirements and things like that. And I think this goes back again to a conversation we had on one of the earlier panels about how the world has changed. Brexit felt a lot easier in a world where you had globalization going along as normal and where our closest trading partners were nice, liberal, open economies, and they're not. So I think my hunch is you're absolutely right, and that if you look at the big picture, a lot of trade is harder now than it was before, despite the incremental steps taken under the reset.
Catherine's going to have to go off to do a media commitment. Anyway,
Love Island.
but we're going to stay on for a few minutes more. Sam, do you agree with Anand that actually we're getting further apart despite all the rhetoric about closening?
Well, I think in some terms the word reset was a political device to signal that we don't hate them anymore. Right, like that was kind of why it was brought into existence.
Definitely not in the faux category.
And there was definitely obviously some convergence. There was some moments where actually cooperation looked much more possible, and there has also been very substantive cooperation, for example, in the context of sanctions in Ukraine, where the EU and the UK, as well as Japan and the US and others, have worked together very closely and delivered quite significant outcomes. I do think that there is just now this issue that Anand's described, whereby the EU continues. It continues to legislate, it continues to introduce new measures, most of which are not targeted at the UK, but in some instances leave the UK as collateral damage. I mean, we were talking about REACH earlier in terms of an area of future cooperation. The first thing that's probably going to happen is the EU is going to introduce new tariffs on chemicals that are going to lead to the UK having to negotiate a country-specific quota similar to as it's done with steel. So that's actually probably going to get worse more quickly than it will get better. I think where the reset has made a difference on the UK side is that we have got over our political reluctance, at least for now, to acknowledge that there are certain areas of the economy where divergence is not either desirable or really possible, and that we're willing to codify that and create a process in which that's almost automatic. And we can see that in the goods space. So I think that is significant politically, but it then comes to, I think it was the next question about whether that can endure. Whether it can survive a change in future government. And then here is where my answer is similar to what Anand gave earlier. I think in the areas where it's really, really, really boring, where if you allowed me to speak about them, which I happily would do at will, you'd all gradually just sort of peter out and start looking at your phones.
That's why we're having a coffee break, guys, so you can
exactly.
go to Sam.
Maybe those are more durable than the areas where it's actually a sort of something politicians can understand.
But what for you is a boring, dull area of whatever is for some other people a big issue of principle that the UK is a rule taker.
Take SPS, for example. So if we got a Nigel Farage government, would they go in saying we're going to rip that up? Probably. Could they then go about it in different ways via agreements with the US and the like? Possibly. But would they actually face significant pressure on day one from companies saying, can we just leave it as is? We've had a lot of change, to the point that it gets slightly deprioritised? Maybe.
I mean, the difference there, I mean, we know what they say, right? So both Conservatives and Reform are explicitly committed to ripping up anything that Starmer negotiates over and above what was there when he came in. They both said that, okay? Now, you might say, okay, that's fine, but would you really start a new government by increasing food price inflation?
Maybe.
Possibly not. But I think more worrying than that is that both of them have also pledged to take us out of the ECHR. If they take us out of the ECHR, it is almost certain, in my opinion, that the EU will suspend parts or all of the TCA. And if Reform UK go further and start stripping benefits from EU citizens who are now entitled to it, they might suspend the withdrawal agreement or parts of it as well for good measure. So I think they are, you know, at the moment, pledging stuff. I mean, again, at the danger of triggering people, they're essentially pledging stuff that takes us back to a no-deal Brexit. So it's not just about whether they'll do SPS. I think the
lesson of no deal Brexit was that
it's something you talk about but don't do.
They always bottled it.
Yeah. But whether Nigel Farage, well, whether he's a bottler or not is something I imagine.
Let's find out.
Is there any final question that you want to ask? I'm not trying to put you off, because we've got quite a long coffee break. Got another couple of questions. There's one here, and one over there.
Thanks. Catherine's just gone, I appreciate, but we were just talking about MRAs and the, and I was just looking at your excellent regulatory divergence report, and it notes that the EU is looking into these potentially with Korea and other countries, but obviously has not chosen to do so regarding the UK. I mean, why is that, do you think, and what can we do about it? Is it back to your point about asymmetry? Just be really interested on thoughts.
Yeah, and a question over there, and...
Thanks, yes, Jodie from ODI Global. I'm just wondering a bit more about the kind of international dimension for all of this, because obviously the UK has had some big wins recently, like the UK-India FTA. Of course, there is the EU-India FTA. So I just wondered if there are any more positives from the Brexit narrative that you could perhaps speak to.
Okay. Okay, we're going to call it a halt there. Okay, Caroline's question. MRAs, why?
So on mutual recognition of conformity assessment, the reason given at the time for not allowing it into the trade and cooperation agreement was, and I quote, "we don't want to." Because it's actually one of the areas where there's lots of legal precedent for the EU entering into this arrangement with third countries, including with countries it doesn't even have free trade agreements with. So at the time, it obviously has one it's negotiated now with Australia, but it's had mutual recognition of conformity assessment preceding that. And some of this is to do with the proximity of the UK, and some of it is to do with the historical legacy of the UK hosting much of the testing that was done for the entire single market, and there's a desire not to leave that offshore. I suppose now in the future, once lots of that's moved, there's a question as to whether that sentiment still holds. So it's something that can be tested, and it's been tested recently with the similar answer of no. Over time, it's possible that could change. In terms of benefits...
But that's just pure protectionism by the EU. They think they'd lose quite a lot of the business to the UK, and the people who've got those businesses say we actually like having the testing in the EU.
Everyone's protectionist in some way or other, in some bit of the economy, and this was one of the areas where it articulated itself in those negotiations. In terms of benefits of Brexit, I do think, so the free trade agreement agenda is a bit tricky because actually the EU's caught up and overtaken the UK in some instances. I do think you have to think carefully about the question of how the UK has reacted to the US interventions. So there is an argument to be made, and I think it is potentially a legitimate one, that the UK's ability, A, not to be treated as part of the EU when it came to the imposition of the Liberation Day tariffs and the level that was imposed, because the UK was treated outside of the EU, it had the 10% applied rather than the 15%, and also its ability to move quickly in, for example, areas such as autos. We also on steel, the UK is subject to a 25% rate rather than the 50% rate. You also on pharmaceuticals have seen the UK move more quickly. And also the point I would make is the UK in moving first made near zero concessions to the US in practice in the first instance in relation to tariff liberalisation. The EU has agreed to liberalise all of its industrial tariffs and some food groups. We just agreed to put a biofuels factory out of business, which is bad because we did it by accident. We didn't realise that's what we'd done. But it's still quite a lot less. So in that instance, can you objectively argue the UK's flexibility post-Brexit and as a result of Brexit has allowed it to manage Trump slightly better than the EU has managed so far? For now, yes. This equation changes all the time because of the nature of Trump and the deals he does. Yeah. But I do think people who point to that as an upside have some justification.
Can I ask you, just to end, Sam, since I've got you here, one of the things that's been very notable and interesting about this government, which I have to say I didn't really expect, was that Keir Starmer seemed to be almost a sort of a vehement enthusiast for UK independent trade policy as Liz Truss. I mean, you'd hear him wax lyrical about the UK-India deal and this, whatever. If the UK had to realign its trade policy with the EU to go into some form of customs union, would there be big losses if, say we managed to get access to the deals that the EU's now negotiated with people we've negotiated some of those deals with? Are the EU deals better, worse, different? You know, what would be our losses?
So this is where there's, I don't like to labour this point, but no one knows what a customs union is in the UK, and that's not changed up until now. But one of the points on free trade agreements is the UK would not have access to the EU's free trade agreements. The UK would still have to have its own negotiated in parallel, but on the tariff concessions, they would need to match up against the EU's. And in most instances, the UK and the EU have free trade agreements with the same partners, but the tariff concessions in some areas, particularly agriculture, are different. So what the UK would have to do is essentially renegotiate those deals in those instances to align with the EU tariff levels. And in doing so, with some countries, say Australia and New Zealand, would upset them all over again for the third time. If you see what I mean. Where I think it would have more of a significant impact is the UK's ability to deal with the US, which is outside of the free trade agreement framework, but also...
so it might make our farmers quite a lot happier if we realigned with EU tariffs or quotas on places like Australia.
Possibly, but then also we could have a conversation, if we're talking about a Turkey-like customs union, we could leave agriculture out of the conversation entirely and just focus on industrial goods, so they could still remain unhappy, but the New Zealand...
I think the other thing about trade deals is they were used to leverage geopolitical openings as well. So if you think about Australia, the trade deal negotiations were, I think, the opening salvo in what turned into AUKUS. So there are broader foreign policy and non-economic elements to some of those trade deals. And just on, I'm parodying what you said, Caroline, I know you don't mean that, but when you hear the argument, you know, New Zealand has got a really good SPS deal and it's miles away, Canada's in safe and it's miles away, surely therefore the UK. Well, it's precisely because they're miles away that it's less threatening and easier for the European Union. So in some instances, I think actually our proximity and the size of our trade with the European Union means that the calculations are very different.
Also, on why the government loves doing free trade agreements once you get doing it, it's the best job ever. Right? You just get to go around the world, sign things, everyone treats you really well. You don't have to deal with potholes at home and all the domestic stuff. Just for a couple of days, you get to feel really, really great. I mean, my dream job, if Simon's not listening, is Trade Minister from the Lords. You know, no constituents to deal with, nothing. You just travel around signing stuff. Brilliant.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay, Simon hadn't hove back into you. So with that, and with Sam possibly out of a job, could we all just thank Anand, Sam and Catherine in absentia for their contributions? And I'm reliably informed there is now coffee outside. Be back at 3:30 for the panel on defence. No coffee, there is no coffee. But insider tip, the champagne bar downstairs has Diet Cokes and coffees if you want to go and do that. There are something else to drink outside, hopefully. Anyway, come back at 3:30, enjoy the garden or whatever.
Yes. Right.
They picked up our coffee break with that.
Well, I think that they, you know,
Last year, we talked more about
let's whip people in.
Okay.
that mix in the land.
I don't know if the mic's are on.
Strong returns, and how it's becoming the backbone.
Okay, folks, I think we're good to go if you are. Come on, Tim, you've got to sit down. Very good. Right, okay, we're going to start this panel now. If you want to find a seat, please do. Thank you for your stamina in still being here. It's a tribute to you, maybe it's a tribute to us, but it's great that you're all here. So, this is the last panel before we have the closing keynote from Nick Thomas-Simmons, who's coming at 4:30. So we've got an hour for this panel, and what this panel is called in the programme the UK, the EU and the world. That's what it says on the tin, and what we're going to do is widen the lens a bit, because I think we've done a fair amount of navel gazing on the UK today, certain amount on the EU, but hey, there's a big wide world out there which is the context we're operating in. So we do need to think about that, not least because that world has changed a lot since the Brexit referendum 10 years ago. So we are responding to a very changed set of circumstances. And I'd like to use part of this conversation just to understand that and get the impressions of our panelists on it, but then to move forward and think about how in the field of foreign policy, defence, security and economic security, we can perhaps contribute to the agenda which we were talking about in the last panel, which is the reset and how the relationship can be built. So that's how I'd like to structure the conversation. And we've got a perfectly formed panel to do that, because I'm going to introduce them very briefly. Because first of all, on my left, we have Daniela Schwarzer, who is a board member of the Bertelsmann Stiftung. She is a distinguished German commentator on international affairs, international economics, European and transatlantic security. She's worked also in other places, including at Harvard, and she was an advisor to the EU High Representative. And then next, we have Rachel Ellerhuis, who since January 2025 has been the Director General at RUSI. But Rachel has a long experience working also in NATO, where she was the US Secretary of Defense representative in NATO, and also in the US Department of Defense, when it was called that.
Still called that.
Still called that, where she was Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for European and NATO policy. So lots of useful American perspective as well as NATO perspective. And finally, last but not least on the end, John Bew, who is Professor of History and Foreign Policy at King's College London. But for our purposes today, perhaps most importantly, we have a very distinguished author also, by the way, but since between 2019 and 2024, he worked in number 10 Downing Street as the foreign policy advisor to the Prime Minister, several Prime Ministers, in fact, and was involved in the production of national security strategies and other things. So he was at the heart of the machine on the British side. So I think you see very interesting perspectives. And just a final introductory comment from me, in terms of the ways the world has changed since 2016, I mean, it's been dramatic. We've got a new geopolitics which has emerged in that time. Tremendous changes in our relationship with China, evolving relationship with the United States, which is changing very fast. Of course, we've had the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We've had this growing focus on defense spending and burden sharing in the alliance. We've had the increased focus on economic security as part of the broader
security and indeed economic agenda. We've got this debate going on about the regulation of tech and AI, which feeds into this area very much. We've also had, and we may have forget this, a dramatic reduction in aid budgets, which affects the way that we operate on the international scene, and all that against the context of fiscal constraints, which are growing. So it's very important to understand that change. And against that background, I'm going to turn first to John, if I may. John, I'm going to ask you this question. Global Britain, do you remember that?
I do indeed.
How was it for you?
Okay. Thank you, Simon, and fantastic to be here, and tribute to colleagues at King's and Flint for hosting it. You have air conditioning, lots of new, young, interesting voices, and I've seen a few ghosts of Christmas past over the course of the day, and people I used to work with on both sides of the Brexit argument. So we had a sort of operating concept, and every government needs its foreign policy identity. And funny enough, one of the things I said at the start of the Starmer government, and I worked for a good chunk of that, or at least the first 4 months of that, was that actually their plan was not to have their own national security strategy, because they were pretty content with the Rishi Sunak integrated review refresh. But I said, you will need your own foreign policy identity, you need your own discourse, and you need your own language about how you see yourself in the world. So we, in 2019, when I went into government, had this notion of Global Britain, which was associated with Boris Johnson. Me, being a pedantic, irritating academic, was a bit skeptical about it. I remember a Zoom call with you in the midst of COVID, trying to test it and explain it. But actually, it was a recognizable phrase, and it meant something, and it traveled less well in some parts of the world, and it traveled pretty well in other parts of the world. The question is what it meant in substance. And when we were beginning to debate how we would produce the government's national security strategy in 2020-21. The year, of course, opened with the killing of Soleimani. A few weeks later, you had COVID hit by the end of January. You had the first signs of the pandemic. We were doing so against sort of two primary backdrops. The first is by an act of national choice, our relationship to Europe was going to change, and that had implications for defense policy, less defense, more trade policy, areas of the world we needed to focus on. And there's a lot of metrics that went into that. Simon, you'll remember a document called the Register of British Interests, which is an internal government document which shows the relative importance of different countries in the world to the UK and the UK's interests, both from a defense side, but also from a more positive trade and investment side. And that showed us that the Indo-Pacific in particular, but also Gulf states, were becoming more important to UK interests overall, not to play down the European context. So the first thing was that adjustment. The second thing we were confronting is a lot of the assumptions that had run through certainly the 2010 review and began to be dismantled around about 2015, that we had about the world, the way the world was working, the relatively benign environment, one in which our whole paradigm for national security, from counterinsurgency to development, was about making the world more like us, essentially, and encouraging it along that way. And that was falling apart. It fell apart vividly. I remember National Security Council meetings over Afghanistan, and the old paradigm went down the toilet pretty quickly. So those two things were confronting us simultaneously, and that's in the context in which we looked at these questions. Your mandate to us was to be less parochial and introspective, so you went straight to the Northern Irishman. Which I appreciate before we go into our international panelists. So in that respect, I'd just say something about the period in which I had in government, because I think it's important to reflect on this wider world and how it affects UK interests. And this is obviously a conference about UK-EU, but if we widen the paradigm a bit, we widen our purview, we begin to see something different. So I remember at the start of 2020, the phrase sometimes used in that government, despite Brexit, UK growth projections, because you were heading towards some sort of negotiated settlement, were actually third or fourth in the G7 until COVID hit. I remember also more recently, ahead of the recent Iran war, UK growth projections were in the number 3 or number 4 in the G7 ahead of the Iran war as well. So you have these periods of quite swift UK economic recovery and apparently better growth projections, absolutely shaken to their core, dropping to bottom in both cases by events that aren't anything to do with the UK's relationship with the European Union, but are profoundly important. And they are disruptions to supply chains, They are disruptions to the global economy and the trade and the trading basis of the UK economy, services, etc. So the extent to which the UK is vulnerable to these broader international trends, and you adverted to some of them, I think just has to be factored into our considerations. And just maybe one more a final point. So if you were to consider this in the broader terrain, and you were to zoom out a little bit from the esoteric discussion about what the reset looks like, what safe looks like, and you had that sort of broader thing, and you were to say what's in our ability to shape. Obviously, the UK's ability to shape the rest of the world in the Indo-Pacific is minimal. Our ability to shape the course of events in the Gulf has proved to be more limited than we'd hoped. I sometimes describe British foreign policy in the Middle East as exquisite irrelevance, and that's sort of transpired in the last couple of weeks. But we do have a vote in something else. It's not EU or not simply US, and I think that's that broader transatlantic relationship. So I'd sort of make a case and make an early pitch on this panel for a transatlantic plus conversation. There's a hell of a lot to be renegotiated and negotiated in bad temper right now, or potentially more in better temper going forward on things like export controls, tariffs, relative balance of our industrial bases, tech cooperation where we sit in the stack, all this sort of broader transatlantic picture. And the picture is not as dark as we might presume. EU-US trade has never been higher. The EU has never been more hawkish on the China question, for example, because of dumping, because of the economic effects of that relationship. There's actually incredibly deep shared interest in the future of the Middle East and the Gulf. So if you can zoom out for a moment, I get away from this Europe versus America transatlantic hair on fire conversation that you sometimes hear, and say there's a bigger thing to be built here, and the fundamentals actually aren't too tricky. And over a period of time, I'd focus a considerable amount of energy on that broader picture.
Thank you. So we'll come back to that later in terms of the future, because you highlight this issue that we're looking at the defence and security field as an area for maybe contributing to the reset of the UK-EU relationship. But you're right, there's a broader context, and there is a US relationship, particularly through NATO, which we have to factor in as well. So let's come back to that. But picking up on what you said about Global Britain. Daniela, can I come to you on this? Because, and I want to tie it to what David Frost said this morning. He talked about Brexit, and basically his defence of Brexit, if that's the right word, was largely framed in terms of national independence. He said it was a policy that delivered national independence. Now, it depends how you define that, of course, and how you define sovereignty. But my sense in foreign policy was that we might have achieved something there notionally, but at the cost of international leverage secured partly at least, through the established relationship with the EU and our role within it. How do you see British foreign policy influence and relationships having evolved as a consequence of Brexit over the last decade? Where are we in that now, with particular relation to EU partners?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here on this particular day. So I represent a German and an EU perspective, I guess, at the same time. So I think if we look at the narrative, and you described how it evolved, how it came up, and how it changed, I think the notion of global Britain, at least from a German perspective, was never really thought, people never really thought it could hold. Why? Because our assessment on the transatlantic relationship, despite the deep anchorage of Germany in transatlantic relations, was always more skeptical. Trump's first term, and then the time in between, and then the beginning of his second term, obviously led to a situation in transatlantic relations where Germany and the EU had to really rethink whether their basic assumptions about their own security, about their own economic ties, and finally also the fundamental understanding that the US and the EU, and in particular Germany, pursue the same goals as part of the political West, was really shattered. And I think that led to a situation where the UK was looked at with some surprise because of that self-confidence to lay out this alternative to being deeply anchored with European partners and looking towards the world, including to the United States. I think what really brought us back together was Russia's attack on Ukraine. And if you look at the way British and EU relations, the cooperation within NATO have worked since the beginning of this phase of the war on 24th of February 2022, we can only say it works very well. And very often the UK was leading on decisions. And Germany was looking at both Washington and London and then thinking through how it would position itself, for instance, on arms deliveries, on the pace of implementing sanctions. And for Germany, that moment in time meant a fundamental reorientation of our energy policy, huge investment in defense, which previous governments weren't ready to do, and thus a growing role as a security actor with more choices, because essentially if you are so dependent on single countries, and I would say Russia as the energy provider, the US and China as very, very close partners providing, in particular for China, critical materials for our industrial production and so on, you don't have much of a foreign policy choice. And what Europe had to learn the hard way is that those dependencies, which on the cover of it look like economic dependencies, of course they severely restrict the potential scope of foreign policy choices. Mm-hmm. And I think now, when we talk about sovereignty, there are two things happening at the same time for EU countries. On the one hand, through their economic risk management, the major economic EU players have broadened their scope of potential action because risks are managed in a way that over-dependencies are slowly but surely being reduced. And on the other hand, the notion of European sovereignty and European autonomy, which played a role in this morning's discussion as well, is really a very important issue, because the thinking here is that even a big country like Germany, which is now currently still, and will lose that position, the third largest economy in the world, is not able to provide for tech sovereignty or even in terms of defense and security, what it needs as a sovereign country. So the answer that is being politically given is, let's look at how we can do this as part of the European Union. Mm-hmm. And here the UK comes in, and there is, of course, a lot of regret about Brexit in that regard, in Berlin and in Brussels, as we heard from Michel Barnier earlier on. If the UK were part of this conversation, which I perceive is really advancing pretty quickly in the EU, we would all be better off, because we would leverage our relative weight in the world in critical areas in a much better way. And again, this is not only a question of economic competitiveness, it is a question, in particular when we look at tech, of yes, economic competitiveness, of security and defense, and finally also of democratic sovereignty, because we need to be able to control the digital backbone of our societies and political systems. We need to be able to have independent domestic public spheres where platforms obviously play a huge role. So I think we have to see it in that holistic way, and I see that a number of players in the European Union are advancing pretty quickly in that reflection, and if the UK were part of it, that would be a huge advantage, I believe, for both sides.
Okay, well, but it touches slightly on things that were discussed in the last panel about the choices, the trade-offs and the choices that we face, but it's very interesting what you say. So Rachel, coming to you, I mean, what's your observation on that? But you've got a slightly different perspective, including the sort of American perspective, but now also a London-based perspective. I mean, can I ask you the question, do you think that the UK has lost international policy leverage post-Brexit, which is going to take us back to the question of how we're going to sort of rebuild the relationships and the focus with the EU and potentially with the US as primary partners?
Yeah, I mean, I was sorry I wasn't able to join you this morning, but we had our land warfare conference going on, so that had to take a priority, unfortunately, but I'm sure it was a very rich discussion. But I hope at some point somebody on either the UK side or the EU side acknowledged that Brexit has hurt us all, that it's not just the UK. I think for many years there was this sense that like, oh, the Brits made their bed, they need to lie in it, and you know, the EU, we're kind of still together, and look at us, how great we are. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Like whether it's growth, regulatory burden, construction costs, inflation, Brexit has hurt us all, including the US, frankly, because you don't have a less fragmented market, you don't have strong R&D, and a lot of the things that you talked about, that collective power on both the economic and defense side that could have provide that unity and that mass for the EU or Europe to be a better partner of the United States. Now, I recognize that the current US administration is a bit of a special case, and sometimes you wonder if they actually want a strong Europe or if they want a strong NATO, but let's not let the US be the scapegoat to the bottom line problem, which is that for all its strengths, Europe, and I include the UK in that moniker, has a power problem, has a dynamism problem. Its relative power is declining compared to the US, compared to Asia. When you look at productivity, growth, investment, all of those, you know, the lack of dynamism there is eroding competitiveness, as is the fragmentation that I alluded to before. What I'd really like to see is a path to the UK moving more closely back into the EU that's built on that single market cooperation with a little bit of defense. I think we can talk about defense later, but I think defense will happen anyway, and defense is more likely actually to happen outside of an EU framework through all of the bilateral arrangements for a number of reasons. But absolutely, I think the UK is a less valuable partner to the United States outside of the European Union, because when it was in, it could play this role of almost like a translator. And it could, I mean, I wouldn't say it was sort of like, I don't want to lean into the conspiracy theory that it was somehow like a Trojan horse for US interests, but certainly it had the heft and the weight and the political capital to represent those more frugal nations who were less interested in a federal EU. I think Brexit made the UK a less valuable partner to the US in terms of the European relationship. And you saw, I remember during my time in the Pentagon, you saw attempts to offset that by creating bilateral channels between either the EU and the US in defense and trade and tech. And then that never really took off because it wasn't the full picture. And then equally, the UK wasn't worth engaging with because they didn't have the full weight of the EU behind them. So again, back to my basic point was that, you know, I think both parties came out behind as a result of that.
Yeah, thanks. So can I just stay with you and ask a question following up on that? So obviously we've got this big focus in the EU at the moment on strategic autonomy, born of, well, reinforced by, frankly, mistrust of the current American administration and its intentions towards the EU and potentially Europeans. So you've got that focus. And on the other hand, you've got the argument that actually we need to bind the Americans in. So from your perspective, I mean, how do you balance that? I mean, if you're British, you want to get back into defence cooperation with the EU, you find it's very important, but we've also got to sort of, how do you play that in the balance with the NATO relationship and the evolution of NATO?
Ooh, lots of questions in there. Well, I liked a word that Daniela used. She talked about, when she was talking about sovereignty, she talked about dependencies and over-dependencies. And I think there's a difference. If I just take the example of defense in a NATO context, there are areas, critical areas, where European allies were over-dependent on the United States. We saw it most clearly with Starlink. The absence of an alternative there put Ukraine and European partners in a very difficult situation when Musk temporarily, and the Pentagon temporarily made the decision they did with regard to Starlink. You don't want to be in a position where there's such an overdependence that you don't have other alternatives. A smaller defense example would be on ground-based air defense. We know that's in short supply, and when I was at NATO, we turned to the French and the Italians and we said, we'd be happy for you to produce more SAMTs, please. And they were like, well, production lines aren't quite up to it. So I think the problem isn't dependency or mutual interdependence. That's actually what we want in a world where both the US and Europe, including the UK, are relatively less able to push back on malign actors or not malign actors, but difficult actors, competitive actors like China. But it's those over-dependencies we need to focus on. And then I also think that Europe could be a lot better at exploiting the leverage that it does have. I think I've seen steps in that direction when the tariffs came on board. The EU started to think about perhaps using some of its own counter-tariff mechanisms. It would have been a lot stronger and a lot more compelling if the UK had been part of that as well. But arguably, to your question, to one of your other questions, the UK is in a uniquely difficult position because it has this very close relationship with the US on nuclear, on capital markets, on intelligence. But again, as long as they're not over-dependencies, they become leverage. That mutual interdependence becomes leverage. The fact that, again, a defense example, because that's my world, all the ejector seats in US fighter jets are made by one British company, that's leverage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so John, can I come back to you? Can you elaborate a bit in the light of that discussion we've just been having and how complex the relationships are and so forth? And bearing in mind that actually the theme of this conference is also about the relationship between the UK and the EU, which is slightly in tension. Can you elaborate a bit your idea of a transatlantic plus that you kicked off with? I mean, what should the priorities be for us within that concept that you're developing there?
Yeah, okay. So first thing to say is that I think we're in a renegotiation of absolutely everything. And that starts with our domestic political economy. And too often discussions like this in lovely, genteel surroundings don't reflect that. I had to zip off for part of the day to talk to some brilliant young students from Yale University who are all sort of wound up about populism. That's why they're here talking about populism. And to my mind, that's entirely inadequate to reflect the fact that there's clear discontent. And Henry Kissinger was very good about this. He said, all orders depend on legitimacy. And the foundations of that legitimacy are being shaken. You have to address that in a very meaningful way. That's core business. Get your own house in order at a nation-state level. And all of our countries represented on this panel and elsewhere, they're struggling to do so.
Yes.
Second thing is what you grow out of that. So we heard. So my fundamental position is, which is not a controversial or particularly imaginative one, is that the UK, the metrics of strength that matter on the international stage are the strength of the economy and the amount we're putting into defence and security and the effectiveness of that, not simply the quantum. And sometimes we're quite good on the...
We're not doing very well on either count, are we?
We're not doing very well on either count.
You also told me you'd met a senior former minister today relevant to that agenda. So, the defence
we're not doing very well on either account. But also the European Union we left won't implement the Draghi report. The most interesting conversation on the future of Europe is the German one, which is significant and invested in. 60% of the new defence money in Europe is German.
Right.
None is French, and none is British. A lot of it's from the EU Commission as well. So those complexities are worth sort of factoring in as well. I would put to you, I'd posit the most consequential mill-to-mill relationship in the world today remains US-Ukraine because of what you mentioned about Starlink, intelligence sharing, ISR, the deployment of kit and capital in the front line. It's a horrendous political relationship right now. It's still highly consequential. So you have these sort of complexities. We also talked about the shared European response to Ukraine. Best performers in the G7, two countries who were the two representatives, not countries, in the G7 who were most robust preceding the invasion were the UK, way ahead out of everyone else on lethal weaponry, and the EU, which couldn't make decisions itself on lethal weaponry, but was willing to advertise sanctions as well. So it's a mosaic in which a sort of simple story of decline here or opportunity there, I think, is too problematic, domestic and then broader. But the fundamental metrics are really important. So the last assessments at the start of this year says that US trade with Europe as a whole, and that's, if you're talking about European security, you've got to include UK, Norway, Turkey, and Ukraine, which are not in the EU and won't be in the EU anytime soon, in the midst of it. So there's a big picture. But the levels of trade, economic relationship, transatlantic have never been higher, and they're also higher overall than the portion of US trade with Asia, including China. So this is not a relationship that's going away. It's a pillar for all of our economies and societies. And when I say it's a renegotiation, therefore, what do you focus on? There will be a stampede to the White House from European countries to be a European whisperer number one. Merz has tried a couple of times to have a stampede to the Trump White House. We tried ourselves to be the whisperer in a period of time. One imagines after the midterms that stampede will increase. There's all these sort of different complex relationships across the... So that suggests to me there's a hell of a lot that binds us across this. There's more awareness of threats external. Yes, there's a very puerile debate about civilizational decline, and I share the impatience with that as well. But the hard metrics say there's plenty to be getting on with, plenty to be negotiating. The EU-US tech conversation under the Biden administration was like two giant pandas mating, and we know what happens when that not much at the start of it. But there's huge questions on regulation. There's huge questions on the relative balance of our military force, on the shape of our social contract, on the sources of our energy, where we get our energy from. So as I say, like the idea of as you know yourself, the UK deep state or society is going to give up on the American relationship is madness. It's not going to happen. For a European alternative. But that doesn't mean you can't run a pretty active, sensible, realistic European policy and contribute meaningfully. But then let's not forget the proper obstacles. I give you one when as I finish. France will existentially oppose UK involvement in SAFE.
Right. So I was exactly going to come to that, but I wasn't going to. I was going to ask Daniela, but to talk about the German point a bit and the importance of German defence spending and how that's shifting the balance, but also the perspective from the British side is, the Europeans talk about how important Britain still is as a military power, as a security power in Europe. And yet the perception is, rightly or wrongly, that we were blocked out of SAFE, probably spuriously, on the budgetary argument. And that sends a negative message. So it seems to me that just as in the last panel we heard that we're not making a huge amount of progress on the incremental sort of single trade and cooperation agenda, here we're making less progress than we should be on the defence cooperation agenda as well. After that, I'm going to go to the floor. I'm going to get some inputs from the floor, and then please feel free, panellists, to sort of intervene on each other, and let's make this a bit more free-flowing. But could you pick this up?
I will. Thank you. Well, Germany is going really through a real transformation of its own role in terms of defense and Europe. So when the Merz government basically had been elected but was not yet in office, the decision was made by the German parliament to create a lot of budgetary flexibility for defense spending, which means we can now very easily meet the new NATO targets and spend the extra 1.5% of GDP on security-related matters. And that leads to an increase in defense spending and a military planning, which very clearly traces a way for Germany to become the largest conventional military power in the European Union and in Europe. And that is a real change, and that has a lot to do with German foreign policy and defense policy identity, because we are not used to that. As I said in my first take, traditionally Germany looks at the world through NATO, transatlantic relations, and also the European Union. Now, the transatlantic relationship is not what it used to be. It's not gone. It's strategically important, but we have to be more cautious. NATO is relevant if burden shifting works and the US can be kept in, good. If not, NATO will still be a relevant framework for Germany to work through with its allies, of course. But still, the relative power of Germany in the European Union is changing. Mm-hmm. And that is not only a certain worry to some Germans, but also a worry to our European partners. And despite the hope that Germany contributes more to the burden, there's obviously a consequence. Because if that increase happens as I laid out, that will have an impact on the bilateral relationship with France, where The deal was over decades. Germany is the economic power, France is the defense power, of course, is the nuclear power in that relationship, but Germany is catching up conventionally. Similar situation with the UK. I mean, we'll see how that is balanced out. So Germany is taking on a larger responsibility, and the question which I cannot answer today is how dedicated over the next few years Germany will be to using what it does in terms of defense spending to actually strengthen European defense. I think that's the big question. And there's the rhetorical, political narrative level, of course. But then when it comes down to procurement decisions, to joint industrial projects, to the question of what do we buy? Do we buy European? Do we buy American? How do we put ourselves into a role of an engine of European defense industrial projects? That's where we will then be able to judge how real that contribution actually is for Europe in advancing. If you accumulate defense budgets, of course, Europe is catching up and Germany is playing a large role. But is the money used in the most effective way? We will see. There's one important, just add one thought here, which was to me quite striking. So there's the national security strategy, which goes back to the previous government, and a new one is being written now. But in between, already under the Merz government, a military strategy was published, which is a kind of operationalization of the bigger security strategy. And if you look at the wording closely, it's really interesting to see how the self-definition is a role for Germany as a provider of European security. That's new wording. That doesn't mean operationally we are where I think we should be in terms of really materializing that, but that notion is really interesting. And yeah, and to your, the second point was on. Can you just remind me?
Well, it was to say, it was actually just our perception that actually we are being excluded. Some would argue that we're being excluded.
Yes, right? I think that's a question to Michel Barnier, maybe, to get the French perspective on that.
Yes, well, I think he was asked for that.
Yeah, he was asked for. But I think on the German side, there is less hesitation.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But of course, when it comes to industrial considerations, I think we have to be super real here. Whenever we look at national interest in that area, a lot plays together. There's a strategic security consideration, but right now, given the economic pressure, there's of course also an industrial jobs growth consideration, which plays out very strongly for the current government.
And Rachel, do you want to pick up on any of those points before I go to the floor? I mean, pick out anything from the conversation that we've just had?
I mean, I would agree. I would agree that one of the problems around SAFE and the reason for the failure was the fact that defense spending, or defense investment, as some people call it here, is seen sometimes as an extension of industrial policy rather than something that happens for military effect. And I think that's the case in the EU as well. So more so than the price tag of entry that was put to the UK, which was a bit crazy given the capability they brought to the table, was the capping at 35% of any UK content. And that's just not a militarily effective way to build a defense capability. So I think SAFE is dead. If I were the UK, I would not spend my energy on trying to get it back into that. Also because the borrowing cost rate is not particularly attractive for the UK. I think I would look more towards the relationship around Ukraine. I think a lot of you have probably read in recent days about some of the exciting new capabilities that are being put out there, like, is it called Project Breakstop, which is, I mean, talk about the changing relationship with the US. I think it really is indicative that the UK would recall the lessons from the Ukraine war that happened under the Biden administration, by the way, about the reluctance to give Storm Shadow full reign in terms of giving it to the Ukrainians and allowing them strike flexibility. So the UK has gone off and developed this capability, or is going to develop this capability with the Ukrainians with the express purpose of not having US content that could be controlled, ITAR controlled, or politically controlled, or otherwise. Those are the kind of initiatives that I think have real potential to draw Ukraine into Europe in the widest definition, and to be used almost as like, I don't know, a test case for SAFE, and how that mechanism can be used to create a capability that is needed and creates greater independence from US decision making. Similarly, I have to applaud Germany for taking the high road on deep precision strike, and the EU as well, because, you know, plan A was the US would deploy it to Germany. Well, that changed, either for political reasons or capacity reasons. We just don't know. Okay, so then Germany says, let me buy the Tomahawk. And then they say no. So, you know, I think this needs to be all hands on deck in terms of developing ELSA and the things that von der Leyen laid out as those key enabling capabilities. We just don't have any time to waste, not because the US is behaving badly, but because even if the US woke up tomorrow and became its old self, which it won't for other reasons, those capabilities are going to be critical shortfalls across NATO and Europe.
Okay, very good. I want to go to the floor. Please, if you have a question, I'll take 3 questions. There's one hangover question from the last session, which was about policing cooperation, which is the sort of, if you like, the sort of civil side of security, which is very important and which has been affected by Brexit. So let's remember that one. But Lady Kate.
I'm Kate Gibbons from Clifford Chance. I wanted to explore Andy Burnham's approach to defence and what it might mean on the global stage. I was thinking particularly, for example, of the imperative in terms of trying to encourage investment of private capital into defence spending, where people say that is an important source of where the 3.5% increase might come from. What that might mean if he appointed, for example, Miliband to be his chancellor with his ESG interests. And the other interesting thing I thought that came out of John Curtis's discussion today was the change in which the Labour support base is no longer working class. In fact, John Curtis at lunch said to me that Andy Burnham is a Cambridge-educated man, whereas the Reform candidate was white van man. But on a more or less flippant analysis, the Labour constituents tend to be, I would say, more king and country. There are lots of army bases based in those areas. How do they feel if the penny dropped that Germany was spending more on military expenditure than the UK and was becoming more preeminent? And what does that mean for Burnham's policies?
Okay, so question about Burnham's. Another question? Any other questions? Yes. Here.
Hi there, thank you. Olivia Sullivan from Chatham House. Thanks to the panel for this discussion. I just wondered if, I think it's a question to John, but I'd be curious on the whole panel's reflections. Your point about moving away from a false binary, choosing between the US and Europe, and towards this kind of transatlantic plus relationship. You touched on a few things when you were talking about that. Export controls, the kind of tech relationship. I'm just curious how you see that, and particularly post-Trump, whatever US administration might emerge. What do you think is on offer from the US in that regard? And do you envision a kind of wider tech and trade bloc that is actually much more aligned on China than the two sides have been in the past? I'd just like to hear more about that. Thank you.
That's quite complicated stuff, Olivia, but we'll come to it. I think, John, I'll have to kick off with you on the Andy Burnham question. And then
I'll try and be brief. And I think there's probably a danger in us all trying to, by the way, the newspapers will do this ad nauseum for the next month, define Burnhamism. There's what, 2.5 years to the next general election if they choose not to have one earlier than that. There will be a series of challenges and choices facing a new Prime Minister, if it is Andy Burnham, let's see. Al Cairns may have a say in the midst of this, but a new Prime Minister pretty swiftly. And there's a lot of interesting thinking about leveraging private sector finance and war bonds and borrowing banks, and there's a Carney idea, etc. Ultimately, let's be frank, this is a question of public finances, and it will be confronted as so. Those mechanisms will not happen. And by the way, proper meaningful procurement reform in the MOD won't happen unless there's enough liquid cash swilling around the system. You can't tinker with an engine without some oil in it. So it's a public sector choice, finances and choice, and there'll be trade-offs. And I think that really has to be confronted, because we can zoom around that issue. The country has to make a choice. So something has to go off the stack. And I, for one, railed against the tyranny of the Treasury stack, but it's a thing. So something's going to have to go off. If you can't borrow, you can't increase taxes. That is the trade-off. That has to be confronted, and I think it's very important. Secondly, on Olivia's point, let me be clear what I'm saying. I'm not sort of offering a kind of benign view of a sort of transatlantic reunified hand-holding moment. What I'm saying is that the hard realities, actually I spend a lot of time in the US, and I think sometimes my American colleagues on left and right are too dismissive of Europe because what they see is our stagnation, a lack of growth, because the hard reality is, as I say, if you're Palantir, Europe really matters to you. If you're American defense industrial establishment, Europe still really matters to you. It's a very sharp, important theater. If people are spending more money, and Germany's the third largest economy in the world, and it's changing its whole structure of political economy, that matters massively to US industry, business, tech, on those worlds. At the very most mercantilist level, frankly, access to data in Europe is a big. We are customers of American technology. There is a hell of a lot in terms of entwining, overlapping interests that are really kind of hard and unsentimental. And as I keep on saying, the levels of trade and interconnectedness are increasing. I think Rachel had a phrase about having, if you have a place in the tech stack or elsewhere, if you control the ejector seats, interdependence. Smart interdependence, I think that's where the focus of our statecraft should be in this moment in time. I never said this in public before. I was not a Brexiteer, and I worked in a government and part of the negotiations. I wouldn't choose to go back into the European Union as currently constructed, because it's not going to be. Actually, I think most Germans wouldn't choose it in theory, but they're in it already. Because it's not going to do the Draghi report anytime soon. It's not going to have an answer to Ukraine, Turkey, Norway, UK anytime soon in the midst of it. It's going through a difficult period of time. US tech is absolutely vital importance. Actually, UK has a relative advantage in that area. We've got to talk about that as well. So what is the messy patchwork quilt of relationships that whether it be the nuclear sharing, you mentioned deep precision strike, that's a UK-Germany project at its most interesting level. So, what are you doing on deterrence here? What are you doing in your regional focus? But if you go to the Baltic states, you go to Poland, Germany's buying a lot of American kit in the midst of this. There's not some sort of emerging European strategic autonomy that's so removed from the United States that we're missing out on. Everyone is playing a double J. That's complicated. It's messy. Yep. But it's where the action's at, I think.
And then what's behind Olivia's question? You've got a new and diversifying security agenda that you've got to address, where it's not just hard defence; it's the technology and everything that is aligned with it. And then the other question I think that you're driving at, Olivia, is what are the fora, or what is the forum? What are the structures in which you approach that? So we had Michel Barnier earlier saying, advancing the idea of a European Security Council as a way of getting the Brits involved and the Ukrainians. Rachel, I think you have views on that one, don't you? How do we organise this messy set of issues that John is talking about?
Yeah, it's hard because it is going to be a patchwork. One time it's going to be bilateral, one time it's going to be trilateral, sometimes it's going to be, we haven't even talked about cooperation with the private sector on some of these issues. It's not even, maybe you had a panel on that earlier. It's not even the government relationship that makes the difference. On the specific idea of a European Security Council, Rusi did a cooperative project together with Bocconi University, SEPS, and Klingendahl, and you can see the report online. And we kind of looked at alternative futures for European security, and we came up with 3 pathways. And pathway 1 was like a more European NATO. The next one was like enhanced minilateralism and knitting it all together, which I think is what we've been kind of laying out here. And then the last was, well, what if the US sort of cannibalizes NATO and kind of destroys it and actively works against it, and we need an EU option. So then SEPS put forward this idea of ESC, and I'm not a fan of footnote policies, but Rusi had to do a little footnote policy. And it's not that I don't recognize the need for the ability for Europeans to talk without the US around the table. It's just that I don't like, and I've never liked this idea that the big countries have more of a say than the small nations, because I've seen it on Ukraine. It was Poland and the Baltic states that really moved the needle around that table. And if this had been even a German-US UK conversation at the time, you never would have gotten the level of activity that you got on Ukraine. I mean, Germany came along quite quickly, but France and the US and the UK were quite hesitant in terms of giving Ukraine what it needed early on. So I just really believe in the value of coalitions of the willing and small states, and I think you lose something, whether it's a European Security Council or an E3. I think you've got the ability for the NAC to meet in varying formats. The NAC has met with Ukraine, the NAC has met with Indo-Pacific partners. You can make these meetings happen. I mean, look at Macron's idea of a European security group that brings in Central and Eastern European countries. There are ways to do it without creating yet another council.
Formal council. Other questions? Jill, I think you had your hand up. I don't know if anybody else has got. I'm going to come to your policing question. Yeah.
I might throw in two areas that we haven't really discussed. Simon mentioned the big cuts in aid spending. I mean, amazing cuts both in the US and the UK. So what's the future for better collaboration on development spending, or is that just a passé concept? And secondly, we're all sweltering, Europe's sweltering.
Climate.
Is there any future for action on climate change, or is that a dead duck as well?
So this is taking us beyond defence, and it's quite important. There's a broader agenda about international cooperation and international policy, which we need to address. And I want to throw into that broader pot the question that we haven't talked about very much on China, which is whether the China policy is going to separate the UK and the EU or further exacerbate this relationship with the United States and be a major driver in this world that John is describing, a messy patchwork of cooperation on issues. But there's potentially quite a big dividing line there. Do you want to pick up on that one?
Happy to. I think China is not only complicated in UK-EU relations or US-Europe relations. It is, I think, for most countries, a really serious topic within the national debate, how to position the country vis-a-vis China. I'll give you an example of Germany. Germany was for very long, one of those countries that I would say underestimated the risk and saw the potential in knitting a closer relationship with China as the important thing. Then there was a moment in time when it was actually the Federation of German Industries that said, wait a minute, we see a China threat rising. And that was before the government took that position. So the government thought it was acting on behalf of industry, but then industry said, we have a risk. And that was the moment when that concept was coined, strategic competitor, partner, but also systemic rival. And right now we are in a situation where almost even within industrial associations, you will not find agreement on what to do, because there are those who on a corporate level de-risk and have put themselves into a position where they say, okay, I'm okay, doing all right, and others who say, I need to double down on my relationship with China, at least for the next 5 years to come, and reap the benefit. And I see government policy reflecting this, knowing that the China 2.0 shock, which Germany and the EU feels in terms of an inflow of Chinese overproduction, also in security-relevant sectors, puts a lot of pressure on governments to be more protective, but at the same time we can't, because we have interdependencies which are actually also useful. So I would say the jury is out where the EU lands. What we see over years now is a buildup of instruments that serve to, first of all, assess the risk, and then also to counter the risk. And previously, one of the instruments which now the EU has, which can be used without unanimity to counter economic policy coming from China or coming from the US, which is not seen as fair. We have instruments as the European Union. The UK obviously is not part of that, but I wished the UK would be part of the economic security conversation, not necessarily part of all the instruments, but it has to do with leveraging our joint trade weight vis-a-vis partners who can be difficult. It has to do with risk assessment, which is not only relevant for competitiveness, but which is security relevant. And so, you know, what we see on this panel, we're supposed to discuss security and defense, but we can no longer discuss defense and security without tech and without the procurement of raw materials.
Yeah.
So that's why I think there is really, and you said, you know, some of the questions we discussed on the previous panel, yes and no, because the discussion was more about trade. But what we need to do is link that debate to the security debate, because we cannot provide for our own security and foreign policy leeway unless we manage economic risk and over-dependencies.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But in fact, this panel is also supposed to talk about broader international policy. We've got to do justice to Jill's question. So who would like to pick up? I mean, what should we do about the fact that, you know, our aid budgets have collapsed dramatically, and also the question about whether there is a strong, or there has been a strong European position on climate, which Britain was associated with in the past. Of course, you know, we're in a different place. Who wants to pick up on those things?
I can do development.
Yeah.
I know less about climate. I mean, on development, I think, you know, just as you said, Daniela, that we've got to broaden the conversation of security and defense beyond the kind of the military and defense and even traditional security space. Aid is part of it. Policing, you said there was a question on policing, that's part of it. All of these are tools that adversaries are using to undermine our societies. And so, I mean, you know, I think most people think of RUSI as a defense and security think tank, but we've, you know, our biggest program is our Center for Finance and Security that looks at illicit trafficking and financing and malign actors and criminal actors and how, you know, they're linked to Russia and China to undermine our societies and break down trust. Equally, there's a link between development aid and conflict. And when you're cutting development aid, you are creating healthcare problems, water and food security issues that exacerbate conflict. So, you know, when I worked for Secretary Mattis, he always used to say, and I think it's one of his more famous or infamous quotes, it's like, you give me less money for aid and security assistance, and ultimately you have to give me 5 times as much for military equipment, because not taking care of the problem up front leads to conflict. But I think the best thing that we can do, I mean, some of the ideas that we've been floating around, and I think David Miliband's very good on this issue, having been foreign secretary, but now also being on the ground in IRC. He's seen big picture, but he's also seen on the ground. You know, cooperation with the EU. Why can't we look at the countries that are priorities from either a migration or growth or access to critical minerals perspective? I mean, it doesn't always have to be sort of, again, we live in a more realist world. Maybe we just need to have a more realist perspective towards our development aid and look where our national interests align and how we can put the limited euros and pounds towards doing more in certain countries, not all of them. I think the US actually, despite the terrible decisions they've made around USAID and whatnot, has opened the door for some private sector actors to get involved in delivery of humanitarian aid. It doesn't always work out that well, but I do think sometimes the private sector actors can be quite effective when there's a specific problem that they have to solve, like vaccinations. So I think...
Well, the foundations as well are very much...
And foundations as well. So there are people that are stepping into the void, but I think this, if we were having that EU-UK summit, I would put development aid cooperation on the list.
Unfortunately, we're not in the immediate future, but it's an important point. Yes. John, you look as if you want to come in, but can I just pick up, I think the policing point was raised in the last panel, was partly, the idea was, are there areas in the sort of softer security, civil security, which are sort of spanning the sort of trade agenda, but not in the hard defense agenda, where there's scope for more? And I know it's a concept that's been developed, including, for example, by Julian King, who's in this room, that, you know, you've got to think about this broader range of economic security cooperation, and there's more we can do on that. Can you link that with whatever you're going to say? Because I do want to pick it up.
I'll try and be brief. I can see a minister.
Yes, I must say, look, we have 5 minutes. We must be off the stage in 5 minutes.
So I have colleagues in the audience who are doing fantastic work on climate change and security. I don't want to botch their work. I just refer you to a forthcoming book by my colleague Maeve Ryan and colleagues on some of these questions. Let's flip the question a little bit. So when we were producing the various 2 national security strategies, 2 of the 3 I've been involved in have been associated with cuts in international development. That's hard for any of us trying to sell this as UK place in the world, et cetera, et cetera. So we end up doing less of the same thing. And the essay question I'd like to put back to the audience was, let's say the UK returned to a 0.7% commitment. And by the way, the choice between hard power and soft power is, let's open a window, I think, at this moment in time and say what's immediate. But if you went back to 0.7% of GDP on UK spending on the international, the soft power, the development side of things, there's no way I would personally write it up and carve it up as per the Development Act, as per the DAC rules, as per that tradition. I'd do far more in the British Council, soft power. I'd make a big thing on focus on UK expertise on cyber and AI rollout. I'd completely transform. The problem with the way the Treasury stack process works, you end up doing less of the same. So when you're cutting, you're basically trying to maintain your focus in these banks. I get a radical refocus as to what that is and what is UK interest, and that's what I'd suggest. But please more in the roundabout with my headline pitch.
Okay, I think we're probably going to have to draw it to a close there for our last keynote. But what I draw out of this, and thank you very much, panelists, for your contributions, is that if there's an idea that somehow the easy way into a sort of UK-EU reset is via security, foreign policy and defence, that's an oversimplistic view. It is an area in which the UK has a contribution to make, but as soon as you start looking at the reality of it, it's far more complicated. It's part of a much bigger picture, and I think that's come out very clearly in this panel. So thank you for your contributions, and we look forward now to our keynote, but thanks for your contribution.
Baser instincts. Hi everyone, thanks for sticking with us for the whole day. A great pleasure to introduce Nick Thomas Symonds. I have to read his various titles because I always forget. Paymaster General, Minister for the Cabinet Office, Minister for the Constitution and European Union Relations. Have I got that right?
That sounds complete to me.
That's probably the first time I've got it right. I'm so pleased that Nick could come. It's not an easy time at the moment for members of the government, so I'm doubly grateful to him for making the time to do this. He's going to make a short speech. I might ask him a question or two. We've got a hard stop at 5, but we will open to the audience for questions before then, I promise. So, Nick,
thank you.
Over to you.
Well, first of all, I hope that you've had a fantastic and interesting day here today. I'm sure that you have. And big thanks as ever to UK and a Changing Europe. And I should also say a thank you as well to Flint, who I know have co-organised today. Very grateful for that, and very grateful as well for the opportunity to come to speak to you all this afternoon. And of course, today does mark an important day in our history, because it was 10 years ago that the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union. It was, of course, a momentous constitutional decision, and probably the single biggest political decision in my lifetime. And I guess with every anniversary, there will be those who celebrate, there will be those who reflect. For many of us, of course, we also remember elements of farce, if I may say so. Red buses, flotillas, personal feuds. But I think people also remember as well the exhaustion of it all and the deep division. And the individuals who benefited from our country being divided because they could use it for personal gain. In some cases, it appears, it emerges recently, financial gain. But either way, the people of Great Britain and Northern Ireland made a decision. It's a democratic decision we must respect. What followed, though, perhaps not. And the real conversations about sovereignty, about trade-offs, about responsibility were displaced by easy slogans and shouting matches. And both sides, including the side that I was on, the Remain side, did at times behave, I have to say, outlandishly. There were those on the Remain side of the argument who couldn't believe they'd lost or couldn't accept the reality of where they were. Leavers who took this, what is a nuanced issue, and pushed for the hardest Brexit deal possible. And the split created a vacuum in British politics. So when people said they wanted change, when people said they wanted control, what did they actually get? They got 10 years of unprecedented uncertainty. They got bureaucracy that suffocated business and changes that undermined our national security. And that historic decision also meant a succession of leaders were faced with difficult choices. Some leaders never grasped, frankly, the consequences of the routes they chose and the consequence of the choices that Boris Johnson made. It meant that working class people had to pay more just to stand still. Small businesses drowning in paperwork. Supermarket shelves waiting for delayed deliveries. Lorry drivers stuck in Kent. That's years of British revenue that, frankly, has been lost. And for those brave enough to tackle the bureaucracy, they're paying for the privilege. Incredibly complicated wet stamp documents, some 50 pages long just for one shipment. Some food rotting at the border, even. And as Kemi Badenoch herself admitted, the Tory deal left no plan for the economy. The current Shadow Home Secretary said it had no plan for asylum. And as anybody can see, looking at this, it left us with no plan for collective continental defence. Now, none of this was an inevitable consequence of the Brexit decision. They were choices made by politicians of the time. And Britain still has choices now. Now, since 2024, when I first came into this role that July, working alongside the Prime Minister, the government has made the choice to take another path, to make changes, to respect the vote 10 years ago, but to be real about fixing the issues, protecting Britain in increasingly difficult times, making our relationship with Europe work for Britain. And frankly, the world we live in requires us to do that. Because in the 10 years that we are reflecting upon here today, the world has changed. In 2014, when Nigel Farage said the European Union was to blame for Putin's aggression against Ukraine, that the EU had, and I quote, blood on its hands. That is not a worldview that serves to protect the British people in a time of rising conflict. There is no British security without European security. In fact, with views like that, Nigel Farage is a threat to our national security. Because when we patrol the Baltic for shadow vessels, we do so with our European allies. When we support Ukraine, we do so as a continent. Now, President Trump has said that Europe must stand on its own 2 feet, and I agree. And on the course that we have set, the next 10 years will see Europe working together to face these threats, building on the security and defence partnership we were proud to secure at the May summit last year. We're in talks to join the Ukraine Support Loan Scheme, strengthening British defence industry ties across Europe and reinforcing our NATO alliances. And all this is important because the world is turbulent. We face conflict, disorder, and unpredictability. But the shared challenges we face alongside our European partners are not limited to war on the continent. conflict in the Middle East that creates financial stress here at home. And most importantly, we now operate against an unstoppable tide of global protectionism. Protectionism that has provoked tariffs from all the world's major trading blocs, which we sit outside of and in between, slap bang in the middle of that tariff and protectionist crossfire. And our relationship with Europe must change to reflect those shared challenges. Global protectionism would hit us regardless of our relationship with Europe. But because we have repaired our ties with our closest neighbours, we are now much better equipped to survive it. We rejected the ideology of only viewing our relationship with Europe as an identity issue, rather than a choice about what works for British households and British businesses. Yet some leaders, like Nigel Farage, still reject the very idea of cooperation. They want us to be further isolated. But isolation won't duck the blow when global tariffs are knocking. It just leaves British factories standing out in the cold without a coat. Isolation won't lower your energy bills. And isolation, frankly, ignores the reality that despite leaving the European Union, our country will always have a relationship with it. Now, in this new reality, economic strategy isn't just about chasing future growth, hugely important though that is. It's also about defending what we already have. It's about economic security, protecting your job, your household bills, and our continent's supply chains from global shocks. And that has to be the principle that leads us as we navigate a changing world successfully. The EU, our biggest trading partner, with whom our supply chains are intrinsically linked. We cannot walk back on the progress we've made, damaging household bills at home and European supply chains in the process. The next 10 years will be defined from how we protect our continent's economy and rise to the shared challenges that do not respect the border in the Channel. Because going forward is what matters, not looking back. So what I've talked about, how we manage the threats, how we pursue and seize the opportunities, none of that is served by retreating to binary choices of the past. We cannot afford to be stuck in the mud for the next decade, either trapped in a cycle of constant, exhausting conflict, threatening to unilaterally tear up treaties, not chasing unrealistic what-if mirages of the past and how it might have been different. It's time, I say, to wake up and reject the easy answers, no matter how tempting the scent of the nectar. Because it isn't good for our economy. We must not go back towards division over pragmatism. We do live now in the post-Brexit world. We shouldn't make choices or promises based on how we felt about the last 10 years. It's the choices we make that shape the next 10 years that have to be dominant now. Protecting our economy, delivering opportunity, not entering into a trade war, prioritising frigates that protect our shores, not stunts and flotilla. It's about building a trusted, pragmatic partnership, being in the room for those discussions that benefit our future, not being locked out of them. About making things better for businesses, about bearing down on household bills, and of course enhancing our defence forces. You cannot, I think it's safe to say, predict the future, but you can certainly prepare for it. And it is that looking to the future, that preparing for the future, that is the attitude I've no doubt will be taken into the 2026 UK-EU summit, whenever now that might be. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed,
Pleasure.
Nick. Can I just kick off? I mean, what do you say to those people, and we've heard people sort of suggesting this here today, who say that the government's found itself in exactly the wrong spot on Brexit, which is to say, we're not making use of Brexit freedoms, we're not diverging, we're not striking our own course, but at the same time, we're not taking bold steps to move us closer in a way that will really address those economic impacts of Brexit, that you're doing a reset that is, God knows you're working hard on it, it's taking a lot of time and energy, but its net economic worth is fairly trivial in the greater scheme of things, and that actually you should either sort of go big or go solo, as it were. You either sort of breach those red lines, take on the cost of being outside the single market, or actually, is there much point to this?
Well, Anna and firstly, look, great to join you and wonderful to see you all for your discussions. But you have just walked into one of the binary choices I think we have to voice.
I'm very binary.
But look, I actually think that, totally contrary to that, the policy that we have been pursuing is pragmatic, it's sensible, and it delivers. So we have both managed to, you talk about Brexit freedoms, we've both managed to secure trade deals around the world which were outside the reach of our predecessor governments, whether that's with India, whether that is the Gulf Cooperation Council, whether that is in terms of the economic deal with the United States, which is particularly vital for our automotive sector. So we've certainly done that. What we've also done, and I think it is right on the grain of where public opinion is with the EU, is to deliver tangible things that are going to assist with things like the cost of energy bills, the weekly shops, the cost of living. And I'm very proud as well of looking at the last 10 years. One of the things I found most troubling was reducing opportunities for the next generation, reducing opportunities for young people. And I was very proud just before Christmas to sign the re-accession to Erasmus+, which will, the administration of that is now complete, and those opportunities will be there for people from 2027. Not just student exchanges, important though they are, but opportunities to go abroad for those studying for vocational qualifications and things like sports exchanges, staff exchanges, very important. And also, when the 2026 UK-EU summit comes, a really important youth experience scheme of opportunities to work and to study and indeed to travel overseas. And that, I think, is hugely important, but also important, of course, are what we're doing to reduce trade barriers, agri-food products, food and drink, what I call the Boris Johnson, I mean, if he was still here, I might call it the David Frost paperwork tax from his deal, where he was literally strangling our businesses in red tape. You know, I've literally carried one of these export health certificates, as they're called, on the media. 50 pages, wet stamps all over it. That's not the kind of future I want to see for our businesses. I want to see sectors like that, and it's worth billions to our economy, by the way, not have to be smothered in red tape and cost. So I actually think that we've been very successful in our European policy, and I think we are, of course, for understandable reasons this week, all reflecting on the last 2 weeks. And I have no doubt whatsoever that the UK-EU relationship of today is in a dramatically better place than where we found it.
Okay, let me ask you one more, then I'll open up to the floor. You talked about public opinion and being along the grain of public opinion. Is the Labour Party in danger of chasing after the wrong voters and voters it's already left? That is to say, there has been, it seems to me, on some occasions at least, a bit of an obsession with Leave voters, whereas your voter coalition at the moment is overwhelmingly on the other side of the debate, and there's a real appetite among those people to see a more ambitious path?
But I don't really see the electorate in that binary way, and the way I see the electorate is that you deliver on the fundamentals and to attract all voters. And you think, you know, I was up in Makerfield, you see the pressures facing working class voters up and down the country. What the European policy we've had is delivering and will deliver at the summit is exactly something that unites right across the divide that you're talking about. I don't see whether, however people voted, that they want to see the additional trade barriers that mean that food is more expensive than it needs to be, or indeed drinks are more expensive than they need to be, or energy is more expensive than it needs to be. So I think delivering on the cost of living, and by the way, you talk about the economic impact. I always say that I've been one of the ministers around the cabinet table who brings money to the Treasury, not the other way around.
Okay, I'm ready to throw it open. Do you want one question at a time?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
perfect.
How much time? Well, take them in threes, actually. We've got a little bit of time.
You've got a better memory than me. Okay.
So.
Where's the microphone? So, do you want to just start with... I mean, I can't see that far, so just go towards a hand.
Thanks. Ben Reynolds from the Institute for European Environmental Policy. I was just wondering, as Europe faces a heat wave of record-breaking temperatures linked to climate change, and will cost our economies as well as lives, will more coordinated work with the EU on climate and environment take more centre stage at future resets?
Thank you very much. I'm delegating to the people with the mics at this point.
Fred Bromley, this hand. It's been mentioned that the value of summits is that they provide a useful deadline. With the move of the planned summit, we do still have urgent matters coming up, like the change in rules of origin at the end of the year for electric vehicles. Also issues like Made in Europe, the lack of clarity having a chilling effect on investment. So what's the best way that we can give ourselves a new deadline and drive progress on these issues?
Yeah.
One more?
Yeah.
John Peake, the economist. How much does it affect your approach to the reset that both the Conservative Party and Reform keep saying, as David Frost repeated this morning, that anything you do, they will immediately repeal?
Right, so just picking up on those different issues, the answer on climate change is yes, absolutely, and indeed, when we do get to the 2026 UK summit and we talk about the path to net zero, one of the fundamental aspects of it is going to be linking our emissions trading systems. Now that is important for business because it facilitates a mutual exemption from our carbon border adjustment mechanisms, which means around about £700 million in carbon taxes won't be levied on British firms. It's also about a cheaper, more efficient path to net zero, but I entirely agree on working together on those elements. So yes, summits do bring deadlines, and one of the issues that I had when I was planning this from opposition was how we were going to produce deadlines. And without them, you can't force progress. And of course, the mechanism was the annual summit mechanism. So the way, obviously, that you force progress is to come up with a new date, which I've no doubt we will be able to agree with the EU once present leadership matters have been concluded. So once that happens, I'm sure that deadline will force progress. But that does not mean, and it does not mean now, by the way, in the next few weeks in government, we take our eye off the ball on crucial issues with the EU that are more urgent. And of course, I'm very conscious of the end-of-year cliff edge regarding rules of origin around the value of batteries in electric vehicles, so technical work on that will continue. And John, the answer to your question is I really welcome that debate, because if the Conservatives and Reform seriously want to go into an election saying that the opportunities for tens of thousands of young Brits they want to take away, they want to say they want to put Boris Johnson's paperwork tax back on British businesses and load costs onto them, and they want to risk energy bills and food bills going up, be my guest, because I'll welcome the debate.
Who wants to go next? Lisa.
Lisa O'Carroll from The Guardian.
Hi.
What is going to happen at the summit? You may not be in post at the next summit. There may be a reshuffle depending on how you fare with the new Prime Minister. Will they be able to deliver more? Can they scrap your negotiations so far? What is going to happen? Thanks.
Okay. Anyone? Oh, sorry. No. Is there anyone else? Take that. I've got plenty more questions, so don't worry.
So look, Lisa, I think it is fair to say that in the debate within the party around the leadership candidates of recent weeks, they're all committed to the 2024 manifesto. So I think that the summit package, which is broadly agreed with the European Union, which is around the food and drink agreement, the emissions trading system linkage and the youth experience scheme is going to happen, and I think it will happen at some point this year because that's what we've agreed to do with the European Union. So I think that's where that is.
Simon.
I'll just follow up on John Peake's question quickly. I mean, do you not think that the current political circumstance in this country is going to further undermine confidence on the EU side about the deliverability of political negotiating positions here? Question has been made. And secondly, going into the next election, do you think the Labour Party will have a more ambitious approach to its offer to and ask from the EU?
So the answer to your first question is I don't think so, because we have a 5-year mandate from 2024 and the party is very united in terms of the policy that I've been pursuing. So I think it's eminently deliverable. I don't think there's an issue on that at all. It isn't like, and there are situations, not with this UK government, obviously, but in other parts of Europe where the Commission's agreed things and then things can't be delivered. But that really isn't the issue here. And look, secondly, on the next manifesto position, of course there's a debate about that. But first and foremost, we have to have this package of negotiation in place, delivering, showing what the tangible benefits are of a closer relationship with the UK and the EU. And I think that's the important step towards the debate, Simon, you're referring to.
Have you been either surprised or disappointed by the approach the EU has taken to negotiations? By which I mean, you know, we had the outcome of the SAFE talks. After the President of the European Commission at the summit last year said we'll get a deal within weeks, you've had the sort of unexpected appearance of a bill to accompany talks on the electricity market. That wasn't in the documentation from the summit. Has anything about this surprised you, the way they've approached this?
No, not really, because in a lot of the preparation I did for this role, a lot of it was diplomatic work, obviously, travelling around the European capitals. But I'd also watched, I mean, some horror, it has to be said, from the opposition benches, a lot of the previous attempts to negotiate. I'd also looked back at many of the historic negotiations there had been. So I think I was fully prepared for the so I've not been particularly surprised. I mean, on SAFE, just to pick that up for a minute, of course, I said at the time it was disappointing that we weren't able to bridge the gap. But we can still participate in SAFE projects up to 35% of content. And indeed, as I said in my remarks, we're also looking at participation in the Ukraine loan scheme, which is a very important measure.
There's a question right. Oh, there's a question here first. Excellent.
Hi, thank you. Christine Moran from Amundi, but I'm not going to speak in my professional capacity. Really, I just want to pick up on your point around Erasmus, and I'm really asking you as a parent of two children at university and one recently left. And I think I could speak on behalf of that age group to say that the Erasmus programme is just a red herring, and the only people that will really benefit from it is middle-class Europeans wanting to come here. And their biggest complaint is the cost of university education, coming out to a drying up drought jobs market, which has been massively impacted by this government and previous government's cost to employers. So the cost to hire a young person or any is just so dramatic, and their jobs being taken naturally by AI. So I think, and just to further the report that was written recently by Anne Melbourne, a very good report on needs, and on top of which we have the largest percentage of young people claiming PIP, the disability allowance. So we were in this situation where it's actually incentivising young people to claim benefits because the cost to educate themselves and to look for a job is just disproportionately depressing and not there for them. They look at a society which effectively is taking away their future so that we can, and this government and all previous governments have got the triple lock, and so their future is being paid for effectively by an older generation. So just speaking on behalf of young people here,
Okay.
so my final point, sorry, Robin, is do governments need to rethink around taxation? Because ultimately we have employment tax, but is the way we raise taxes towards AI, is that something we need to consider?
I think some of that goes beyond any of your job titles, to be honest. But if you could take the mic, right to the
So Tim Montgomery, hi Nick. Despite the political bias towards the party I support, I'm now going to damn you. And I know from what David Lidington established really in his crisscrossing of Europe. I hope the government does keep you in position, because the last thing we need at this stage of negotiations is a change of minister. But I wanted to ask you particularly about your view about the relationship between NATO and defence cooperation. And I've been disappointed really that France in particular seems to have linked our involvement in EU-wide schemes on defence with other issues. And does the government still absolutely recognise the complete primacy of NATO, particularly now NATO really does seem to be rebuilding our, the European members of NATO seem to be really rebuilding our defences? NATO has to be the absolutely principal central vehicle for our defence as a nation and as a continent.
There we go.
Well, there we are. I'm going to be very nice back to Tim there, because Tim has just been very kind about me. But yes, absolutely. And indeed, you'd expect me to say this as a Labour historian. I think NATO is one of Labour's great creations. It's a great creation of Clem Attlee and Ernest Bevin in the late 1940s. It's probably the most successful military alliance I think the world has ever seen. And of course, it is the foundation stone. It absolutely has the primacy. But what I would just add to it is that I think the shift in the burden of defence spending that we are seeing coming across to Europe is not something that's just related to this American administration. It's something President Obama previously spoke of, and it is permanent. And that means there has to be that step up in defence spending right across Europe. Now, on the safe participation, I've never been prepared to sign for things that were not value for money or in the UK's national interest, and we didn't do that. But that isn't to say there aren't many initiatives. I've mentioned the Ukraine loan scheme, but also not just the European Union, but other European countries. For example, the frigates deal that we have secured with Norway on the River Clyde, I think, is very important. Again, we've got the Typhoon Jets deal with Turkey. We've literally had so many defence contracts that are a part of that build-up, that part of increasing our defence spending, our defence responsibilities here in Europe. But I absolutely agree, NATO has primacy and NATO is the foundation stone. I'll try and answer the bits that are actually in my brief, but I'll give some sense. I mean, look, I think on Erasmus Plus, and the point, I think it's a fair challenge about that it might, the benefiting middle-class people. And it's something that really concerns me.
Middle-class Europeans.
Well, I take it on from both sides. I think specifically, I think you did say middle-class Europeans, but I think there was a general criticism of it on both sides of the channel, benefiting middle class at the expense of people from working-class backgrounds. And that is why I think two things. I think, firstly, the reaccession next year, the proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the number of young people who sign up to the programme here in the UK. But it's also a responsibility on all of us to make it accessible. Now, the Welsh government, previous Welsh government, when we left Erasmus in the first place, introduced a scheme called Tithe, and they tried to correct this problem, correct this perceived problem, that it was depressed over the middle classes by running a real accessibility programme for it. And that's really important that we do the same thing. And what I've said and negotiated is not just the 30% discount to go back in, but after 10 months there will be a review and we will be able to see the figures for this. We will see the participation figures and absolutely make sure that it is benefiting, I hope benefiting, people from all parts of the country. On the broader point, which I think I'll just comment on the broader point for a minute, which is around a very important issue of youth and employment, and a very important report that Alan Milburn produced. Look, Alan showed this has been a long-term problem, and the point around employers, national insurance, look, I have discussions regularly with employers about this. I know it was a difficult ask of employers. We have to remember as well that employers' NI obviously isn't paid on entry-level jobs up to the age of 21. It isn't paid on apprenticeships. Those give apprenticeships under the age of 25. The youth unemployment problem goes back a lot further. The decline of Saturday jobs is one of those things. And I think the kind of things the government's doing around the youth guarantee, where there are financial incentives for companies to take on young people who've been on universal credit for more than 6 months, or indeed the financial measures we're putting in place around £3,000 to take on apprenticeships are going to be hugely important. And I absolutely agree with you. It's a fundamental challenge we get right.
And that, I'm afraid, takes us to the end of our time. So Nick Thomas-Symonds, recently backed by Reform to stay in post. I don't know if you want to tell your colleagues.
That's not the headline I expected from...
Thank you ever so much for finding the time. If you can just show your appreciation to Nick, and then Simon's going to have some closing words. Thank you ever so much.
Pleasure.
That was a damn... We would just sit here for a minute.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Let's listen to Simon Fraser's closing here.
Thanks. I mean, I'm just going to be very, very brief. We've come to the end. I just want to say thank you. I hope you've enjoyed it today. I think it's been a very full and rich agenda. And the fact that there's so many people still in the room is amazing. I know it's only because it's too hot to get out, but never mind, we'll take it.
Staying for a drink if you want.
Just to say there are drinks now available.
for those here. I also want to thank everybody who's joined online. We've had a very sustained online presence during this conference, which is also very much appreciated. The drinks are available, I think, outside, and they have to end at 6 o'clock, I think. So there's plenty of time for a drink. Just to remind you, we are doing a follow-up conference a week today, as I said this morning, in Brussels, in cooperation with Enrico Letta and IE University Madrid. That is an in-person only event, but if you want to go to Brussels and join us, then contact Miriam there, and she will organise that for you. And the very final thing I want to say is this conference doesn't just happen, so Anna and I would very much like to thank everybody in UK and a Changing Europe and in Flint who's actually made it happen. So first of all, that's Miriam, Leda, Yannicka and Joelle on the UK and a Changing Europe side. And on the Flint side, Arusha, Ellie, Miro, Catherine, Chiara, Leila and Philip. Thank you all very much for all the hard work you've done in making this happen, both in the run-up and during today. And that is it.